Follow the creator of Devil Ninja by the engulfing silence on fanfiction.net. Devil Ninja. Chapter 1, Shinobi Turned Devil. The light from the sun streamed in through the small window covered by a set of blinds that only did a half-assed job of actually keeping said rays of blinding luminescence from getting through. One blonde-haired, blue-eyed young man groaned in discontent as his eyes flickered open very briefly. They closed almost immediately after as they were hit by a beam of light so bright the young man thought he might go blind. Damn that sun. Couldn't it have picked a better time to rise? Or better yet, not risen at all? One of these days he was going to find some way to turn it off. Or blow it up. He would prefer blowing it up. Grunting slightly, the blonde male slowly sat up in bed, stifling a yawn with one hand as he did. Oh, how he hated mornings. They always seemed to come at the worst times. They actually didn't. He just wasn't much of a morning person. As the blonde began to gain more cognitive thoughts, he stretched himself out, turning this way and that as he raised his hands high into the air and listened to his back pop and crack in a way that would make most people cringe. Slowly but surely, Uzumaki Naruto got out of bed and made his way into the bathroom with a stumbling gait. It was just another day of his new life. After making his way towards the shower and turning on the water, Naruto ran a hand through his spiky locks of blonde hair before turning to look at himself in the mirror. At 17 years of age, Naruto could say he was honestly pleased with what he saw. Back when he was younger, he had always been very short. Even after coming back from his 3-year training trip, he had only grown tall enough to match the height of a few of his friends. In the past few months he had finally managed to grow to a nice, above-average height for someone his age. Sure, he was no Jiraiya, but he was taller than his old man had been. That had to count for something. Absently, Naruto raised both his hands and pressed them together to make a strange seal with his fingers. It looked like a cross. He focused for a moment, looking both inward and outward, his eyes staring intently at his stomach while his mind, body and soul searched for something he had been dearly hoping to feel again since coming here. After a second or two, he sighed. Still nothing. There was not even a hint of what he had been looking for. Man, talk about depressing. He shook his head and slapped himself on the cheeks to get out of his minor funk. It would be best to not dwell on it. There was always tomorrow, right? Right. The shower began to steam and Naruto stepped in, groaning as the heat caused his aching muscles in his back and shoulders to loosen. He pressed his palms against the wall of the shower and let the hot liquid run down his frame and mat his hair to his head. It felt so good, especially after a hard night of trying to get his ruined body back into shape. That old saying that you never knew what you had lost until it was gone had never rung more true to him than it did now. After his shower, the blonde was finally awake and capable of getting ready for the day. This consisted of him getting dressed in the uniform of his school, a black blazer over a white, long-sleeved shirt with black highlights and a black ribbon on the collar and matching black pants. The rest of his outfit was actually much different from the standard academy uniform, an orange short-sleeve shirt underneath his dress shirt and orange and black sneakers. They were still considered acceptable within the school standards, though the principal had frowned upon seeing his choice in color. Not that he cared. If that man didn't understand the greatness of orange, that was his problem. Once he was dressed and his stomach was full, the blonde locked the door to his apartment and was ready to start his day with a grin. Today was going to be a good day. He could feel it. Cat CHRP? Today was going to suck. He just knew it. In his haste to finally begin his new lease on life, he had forgotten about one simple fact that made all his possible enjoyment of the day evaporate like a water jutsu when it was struck by an overpowered fire jutsu. He had school today. What's worse was this was a normal high school. He hated school on the best of days, but at least back when he was an 8-year-old brat they had been teaching him how to be a kick-ass ninja. All the crap they were trying to shove down the throats of the young here was just useless. What good was algebra and science going to do anyone who didn't plan on being a nerdy science geek? What good was history when he didn't give two twats about the past? When would the velocity vector v of an object that has positions xt, at time t and x at time, can be computed as the derivative of position, ever be useful? Never. That's when. Naruto wasn't some nerdy science geek or some stupid smart physics professor in the making. He was a ninja, combat was his profession and kicking ass was his calling card. He didn't need to learn math, history and physics. Let the people who were going into professions that needed to use that crap learn it. He was just fine sticking to his fists. Granted, he didn't know how a ninja would live in this world, but he was sure he could figure something out if given time. Until that time came, however, he was stuck going to school. Talk about sucking it big time. Oh well, at least it was a decent school. The school he was going to was called Kuo Academy. Naruto heard tell that at one point it had been an all-girls school, but had changed to co-ed sometime before he had arrived. The academy was actually a very beautiful campus. Naruto could admit that much at least. It was large, as in, really large. Try gigantic. It consisted of several buildings, with the main one being a long, rectangular building that was 4 stories tall with a slanted roof, reddish-brown tiles, and built like some kind of traditional European mansion. At least he thought it was a European mansion. His knowledge on the history of this world and its architecture was incredibly sketchy, meaning nearly non-existent. Still, it was a very nice-looking building, and he supposed that's what mattered. All that being said, he still didn't want to be here. Just why he let that strange man talk him into coming here was so far beyond him at the moment it wasn't even worth thinking about. Ignoring the many people who were staring and pointing at him, being a troublemaker in his youth and someone who was used to being hated and glared at meant it was pretty easy for him to ignore the way people were whispering behind his back. It probably helped that a good deal of them had been doing this since he got here. Just what was their problem anyways? The new blonde student made his way towards his first class of the day. Cat CHRP? Naruto had never been so glad to hear a bell ring. No. Scratch that. He had been just as glad to hear the bell ring yesterday that he did today. And the day before that and the day before that. Oh. Okay, so maybe it had been like this since he started school. He didn't think anyone would blame him for loving the sound of that bell. As far as he was concerned, it was a sound that represented freedom. Even if that freedom was only until lunch period ended. Still, it was a freedom that he would cherish until the next class, however short that freedom may be. And it allowed him to explore the school. Even though he had been here for a while, Naruto still had trouble finding his way around, so he always used the opportunity lunch represented to learn the lay of the land, so to speak. Walking around with a piping hot bowl of ramen in one hand and a set of chopsticks in the other, Naruto happily slurped away on his noodle dish as he enjoyed the sights and sounds of the school. At least he would have enjoyed the sights and sounds were it not for the fact that another sound caught his attention. It was a very familiar sound, one he had heard so many times before when he had been training with Erosenin that he could tell what it was as easily as he could tell you the color of his own hair. It was the sound of perverted giggling. Hayadu Issei was a 17-year-old high school student of average height with short brown hair and light brown eyes. He wore the same standard academy uniform as everyone else who went to Kuo Academy, though he also wore a red undershirt and blue sneakers. There was not much else that could be ascribed to him. He was, in all regards, a below-average student not worthy of notice except for one fact. His almost unnatural amount of lust. Hayadu Issei was one of the largest, most perverse beings in existence. The kind of pervert that sent women running for the hills, or into a violent fit of female feminine fury. He, along with his 2 other friends, Mitsuda and Motohama, was known as one of the hentai sannin gumi, or the perverted trio. On a side note, Jiraiya would be proud of these 3. This perversion Issei possessed would also explain his current activity. An activity he and his 2 friends were partaking in with great relish. Peeping on the kendo club as they got changed in the girls' locker room. Just looking at all that lovely, female flesh, the soft, milky skin, and the incredible range of breast sizes was enough to make him and the other 2 perverts nearly cream themselves. You look like you're having a good time? Issei's grin widened as he nodded along with the voice. Yeah. His friends nodded as well, neither realizing that the voice did not belong to any of them, busy as they were peeping. It's a nice view, isn't it? Issei's drooling showed just how much he agreed with those words. There may also be some nosebleeding in there, but it was hard to tell since his face is pretty much stuck to the wall. Yeah. I'm glad you 3 are enjoying this so much. It's good to enjoy something while it lasts. Issei blinked. Now that was a strange thing to say. Eek. Peepers. Perverts. Leches. How dare you peek into the girls' locker room? A voice shrieked from behind them. The perverted trio's eyes all widened as their danger senses kicked in like a 512 turbocharged engine going into overdrive. That was some serious horsepower there. They tried to turn around so they could run away from the scene of the crime. They might have been able to, except that at that moment a set of strong, steel wires rose up from the ground and wrapped around the trio, pulling them together and making them trip and fall to the ground. Well, what happened? One of Issei's friends, Mitsuda, shouted in surprise. Where did this wire come from? I don't know. Issei would have liked an answer to that as well. Too bad he wouldn't get one. So you're the 3 who thought they could peep on us? Fear coursed through his veins at the sound of the voice. He didn't want to look, but was unable to stop himself from craning his neck to look up into the eyes of the kendo club captain, who was unfortunately dressed in the academy uniform once more. Even more unfortunately, she had her shurnai with her and was lightly tapping the bladed side against the palm of her free hand in a manner that sent shivers of terror down Issei's spine. Why am I not surprised it's you 3? I would have thought you'd learn your lesson the last time this happened, but it seems you need to be taught using more forceful methods. More forceful. Motohama shrieked like a girl. Not that Issei couldn't understand why. Just thinking about what happened last time sent shivers down his spine. The last time you used your shurnai to hit us in the family jewels. The kendo club captain grinned a devilish grin. I know. Girls, drop their pants. In most cases, this would have caused a good deal of men to lose themselves to lust. Such was not the case here. The perverted trio whimpered in fear as the girls closed in around them. As screams of pain emitted from the perverted trio, Naruto found himself laughing joyously as he watched the scene from the school rooftops. He had nothing against the perverted trio, or even perverts in general. Indeed, if he were to hate someone for being perverted, then that meant he would have hated Erosenin, and that man had been like a father to him. Or that really perverted uncle that you loved to death but would never introduce to your friends. He was still undecided. So, yes, Naruto did not hate perverts. Not at all. He just couldn't help but prank those three when they presented such a perfect opportunity. It was in his nature to prank people who left themselves so open. It would have been a crime against the pranking gods not to take such a golden opportunity when presented. Besides, they would be fine. Perverts were an incredibly resilient bunch. They could take the most brutal of beatings by a horde of angry females and get up seconds later like it had never happened. He only had to look at Jiraiya as an example. During their 3-year training trip, Naruto had lost count of the number of times his perverted sensei had been beaten to near death, only to recover a second later as if nothing had ever happened. From what Naruto understood, the only time that man had nearly died was when he got caught peeping on Tsunade. Kra! Not the face. Not the face. Yes, these three would recover soon enough. None of those girls were anywhere near Bachan's strength. They would be back on their feet before he knew it. Kya! Yes, the face. Yes, the face. Or, maybe. As the blonde snickers turned into light chuckles, he felt as if someone was watching him. Being a ninja, former ninja, Naruto still retained a good deal of spatial awareness. He could tell when people were looking at him. And right now, he could feel someone's eyes on him. Turning towards the source of this feeling, he realized that someone was indeed watching him. Two someones, in fact. Both of them were females, wearing the standard Kuo Academy uniform, a white long-sleeved, button-down shirt with a black ribbon on the collar, a black shoulder cape and matching button-down corset, and a magenta skirt with white accents. They were also, he noted immediately, incredibly beautiful. One of them was a gorgeous, buxom young woman with long raven-colored hair, violet eyes, pale skin and breasts that looked almost as large as Tsunade's. Her hair was tied into a long ponytail, reaching all the way down to her legs, with two antennae sticking out from the top and sloping backwards while an orange ribbon kept it in place. As noted before, she was absolutely gorgeous. Naruto believed the term people used for someone like her was Yamato Nadeshiko, which, if he was remembering this correctly, was the term used to describe the ideal Japanese woman. However, while this girl was indeed beautiful, it was the other one who got his attention. She was a young girl who appeared to be in her late teens, the same age as him and the other girl, and had a figure that was just as generous as the other girls. Her creamy skin looked like it was softer than silk and her blue-green eyes were breathtakingly enchanting. Between her thin waist, wide hips, small shapely butt, large breasts, silky-looking skin, enchanting eyes and a face that looked like it had been crafted by a pantheon of angels on a quest to find perfection, the girl was easily one of the most beautiful females Naruto had ever since. It was none of these features that truly made her stand out to him, however. That honor belonged to her hair. Gorgeous long tresses of crimson-red hair that spilled over her head and reached all the way down to her thighs with a single strand sticking out from the top. It was a much darker shade of red than his mother's, the color and darkness almost reminding him of blood, but still, Naruto could not help but think the girl had some of the most beautiful hair he had ever seen. You could almost say it was love at first sight. Naruto wondered if this was what his dad felt when he first met Mom? As the pair stood there on the ground, looking up at him from where they had stopped walking to wherever it was they had been heading to, the blonde cast the duo of beautiful females a bright grin and waved merrily at them. The Nadeshiko girl looked amused and waved back. Meanwhile, the crimson-haired female tilted her head, looking a tad curious for several moments before a soft smile played from her lips and she waved as well. Deciding to put on a bit of a show, the blonde allowed himself to fall off the roof. Before he could get far, his hands hooked themselves onto the water drain. With gravity pushing him down yet his hands keeping him up, Naruto's feet curved a parabolic arc that led him straight through the open window that he had previously used to get onto the roof in the first place. He let go of the drain, flipping through the air like a ball as he tucked his knees into his chest. After completing his flips, he stretched back out and his feet hit the ground. Had he been an Olympic gymnast using the high bars, he would have just earned himself a perfect 10. Grinning, the blonde began walking down the hall. The grin left him as soon as the bell rang. Heaving a sigh as his freedom was cut short once more, Naruto began making his way back to class with a slow, depressed gait. Akeno, Rias Gremory, the crimson-haired girl, said as she watched the strange, spiky-headed blonde disappear through the window in an impressive acrobatic display. For a human. Do you know who that was? That's the new student, Uzumaki Naruto-kun, Akeno answered dutifully. He's in Class 2B, the same class as Kiba-kun. Not much is known about him. It's only been about a month since he started coming to school here, though a good deal of people seem to think he's some kind of delinquent because of his hair and skin color. Her lips curved into a teasing smile. Why do you ask? Has Bucho-sama become interested in Kuo Academy's newest student? Rias did not say anything to deny or confirm Akeno's taunt. She merely looked up at the still open window Naruto had flown through, its curtains fluttering in the breeze. Uzumaki Naruto? Cat CHRP? Hayudu Issei could not believe his phenomenal change in luck. The day had seemed so bleak after he had been beaten to a near-death-like state by the girls in the kendo club. At the time, he could not help but feel like the world was out to get him just because he openly claimed to like breasts more than he should and had no issues freely ogling girls as they got changed. Why was it that every female ragged on him just because he showed a lot more perverseness than most guys? It was a well-known fact that all men were perverts. Why couldn't these girls see that he was just doing what every other boy wanted to do, but didn't have the guts to actually go through with? It was while he had been wallowing in his depression, wondering if he would ever get to see a pair of real live breasts that she came along. Yuma, a beautiful girl with long black hair that fell down to her waist and kind, violet eyes. She wore a short black dress that allowed a tantalizing glimpse of her amazing legs and a light purple jacket on top. She had come to him while he was moping on the bridge and had actually asked him out. Issei still could not believe he was dating this beautiful girl, or that she had been the one to ask him out. It was like God had finally taken pity on him and graced him with this sweet, innocent, and beautiful girl. If only he knew that this girl's presence was not the designs of God. Then he would be singing a very different tune. The two of them had just finished their first date, which consequently was also the first date Issei had ever been on. It had been incredible. They had done all the things Issei imagined a couple would do on their first date, going to a clothing store where he had bought Yuma a cute scrunchy bracelet, then they had gone out to an ice cream parlor where he had gotten a soft drink and his girlfriend had ordered an ice cream sundae. Throughout the entire date, Issei had not been able to stop thinking about how lucky he was. Even his normally perverted thoughts had only cropped up on occasion, like when Yuma had leaned over and allowed him to see down her shirt. That had been hot. He had not even thought about how she would be an excellent first addition to his harem. He had not even thought about his harem at all. Issei could honestly say he was beginning to fall in love with this girl. Issei-kun? After their date, the two had made their way to a park. The sun was now going down and the vast array of colors cast halos around Yuma, making her even more beautiful than before. Several droplets of water from the fountain next to them sprinkled into the air around her, adding what almost looked like sparkles to her already dazzling presence. She looked like one of those beautiful girls you'd expect to see in a shoujo manga. Yes, Yuma-chan? Issei asked, his heart skipping a beat as she smiled at him. Ah, such a beautiful smile. There's something I was hoping you would do for me to commemorate our first date. Yuma looked so cute as she blushed demurely and pressed a finger to her lips. Will you grant me my wish? Issei felt like he had just died and gone of heaven. His heart was beating 1,000 miles a second. The painfully fast thump of his blood-pumping organ was almost overpowering to his ears. Was this it? The moment of truth. Would he finally receive his first kiss? What it is? Could you please die for me? Issei scratched his cheek, his confusion more than evident. Maybe he hadn't heard right. Could you repeat that? I don't think I heard you right. Yuma's smile became increasingly sinister. As she tilted her head down, shadows seemed to cast harsh angles upon her once angelic face. Her eyes became hidden behind a veil of darkness. Only the sinister glow of her irises remained to be seen. Could you please die for me? Without warning, wings burst from Yuma's back, tearing the fabric of her dress and jacket, leaving 2 gaping holes in the back. The wings were very large, spanning nearly 1 meter each in length. They looked like angel wings, except that the feathers were black instead of white. With a flap of her wings, Yuma shot into the air and hung several feet above the flabbergasted Issei. I had a lot of fun with you these past couple of days, Yuma said as she held out her hand. Light seemed to gather and coalesce within it, creating what looked like a long spear. Dating a child like you was a nice break for me, and I'll always treasure this gift you gave me. She held out the small scrunchie he bought her. That is why I'm going to make this as painless as possible. She threw the spear at him. Issei, still in shock and trying to understand what was going on, could do nothing more than watch as the spear of light traveled towards him like a bullet. Abstractly, he knew that if that thing hit him, he would be dead. Yet for some reason, he could not find it in himself to move. Maybe he was just in shock that the girl he was falling in love with was trying to kill him. Then again, maybe his mind just had yet to catch up with everything that had happened thus far. Fortunately for him, while he was not able to react in time, there was someone else in the area who saw what was happening. This someone also happened to be the kind of person who could never look away when someone else needed help. Issei found himself shoved to the ground just before the spear of light could reach him. Instead of shooting through his flesh, it ended up embedded in the pavement several feet away where it soon dissipated. Yuma looked both shocked and angry. "Who the hell are you?" Issei blinked at her words, then looked towards the person who saved him. It was a boy with spiky blonde hair, blue eyes, and strange-looking birthmarks on his cheeks that looked a lot like whiskers. He was wearing a pair of black pants, a dark orange shirt and orange sneakers. Issei could have sworn he had seen this boy somewhere before, but was having trouble remembering where. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto," the blonde boy introduced himself with a grin. "And I'm sorry to say this, but even though this dude's a complete pervert, I can't let you kill him." Naruto wondered if it was karma that led him to where he was now, standing in front of some girl with black angel wings as she floated above him and the perverted kid he had just saved from getting skewered with some weird spear made of what looked like light. Seriously, there was just no other explanation for why this would be happening to him. Hadn't he left the world of powerful jutsu and epic battles behind? Apparently not. Oh well. Life was getting boring anyways. "You can't let me kill him?" The girl's eyes narrowed in anger. "I don't think you understand what's going on here, so I'm going to give you a chance to leave and pretend you never saw any of this happen. Now, step aside." "Sorry." Naruto scratched the back of his neck while offering a sheepish grin. "While I don't know what's going on, it's clear to me that you were going to kill this guy." He shrugged helplessly. "I simply can't stand by and watch someone getting killed right in front of my eyes when I have the power to stop it. You want the pervert, you're going to have to go through me." Even if he no longer had the ability to use chakra, it didn't change who he was. Naruto had never been the type of person who could stand idly by while someone else was getting hurt and he could do something about it. Some people would call him reckless, but Naruto liked to think of his actions as noble. "So you want to be a hero, huh?" the strange evil angel girl said, grinning. "Fine then. You can see what happens to people who try to play hero." Another light spear appeared in her hands. She tossed it, this time at Naruto. Too bad for her, Naruto was not Issei. He would not stand there looking stupid while letting her shoot a light spear through his stomach. Tucking into a forward roll, Naruto let the spear of light hit the ground he had been standing on. As he came up, the blonde reached into his back pocket where he kept a kunai on him at all times. It was a habit that let him remember his roots. Knowing that he couldn't just toss the kunai at the girl because he would be done if he lost his only weapon, Naruto also pulled out a spool of ninja wire, which he tied to the loop located at the hilt of the kunai. As he came up from his roll, the blonde deftly tossed the projectile at the girl with black wings. His aim was spot on. Not that it would do much good. Without chakra to enhance his muscles, he could not throw the kunai fast enough to make a difference. The girl dodged it rather easily. "I don't know what you were hoping to accomplish with that," she taunted as the kunai flew past her. "Something like that would never hit me." Naruto grinned. "Who says I was trying to hit you?" With his hands gripping the wire, Naruto yanked, pulling the kunai back down. Moving his hands in a set of complicated maneuvers, the blonde managed to force the wire to wrap around the girl's leg, using the kunai as a weight much like those grappling devices he would find from those superhero characters he had read about in the mangas of this world. Like Kamen Rider. "What the?" "Down you go." His arm muscles bulging, Naruto used all the strength he had to yank the girl down. It wasn't as much as he would have liked. Despite how much Naruto trained, his body was only human, and without chakra, he could only do so much. Even Rock Lee, who couldn't use ninjutsu or genjutsu to save his life, at least had the ability to use chakra. His ability to open the 8 inner gates proved that. Chakra was the lifeblood of a shinobi. And without it, a shinobi would be as weak as a civilian. Still, strength of a civilian or not, Naruto was still a bit stronger than the average human. Thus, he had enough strength to bring this angel girl back down to his level. Yuma's eyes widened as she was sent spiraling towards the ground. Before she could even think of flapping her wings, her body smashed the pavement of the park hard enough to leave a dent. Groaning, the girl stood up on wobbly legs and looked up as the sound of feet hitting pavement reached her ears. She was just in time to see Naruto's fist meet her face. The sound of crashing thunder rang through the clearing as flesh smacked against flesh. Yuma was sent tumbling back from the surprisingly hard hit. It felt like her face had been smashed in by a freight train. Who knew humans could be packed such a punch? Naruto grinned as the girl hit the ground and landed on her back, hard, and looking absolutely stunned as a large bruise appeared on her cheek. It was good to know he still had it. The girl sat up and looked at Naruto with a glare, which just caused his grin to widen. "There's plenty more where that came from if you don't leave the pervert alone," said perverts. I twitched as Naruto cracked his knuckles. Really, what was it with people calling him that? He had a name too. Yuma snorted. "I'll admit, you're a lot stronger than most humans." She stood up and dusted off her dress, looking almost like nothing had happened save for the large bruise on her face. That punch actually hurt. However, this is over. She gave the now confused blonde a devious smile. "You're already dead?" "What do you mean?" asked Naruto. Yuma didn't say anything, just smiled widely. Not that she needed to say anything, because at that moment Naruto felt it. Or rather, Naruto didn't feel it. In fact, he didn't feel much of anything from the waist down. It was like he had just suddenly gone numb. Looking down, Naruto found himself staring at the spear of light that was located in the center of his chest with shock. When had she been able to stab him? He was sure he would have noticed her doing something like this. As blood began welling up in his mouth and dribbling down the side, he looked back up at the girl with black angel wings. "When you punched me," Yuma grinned. "You were so focused on hitting me, you didn't even notice when I stabbed a light spear into you. I'll admit, I'm actually impressed you lasted this long with that in your chest." It didn't take much for Naruto to realize what had happened. Shinobi usually had great spatial awareness, meaning they could sense things happening around them to a certain degree and were even able to tell where certain objects were in relation to themselves when not looking at them. While the ability was great, it also had many limitations. The biggest one was hyper-focusing. When a ninja focused so much on completing their objective, their focus tended to zone out everything around them save for the objective itself. Many ninja had lost their lives this way, even those who were more experienced. Kakashi was perhaps the best example of this. Naruto remembered when his first sensei told him the story of how he got his Sharingan. During his first mission as a Jounin, he had used his prized assassination jutsu, the Chidori, to try and defeat an enemy ninja. However, due to the speed requirements needed to use the jutsu to its full potential, it created a tunnel vision that blocked out everything except for what he was aiming for. This had been nearly fatal, and had it not been for Naruto's dad being Kakashi's Jounin sensei, his teacher would have lost his life that day. And that was exactly what happened here. Naruto had allowed himself to get so focused on pummeling the girl's face in that it had created a sense of tunnel vision, completely blocking out everything except her face. Now he was paying the price for forgetting the lesson that story taught him. It seems a month in this new world with his chakra coils destroyed had made him soft. It didn't help that he could no longer sense negative emotions because he could no longer use chakra. Damn, this sucked. More blood began welling up in his throat. Naruto gurgled as he made to surge forward and continue fighting, but toppled face first to the ground instead. It was a miracle when he managed to at least roll over onto his back. The sound of footsteps approached him, and the blonde got a prime view of Yuma's panty-clad mound as she stepped over him and walked towards the stunned-looking Issei. Before she could get far from him, Naruto's left hand shot out and latched onto her leg. Yuma turned around in mild surprise. "Oh, you're still alive, are you? I suppose that's fine. Just consider it punishment for getting in my way." She kicked his hand off her leg and continued marching towards Issei. As Naruto's vision began to dim, he tried to force his body to move, tried to make it do something, anything. It was all for naught. He couldn't even feel his body, much less make it obey his whims. Man. This sucked. Here he was, trying to help someone out, but all he ended up doing was getting himself killed. This was definitely karma. Just what did he do to earn such bad karma? Naruto's last thoughts were of his old friends. He wondered if they were happy. Were they working together towards building a better future now that Madara, Obito, and the Jubi were gone? Had they finally found peace? Gods, he hoped so. It would suck even more to die and found out that his sacrifice had been in vain. At least if they had created a lasting peace, he could leave this world content. Cat CHRP? As Issei bleed out from the wound as his stomach, his mind going black, a small slip of paper that he had put into his back pocket and forgotten about began to glow a deep crimson. The sheet of paper with the strange-looking circle flew out from Issei's back pocket. There was a flash of bright light before the sheet disappeared and the circle that looked like something from the occult glowed a deep, bloody red. The circle hovered in mid-air for but a moment, expanded until it was several meters in diameter, then began a slow descent towards the ground. As it slowly moved inexorably downward, a figure appeared from within it. Rias Gremory looked down at the boy who she had correctly assumed possessed a sacred gear, a powerful weapon given to humans by God. It was for this reason that she had not stopped what had transpired. Now that he was dying, she could properly resurrect him and make this boy her pawn. She did not like having to gain a powerful servant like this, but she couldn't see any other way Issei would have agreed to join her peerage. Actually, she could think of one way, but Rias wasn't willing to show her a pay to just anyone, regardless of whether she had little care for nudity taboos. A cough interrupted her inspection of the boy with the gaping hole in his stomach. Startled, she turned her head towards the source of the noise and was even more surprised when she saw who it had come from. Uzumaki Naruto. The boy who had piqued her curiosity on the roof when he had played a prank on Issei and his two friends. He was not supposed to be here. Walking over to the blonde-haired young man with hurried footsteps, Rias knelt down to check his injuries and found herself even more shocked when she discovered how injured he was. He was lying in a pool of blood and there was a large hole going straight through the center of his chest. Obviously the wound that caused all the blood in the first place. Even more shocking was that he was still alive. His fingers dug tightly into the ground, creating small indents in the pavement. His eyes were flickering from bright blues to a duller, more lifeless tone. It was clear he was struggling to remain alive but failing. With an injury like that, he would bleed out in seconds. Of course, it couldn't be. This boy was a human. She could sense that much, and even if he had some kind of demonic healing, the light powers from fallen angels stopped all types of healing. Did that mean he too had a sacred gear? His eyes locked onto hers. Azure blue met greenish blue. There was a moment where his eyes seemed to flicker towards something behind her. What was he staring at? He smiled. It wasn't a very pretty sight, what with the blood dribbling out of his mouth and staining his teeth. Still, it was a surprisingly happy smile for someone who was on the verge of death. He coughed, causing more blood to spurt out of his throat. It was a miracle he could even speak. That wound had obviously caused blood to well up in his lungs. Such beautiful, red hair. Rias found herself feeling surprisingly flush. No one had ever complimented her hair before. And no one had complimented her with such admiration in their voice. That it came from someone who was on their deathbed was even more surprising. Absently, she reached out and held a strand of her crimson locks between two of her fingers and twirled it around. For a moment, she wondered what she should do. In some ways, this boy had died because of her. It wasn't right that he should die because of the machinations of devils and angels. Right. There was only one thing she could do. Snapping her fingers caused a brief flash of light to appear within her hand. When the light died down, it was to reveal an object in her hand. A chess piece to be exact. It was a standard piece, a rook. With this, Rias would be able to resurrect the boy as one of her servants. She placed it on Naruto's chest and stepped back. She recited the incantation needed to meld his form with the chess piece. She did everything perfectly. Nothing happened. Frowning, she tried another piece, her bishop. When that didn't work, she tried her knight. Again nothing. Frowning, Rias tried to figure out why none of her pieces worked. Did the boy require something special to revive? Maybe a single piece wasn't powerful enough? Consider this a gift from your dear brother? Eyes widened, Rias summoned another chess piece. It was different from the standard chess pieces. For one, it was red. For another, it was glowing. It also did not look like any chess piece Rias had ever seen. This was no pawn, knight, rook, bishop, queen, or even king. This chess piece was unusual. It was different. It was mutated. I believe you will find an interesting use for this, don't worry, you will know when to use it. As she stared at the mutated piece, she remembered the words her brother had told her when he had given it to her. She had wondered back then why he would give her such a rare and valuable piece, but now she couldn't help but wonder. Had he foreseen this? Did he know something like this would happen? It seemed improbable, but knowing her brother, she did not discard it as impossible. 1 month, she murmured. Her brother had given this mutated piece to her exactly 1 month ago. The same exact time that Naruto had started going to her school on the scholarship fund for orphans that had been set up by that very same brother. He had even gone so far as to visit her at school just so he could make sure she got it. Coincidence? Probably not. Rias decided that she was going to be having words with her brother about this the next time she saw him. Well, I guess there is nothing else to it, Rias told the blonde as he fought to stay alive. I will not be letting you die today. So from now on, you will be living for me. She placed the chess piece on Naruto's chest. Its bright glow was the only way to distinguish it from the blood running freely from the overflowing wound. The boy, surprisingly still alive, cracked a single eye open as he felt the weight of the small chess piece settle on him. I command thee, Uzumaki Naruto, on my name Rias Gremory. As Rias held her hands over the chess piece, its bright red glow began to pick up even more luminescence than usual. Become my servant and walk these lands as a devil. Slowly, the bright, glowing chess piece began to sink into Naruto's body. Thou shalt lead a new life with great joy as a member of my peerage. As the mutated piece disappeared into Naruto, the glow went with it, leaving the world once more in darkness with only the moon and stars to cast light upon the world. Naruto gasped for breath, his unconscious mind telling him he was alive. Rias watched as the boy went from being half dead to alive and well, save for the wound still in his chest. That she would need to heal manually. Still, he would be fine for now, until she could make Issei her pawn and heal him too. As Rias went to resurrect Issei, she wondered what this new boy would bring. If her brother was somehow involved with him, she was sure that whatever Uzumaki Naruto brought to the table would keep things interesting. Chapter 2, The New Devil on the Block. It was looking to be the start of a beautiful morning. The sky was clear of cloud cover, the sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze was blowing through the city, causing the trees to dance and sway. It was the kind of day where most people would feel blessed to be alive. Uzumaki Naruto was not one of those people. He had never really been a morning person. He was the kind of guy who liked to sleep in as late as possible and get up well after the sun had risen. It was a well-documented fact that unless there was an important mission, like, protecting a daimyo or rescuing a princess or defeating an evil demon who wants to create a golem army to conquer the world, Naruto would sleep like the dead. At least until someone woke him up. On a side note, considering who often woke him up back then, his wake-up calls were always extremely violent. Not to mention painful. Despite not having any inclination to do so, Naruto did wake up as the light hit his face. Groaning in discontent, he made to sit up in his bed. Blinking several times, he once more took a moment to curse the sun, as well as his blinds. Why they were even there when they did not block out that damned light was beyond him. As he absently looked around the room, a small frown formed on his face. He remembered what happened last night, that chick with the strange black wings and getting stabbed in the chest. As far as he knew, he should be dead by now. So how had he gotten back to his room? And just why wasn't he dead? His hand reached out to rub the center of his bare chest. The frown on his face grew even more prominent when he only found a smooth expanse of skin. If Naruto did not know any better, he would have never believed that he had gotten stabbed by that strange spear of light in the first place. It was almost as if he had dreamed the whole thing up. Except that the only thing he ever dreamed about was becoming Hokage and being chased by large bowls of ramen come to seek vengeance on him for eating their brethren. Don't ask. Regardless, that meant last night could not have been a dream. No ramen, no Hokage, not a dream. His brow furrowing even more as he tried to figure out what happened and why he was not dead yet, Naruto placed his hands on either side of him so he could lean back and use them as a pillar of support while he put his thinking cap on. It wasn't something he liked to do often, thinking that is, but when required to do so he could actually put that organ in his head to good use. He just preferred not to because it wasn't as fun. Flying by the seat of his pants was more his style. As his left hand hit the bed, he felt something warm and soft and round underneath his palm. It felt absolutely nothing like this bed. He froze. On reflex, his hand gave an experimental squeeze, which prompted a moan from whatever it was he had grabbed a hold of. His eyes drifted down towards his bed. Only it wasn't his bed that he was staring at. It was a girl. A very beautiful girl. A very beautiful, very familiar girl. She was also a very naked girl. He must still be dreaming. As he looked at the girl in his bed, he took note of several things. For one, the mound his hand was resting on was, in fact, the girl's right breast. Her creamy white skin created an interesting contrast to his sun-kissed tan, and the light pink of her nipple stood out even more starkly as the hardened nub peeked out from in between his ring and middle finger. He also noted that he knew this girl. Well, recognized her at any rate. It was the same girl he had seen with the Nadeshiko one after playing his prank on those three perverts. After leaving for class, he had asked one of his classmates about her. He had been surprised by what he had found out. Apparently, this girl was quite popular. The lust of all men and the envy of all women. Rias Gremory. Not that he could blame them, he thought to himself as his eyes drank in the girl's beauty, taking note of her silky smooth skin and incredible figure. Her gorgeous crimson locks fanned across the bed to create a startling contrast with the white sheets he had taken to using. By the way, those sheets? They had been discarded by the both of them some time ago. Meaning he could see all of Rias. And yes, that does mean all of Rias. His eyes stared at the area just above her flower. She was a natural redhead. Who knew? Reaching for his left arm with his right hand, Naruto pinched himself hard enough to draw blood. When nothing happened, the blonde's shoulders slumped a bit as he scratched his head in confusion. Okay. This wasn't a genjutsu of some kind and this wasn't a dream. So then, why was there a beautiful, naked girl in his bed? Knowing that the answers would have to wait until the girl in question woke up, Naruto decided that the least he could do was go and make them both some breakfast. He was sure the girl could use something to eat when she woke up, regardless of how she got here. And truth be told, he could do with some grub as well. Who knew getting stabbed through the chest could make one so hungry? Rias' nose twitched as the smell of eggs and toast wafted to her on a breeze. Opening her eyes blearily, she found herself staring at a plain white ceiling. It is unfamiliar to her. She blinked several times as her mind began the proper process of waking up. The process was slower than usual today. She had used so much energy last night healing Issei and then Naruto that she must have exhausted herself. Because of this, it took her a while to truly wake up, but when she was finally fully awake, the young Gremory was able to easily remember just where she was and why. She was in Naruto's apartment, having brought him here after resurrecting him and Issei. She must have passed out from exhaustion after healing him. And speaking of Naruto? Rias turned her head to look at the rest of the bed and blinked when she saw the boy she had rescued was not there. Her nose twitched again as she inhaled the scent of food being prepared. Was he the one making breakfast then? Sitting up, Rias did not even bother covering herself with the bed sheet to protect her modesty as she took a look around the room. It was a very bare room, Spartan almost. Rias had never been in a male's room before, but imagined there would be more decorations to it. At the very least she expected posters of various bands and even half-naked women to be hanging on the walls. All this room contained was a bed, a nightstand, a dresser, a closet and a desk with a chair in front of it. Even then, only the desk had anything on it. While she was studying the very plain room, the door leading out of it opened up. She craned her neck to see the very person she had been thinking of walk in. His hair was wet and matted down a little bit, though surprisingly it was still pretty spiky. He must have just gotten out of the shower a few minutes ago. And he was only wearing his black school pants and nothing else, allowing Rias an unfettered glimpse of his torso. It was one thing to feel his body while she lay with him, but it was another to actually see the physical proof of how physically fit the boy in front of her truly was. Due to the low lighting last night, she had not been able to really catch a glimpse of his powerful frame, but now, with the light from the sun filtering in through the window and brightening the room, she could see it much more clearly. There were many different body types that men could possess. Kiba, for example, had that skinny, somewhat effeminate frame most Bishounen boys possess. Then there were the muscle-bound brutes who had the hulking, powerful figures and veiny bodies. There was also the people who could be anywhere in between, much like how women's figures could range from flat and tomboyish to full and feminine to even fat and flabby. Naruto's body was lean and highly athletic. He was thin, but it wasn't like Kiba's kind of thin. Unlike Kiba, who lacked any real muscle mass, the blonde second year's body was packed with perfectly defined muscles. He had broad, defined shoulders. His pectorals, despite their smaller size than those meatheads who spent their entire life in a gym, looked like miniature bricks, hard and firm. And while he was still skinny, he had the powerful V-cut figure that many males have tried to achieve. He even had perfectly developed serratus anterior muscles on either side of his torso, which most have a hard time getting. They added a very aesthetically pleasing look when put in conjunction with his perfectly developed and defined six-pack abs. She wondered how a former human had managed to acquire such perfect definition. There were many among her kind who had muscles like that, but even people like her brother lacked the sheer tone found on this male's body. These were not muscles gained through hereditary genes or demonic powers. These muscles had been gained through years of hard work and experience. They were muscles that were meant to be used. "Good morning," the blonde teen greeted her cheerfully as he walked over to the bed, carrying a tray in his hands. He did not even seem bothered by her lack of dress. Strange. Most boys would have lost themselves to their lusts by now. At the very least, they would have gotten a serious nosebleed. This boy just kept getting more and more interesting. "Good morning," Rias graced Naruto with a smile of her own. It was an almost unconscious gesture in response to the blonde's own cheerful grin. It seemed his brightness was infectious. Naruto set the tray down next to her. It was only then that Rias realized the tray was holding what looked like a full-course breakfast. It had a plate of scrambled eggs, bacon, toast and a side of assorted fruits. There was even a glass of orange juice set off to the side. "Sorry if this isn't what you normally eat," Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly, the grin on his face widening so much that it forced his eyes to squint. Combined with the way his whisker marks stretched, Rias could not help but be reminded of a fox. "I would have made you a more traditional Japanese breakfast, but I'm not very good at cooking so." Rias could not help but smile. This Naruto seemed like such a nice young man, and so helpful too. He would be a great addition to her peerage. "It's fine," she told him gently as she grabbed the fork that had come with the food. "Thank you very much for making this for me. You did not have to." Well, you know," the blonde looked away from her. He was blushing. How cute, it seemed her newest servant couldn't accept praise very well. I thought it was the least I could do since you saved me and all. He paused, then looked at her with his head tilted questioningly. With his innocent personality combined with those whisker marks, Rias could not help but think he looked adorable. Certainly not Kaneko adorable, but cute in his own way. You did save me, right? Yes, I was the one who saved you, she confirmed before taking a bite of the food he had prepared for her. She blinked. This is very good, she complimented, causing him to beam. Thank you. Even though I can't make anything too complicated, I've always been good at making basic foods, he chuckled, a bit of self-depreciation mixed with good humor. When you've lived on your own for as long as I have, you learn a thing or two about cooking. I would imagine so, Rias looked at him inquisitively. She had heard he was an orphan, so his words made sense. Have you lived on your own for a long time? Over half my life, Naruto confirmed. I left the orphanage I was raised in when I turned 6 and never looked back. The old man Hokage managed to get me an apartment to live in while I went to school. Fire Shadow? Rias blinked at the strange term. What a strange and unusual title. What is a Hokage? A Hokage is like, Naruto scratched his chin as he tried to figure out an appropriate analogy for what a Hokage was compared to the types of figureheads in this world. I guess you could say it's like a mayor. He's the one who was in charge of the village I grew up in. I see. What an odd name for a village leader. And a village? Did that mean Naruto had been raised in some kind of small, backwater village that was stuck in the more traditional Japanese era like the Sengoku period or something? So you've been living on your own for a long time, it seems? Her curiosity was definitely piqued. What about your parents? My parents? Naruto blinked, then shrugged. Never knew him. My parents died about an hour or so after I was born. Oh, Rias flinched a bit. How rude and inconsiderate it was of her to ask something like that. He was an orphan, so of course his parents were dead. I'm sorry. Nah, it's fine, it's fine. Naruto waved off her apology with a laugh. While I never got to know my parents, I do know that they loved me very much. I'm here because they gave their lives for me. Really, his smile softened a bit, resembling a mix of nostalgia and the kind of content only people who have been said to have reached enlightenment had. That's all I need. Just knowing they loved me enough to give their lives so I could live is enough for me. That's a very mature way of looking at things, Rias said, smiling a bit herself. Though that was only on the outside. Inwardly, she was frowning. His words bothered her greatly. From the way he spoke, it sounded like his parents had sacrificed themselves protecting him from someone, or something. Could it be that his parents were involved in otherworldly matters that usually did not involve humans? Perhaps one of the more violent devils or fallen angels had attacked his home and his parents died protecting him? And what did that say about Naruto? If there was a devil or fallen angel that had attacked him, there must have been a reason. Rias couldn't fathom what that reason was, as this boy had no sacred gear or anything of the sort. And yes, after taking him home she had checked to see if that strange healing ability was because he had a sacred gear. Perhaps his parents had simply angered the wrong person. It didn't necessarily have to be a devil or fallen angel who killed them. Humans were perfectly capable of killing each other. Whatever the case was, she would probably never know what happened unless she asked Naruto, but now was not the time for that. Can I ask you something? Rias looked up to see Naruto staring at her with his brows furrowed inquisitively. She offered him a smile. What did you want to ask? Well, Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. This may sound rude, since you healed me and everything, but why were you sleeping next to me in my bed? And why are you naked? His eyes swept over her body and Rias finally saw the lightest traces of a blush on his cheeks. It wasn't big, but it was there. She smiled, pleased to know that his lack of reaction before wasn't because he didn't like what he saw. It would have been a blow to her ego if he had not found her pleasing to look at. Still, she wondered if his lack of serious reaction meant he had experience with things like this? It's fine, Rias smiled reassuringly. I understand why you would be curious. She paused. The reason I was in your bed was because I was healing your wounds. That stab wound in the chest was a fatal wound. I had to saturate your body with my magic in order to heal you. Magic. Naruto adopted a slightly stupid expression as he scratched his head. You mean like that stuff where people pulls rabbits out of their hat and whatnot? Rias covered her lips with her hand and giggled a bit. No, not like that. I mean real magic. You see, I'm a devil. A devil? Naruto's face scrunched up in thought. You mean, like, a demon, or something? In layman terms, Rias confirmed with a nod. Though we don't actually go by the term demon. Devils are beings born in the underworld, or hell, as you humans call it. I am a pureblood devil from the Gremory clan, one of the 34 clans remaining of the 72 pillars. I see. Naruto adopted a thinking pose, which involved him placing his chin in his hand while the other held up his elbow. So you're from a really important family? He looked over at her. Are you some kind of royalty or something? In a way, she said, the 72 pillars are the 72 devil clans that are what we call pureblood devils. Devils who were born devils and not reincarnated humans. Right now, there are only 34 remaining clans of the original 72 pillars. Though some of the clans are still alive, they no longer hold their status because they have human blood mixed with them. Huh? So it's not like an earned position but one gained because they don't mix their blood with humans? Exactly. What was that you said about reincarnating humans into devils? When a human dies, it's possible for a devil to reincarnate them as a member of their peerage. Here it was. The moment she told him about his new status. Rias mentally prepared herself for the denial the boy would show when she informed him of his new status. That is actually what I did with you. Oh. Naruto blinked. Come again? When I arrived, you were already mostly dead, Rias informed the blonde who was staring at her blankly. Your wounds could not be healed quickly enough to keep you alive. In order to let you continue living, I had to reincarnate you as a devil. So I'm a devil? Rias nodded in confirmation. Naruto began patting himself down, causing her to look at him oddly. What are you doing? I don't seem to be any different, he mumbled to himself, and I don't feel like going out and destroying a village or sacrificing virgins, children, and puppies. A second or two later, he shrugged. Well, whatever. Might as well not sweat the small stuff, right? Ria's sweat dropped. Devils aren't really like that, she informed him, it's actually against the laws of our kind for a devil to kill a human without just cause. Honestly, we're not that much different from humans. We just have powers humans do not have and we've been raised in a different society than humans. She paused, then added, and we're much longer lived than humans. Well, I suppose if you're the standard I can expect when meeting a devil, you guys certainly can't be bad. Naruto gave the girl a bright smile. You seem really nice. Nothing like what I've read from books and stuff. That's kind of you to say, and she meant it. While most devils might be insulted for someone calling them nice, she was not. I'm glad you don't seem to hold on to the stereotypes most humans have for devils. I just try not to judge people by what they are, but who they are. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. To me, it doesn't matter if you're a devil or a human. So long as you're a good person, then there's no reason your origins should matter. I've had too many people judge me based on things other than who I am as a person. I'm not going to do the same to someone else. Rias watched as his hand went down to rub his stomach. She took note of the odd action, but discarded it for now. Anyways, you should finish eating, Naruto informed her. We only have half an hour left before school starts. Rias blinked in surprise. She had been so caught up talking to Naruto that she had completely forgotten about the time. After you finish breakfast, you can take a shower. It's just down the hall on the right-hand side. It's the only door in the hallway so you can't miss it. You'll find the towels hanging on the rack to the right. Thank you. As she watched the blonde scratch the back of his neck in what she was beginning to recognize as a habitual reaction to any kind of compliment or praise, Rias could not help but think about how lucky she was to have gotten someone like Naruto on her peerage. He was quite thoughtful and kind, and he didn't even care that she was a devil, or that she had turned him into one. Yes. This Uzumaki Naruto would make an excellent addition to her peerage. Cat CHRP? How about a favorite movie? I don't really have one. How could you not have a favorite movie? Don't most people have one? Do you have one? Well, no. But I have more important things to do than watching movies. Like what? Like training. Naruto found himself walking backwards, hands behind his head and a sunny smile on his face as he escorted Rias to school. It was only right that he did so. Escorting her to school, that is. She had not only saved him, but had been at his house anyways. Plus, this gave him the opportunity to get to know the beautiful and intriguing redhead who had reincarnated him as a devil a little bit better. Training? Rias looked vaguely curious. Naruto nodded his head. Ever since I was younger, I've always trained myself in order to grow stronger. He grinned widely as he held out an arm and flexed his muscle while placing a hand over his bicep. And I like to think I'm pretty strong. You do seem to be very fit, Rias commented. Is that because of your training too? Pretty much, the blonde confirmed as they entered the school gates. All around them, students stopped what they were doing so they could stare at the strange duo. Everyone seemed shocked that the new student with the ridiculously bright blonde hair was in the company of the red-haired beauty, Rias Gremory. Not that Naruto cared. He pretty much blocked out everyone around them save the girl in front of him. Why do you train so much? Naruto blinked as he thought about her question. Then he shrugged his shoulders. Habit, mostly. I've been training for so long that it's pretty much a part of me. It just doesn't feel right for me to slack off on my training for any reason. Even if he had no purpose to get stronger for, he had been training to grow stronger for so long that it was pretty much ingrained into his very psyche. I see. Alright, so about this. What's your favorite color? My favorite color? Rias blinked, then smiled. Blue. Really? Really? Rias nodded. And what about you? What's your favorite color? Orange. Naruto announced proudly. And loudly. Orange is the color of the gods. Only someone as wise and gracious as the gods could have possibly come up with such a divine color. Rias giggled at him, causing Naruto to grin widely at the girl, uncaring that she was laughing at him. Though, I will admit, I really like red too. Do you? Rias calmed down from her giggles and took a strand of her hair between her ring and index finger, twirling it around. So you really like my hair then? Naruto nodded seriously. It reminds me of my mother? Rias perked up. Your mother? Naruto hummed. I never really got to meet my mom, but I do know a few things about her that other people told me. She was a major tomboy when she was younger, and because she had really bright red hair and a pudgy face, she earned the nickname Tomato when she was in school. Back then, I was told she had beaten up all the boys who made fun of her and they ended up giving her the nickname Akai Chichio no Habanero because of her red hair and fierce temper. Rias held a hand to her mouth and giggled. She really does sound like a tomboy. Naruto grinned proudly. Yep. Anyways, because of how much people made fun of her back then, Mom really hated her hair. However, all that changed thanks to my dad. A small, nostalgic smile appeared on Naruto's face as he remembered the story his mom had told him the one and only time they had ever met. Mom was a very prominent person where I lived. I suppose you could say she was sort of like you. Rias looked at him curiously. She was the heir to a very powerful clan called the Uzumaki clan. Clan of the Whirling Tides? I think they were called that because of where they originally lived, Naruto said. You see, before the Uzumaki clan was mostly wiped out save for a few scattered remnants, they lived on an island that had a natural defense of dozens of whirlpools. Because of that, it was very difficult for attacking forces to invade them. I see, Rias smiled at his helpful answer. Please continue with your story, Naruto-kun. Right, well, Mom was the last surviving member of the Uzumaki clan and this made her a target for a rival village who wanted to hold her for ransom. They ended up infiltrating the village and kidnapping my mom. Rias found herself getting sucked into the story. What happened? When they were taking her away from the village, Mom managed to leave a trail made from strands of her hair. And the one who followed them and managed to rescue her was my dad. Your dad? Yes. Back when they were in school, Mom didn't actually like my dad. He chuckled a bit. She thought he looked flaky. Rias giggled as Naruto continued his story. But on that day, Mom's opinions about Dad changed. You see, he not only rescued her, but he told her that the reason he had been able to find her was because of her beautiful red hair. He was the only person to ever compliment her hair color. After that day, Mom fell in love with my dad and decided that she loved her hair too. She even went so far to call her hair the red thread of fate because it brought her and Dad together. That sounds like such a romantic story. Even Rias was prone to dreamy sighs after a tale like that. It was like one of those classic fairy tales people read about in fantasy romance novels. Is that why you like my hair so much? Because it reminds you of your mom? Not really, Naruto shrugged. Your hair color is a lot different than Mom's. They may both be red, but hers was a lot lighter, while yours is more of a crimson. He grinned as he placed his hands behind his head and looked up at the sky. I just think you have really beautiful hair. He looked back down at Rias, his grin widening. That's all? I see. Rias looked away, causing the blonde to tilt his head curiously. Had he said something wrong? He thought girls liked it when they were given compliments. He looked over to where Rias was looking and saw the perverted boy he had tried to save last night staring at them. Leaning in and ignoring the loud noises coming from the people around him when he did this, Naruto whispered, "Did you reincarnate him too?" Giving one last look at Issei, Rias smiled and responded by whispering in Naruto's ear. I did. Gotcha. Naruto nodded and leaned back. I just wasn't sure. I don't really remember much of what happened after. He trailed off for a second, his hand going towards where the large hole in his chest had been. I understand. Rias stopped after they entered the school building and turned to face him. She grabbed the hand Naruto had placed against his chest and moved it away so she could place her own hand there. Startled gasps emerged from those around them. Naruto ignored them as easily as he ignored the glares he used to get in his former home. You really are a kind person, aren't you? She continued, causing Naruto to blush with a sheepish smile. You wouldn't think so from how he used to act when he was younger, but Naruto was never very good at accepting praise. Worrying about someone you don't even know. Even someone you seem to enjoy playing pranks on. That was his own fault, Naruto defended himself. He and his friends were just leaving themselves wide open like that. I couldn't not prank them, you know. Rias giggled. It seems I've gained a little prankster in my peerage? Peerage? Naruto blinked. Another time, Rias said, school is starting soon. She removed the hand from his chest and smiled as she backed away. I will send someone for you after class, okay, Naruto-kun? Yeah, that's fine, I guess. Naruto smiled as he waved Rias off. I'll see you later, Rias. Cat CHRP. Naruto yawned as he sat down in his seat. Class was about to start and he was already wanting to go to sleep. Man, Shikamaru was right when he said learning was troublesome. Closing his eyes, Naruto placed his hands behind his head and leaned back in his chair to rest. He could easily afford few more moments of shut-eye. It wasn't like the teacher could say anything. Despite what many people might assume, he actually had pretty good grades. Sure, it wasn't a 4.0 average, but 3.1 was pretty damn good too. Back in Konoha, everyone had called him the deadlast because he sucked at theory and reading assignments. That wasn't going to happen here. He wouldn't be thought of as an idiot in this world, even if it meant he had to, study. Cue shudder. Ohio, Naruto-san. Cracking an eye open, Naruto found a handsome young man with short blonde hair and gray eyes standing in front of him. He was wearing the standard school uniform and his blazer was fully buttoned. He sort of reminded Naruto of Sasuke in the way that all the girls seemed to think he was the hottest thing since the creation of fire jutsu. Kiba, Naruto gave the boy a bit of a lazy look. What's up? The only reason Naruto didn't have the same problems with him that he had with Sasuke in the beginning, aside from the small fact that he had outgrown those kinds of petty thoughts, was because Kiba was actually very friendly. He acted nothing like Sasuke did back when they were in the academy. In other words, he wasn't a complete jerk with a 50-foot pole shoved up his ass. Not much. Kiba sat down in a desk next to Naruto's. I heard that Bucho has talked to you. Bucho. Rias-sama, Kiba added when he saw Naruto's confused look. At the sound of the red-haired beauty's name, Naruto's face lit up in recognition. I was told she talked to you this morning? She did. The blonde-eyed his somewhat friend with the sort of casual awareness one has when they're hearing something interesting enough to pay attention to, but not enough that they were totally into what was being said. I didn't know you knew her. Bucho's the president of the occult club, which I'm a part of, Kiba informed him with a friendly smile. Ah, Naruto nodded his head, that would explain it. From the words Kiba spoke, Naruto easily deduced that the other blonde was also a devil, and this research club was likely some kind of front for Rias and other devils to gather or something. Naruto had to thank Kakashi-sensei and Ero-sennin for pounding some common sense into his head. He would have never been able to figure something like this out if they had not helped him. I was told that you were joining the club and that I should take you to the clubhouse after school so you can be informed of what we do. Sounds good. Naruto closed his eyes. Now be a pal and wake me when class starts. Haha, Kiba's sweat dropped a bit. Sure thing. Cat CHRP. You. Naruto stopped and cast an annoyed glare as the pervert, Issei he remembered the kid was called, came running up to him with a crazed look in his eyes. It wasn't that the kid was talking to him that bothered him, so as much as it was the fact that he had things to do and places to be. Besides, Naruto already had a hunch about what the kid could want. The brown-haired, slightly insane-looking member of the Hentai Sannin Gumi grabbed Naruto by the collar of his blazer. The unusual gleam in his eyes was not doing the pervert any favors right now. You remember Yuma-chan, right? Right. Yuma. Naruto slapped Issei's hands away and adopted a thinking pose. After a second, he snapped his fingers and looked at Issei. You're not talking about a chick with black hair, violet eyes and black angel wings, are you? Yes. Yes. Issei was crying tears of joy at the knowledge that someone finally remembered the girl who had killed him. That's exactly who I'm talking about? Nope. Sorry. Never heard of her before. Issei looked at Naruto in shock as the blonde began walking away. Moving quickly, Issei ran to catch up with Naruto as the spiky-haired blonde caught up with Kiba, who had waited for him at the end of the hall after Issei grabbed him. What do you mean you don't remember? You were there? Naruto gave Issei a bright smile. I have no idea what you're talking about. Wha? But that's... Now, if you'll excuse me, Naruto interrupted, I have somewhere I need to be. Cat CHRP. Naruto could hardly contain his snickering as he left behind a dejected Issei. The last he had seen of the boy before disappearing outside of the school building, his shoulders had been slumped and there had been a look of depression on his face. In most cases, he would have actually felt bad about doing a prank like this, but the over-exaggerated expression on Issei's face just made it too funny for him to feel guilty about. Really, that boy was just far too easy to prank. It almost made him feel bad for pranking someone who was obviously so gullible. Almost. That wasn't very nice. Kiba did not sound very displeased despite his words. Naruto got the feeling his fellow blonde was amused. Naruto shrugged, snickering a bit. I couldn't help myself. The perv was just begging to be pranked. Is it because Issei-san is a pervert that you prank him? Asked a curious Kiba. Not really, Naruto shook his head. I mean, sure, it's always amusing to prank perverts because they tend to have stronger reactions than most, but it's mostly because he just leaves himself so open. If he wasn't as naive and easy to fool as he was, I wouldn't have nearly as much fun pranking him like that. I see, Kiba laughed. He led his fellow blonde outside, and Naruto noticed immediately that they were walking towards one of the other buildings located within the academy grounds. Is the occult club not in the main building? He asked curiously. We have our own building, Kiba told him, pointing towards the large school building they were heading to. Naruto immediately noticed that it was different than the main one, older, and had a slightly different style to its architecture. Despite its obvious age, it was still very well maintained. This used to be the main school building, but when the new one was built, Bucho was able to acquisition it for the occult club. That makes sense, if they were devils, they would need a place away from prying eyes to do whatever it was devils did. And just what did devils do if they didn't sacrifice virgins, babies and puppies anyways? Hopefully, he would find out. Cat CHRP? Naruto stood back as Kiba knocked on one of the sliding doors in the old school building. After a few seconds, a voice inside beckoned them to come in and he opened the door. The inside of the room was clearly a cleared-out classroom. The floors were made of wood panels and there was a chalkboard hanging on the wall behind a desk. All of the student desks had been cleared out and in the center of the room was a chalk drawing of a large and overly complicated circle that Naruto could not make heads or tails from. He assumed it had something to do with this place being a club for the occult, whatever that was. All around the room were items to help increase this image. He saw tables with candles and skulls on them, the chalkboard had strange symbols and writing, and over in the corner there was a very cute girl with white hair, sitting on a couch and munching on Japanese sweets. Oh, wait. What? Naruto looked over at the little girl again. She looked very young. He knew that if she was going to high school she had to at least be 15, but with her slim, petite figure, and cute, Lolita face, she looked a year or two younger. She had hazel-colored eyes and her hair was a pure white color with two long bangs at the front that ran down past her shoulders and several loose bangs hanging over her forehead, while the back was cut in a short bob-cut hairstyle. On either side of her hair were a pair of black, cat-shaped hair clips. She was also, Naruto noticed, incredibly cute, like some kind of cuddly mascot that he just wanted to pamper and pet. Maybe that was why she reminded him of a cat. Walking up to where the girl was sitting, Naruto sat down on the couch next to her and offered a bright smile. Ohio. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. He offered his hand, which the girl didn't take and instead took her hands away and hid them on the other side. He noted she was clutching the plate with her Japanese sweets rather zealously. I'm not going to take your food, you know? I was just saying hi. Gomensai, the girl replied tonelessly. She relaxed her guard, at least a little. Naruto noticed she was still keeping the plate away from him. Naruto-san, Kiba got the other blonde's attention. This is Tuju Kaneko, first-year academy student and member of the occult club. Kaneko-chan, this is Uzumaki Naruto. A pleasure to meet you, Naruto-senpai, Kaneko greeted, her voice still toneless. Naruto wondered about that, but shrugged it off. She was probably like Gaara that way. Kind and compassionate, but preferred not to show it. Naruto's bright grin returned. It's nice to meet you too. He reached up towards her. Kaneko flinched for a moment, clearly thinking he was going to take her sweets or something. That's what he thought she was thinking at any rate. A few seconds later, Kaneko was completely relaxed and purring as Naruto began to gently run his hands through her hair. He gave a mild chuckle. He was right, this girl was a lot like a cat. It's good to see you getting along with your peers, Naruto-kun. Turning his head, Naruto did not stop his gentle ministrations as he watched Rias walk in with the Nadeshiko beauty behind her. Era. So you're Uzumaki Naruto-kun, the Nadeshiko girl smiled pleasantly as she clasped her hands together in front of her waist. She had a very nice smile. My name is Himejima Akeno. Please take care of me. Damn, what was the proper Japanese response for that? Oh, right. Not at all. Please treat me well, Akeno-senpai. Phew. Geez, these Japanese traditions were hard. And just why did they have such weird traditions anyways? The elemental nations never had to deal with all this etiquette crap. Or maybe it did. Naruto had never been one for etiquette back then, so he wouldn't know. Era, Akeno delicately held her hands to her face. Such a cute little kohai I have. I think I might have to keep you. Was he supposed to respond to that? Thanks. Now that everyone is here, we can get started, Rias began as she made to stand in front of the table Naruto and Kaneko were sitting near. Kiba took a seat on the opposite couch while Akeno went to make tea. First off, welcome to the occult club, Naruto-kun. Good to be here, Naruto smiled politely. He looked over at everyone there before looking back at Rias. Am I to take it that all of you are devils? Very good, Naruto-kun, Rias congratulated Naruto and graced him with a gentle smile. Yes, all of us are devils. I see, Naruto said as Akeno placed a cup of tea in front of him. Thank you. Era, Akeno smiled amusedly, such a polite young man. You're welcome. Naruto stared at the raven-haired beauty for a second as she walked over to stand behind Rias, holding the tea tray to her bosom. He shook his head and picked up the cup of steaming liquid, lightly blowing on it before taking a drink. Normally, Naruto did not like tea, but it would be rude not to drink it. This is good, he complimented honestly after taking a small sip. He took another one as Akeno smiled at him. Thank you. As he was about to take another sip, a hand tugged at his sleeve. Turning his head, he saw Kaneko staring at him with an imploring look. At least it was imploring to Naruto. To anyone else, it would not look any different from her normally apathetic gaze. Naruto got his ability to read blank facial expressions from spending too much time with Gaara. Ah, right, sorry about that. He set the teacup down and reached out with a hand to restart his gentle petting of the girl's hair. Kaneko melted, much to the amusement of the others. It seems he's already managed to earn the affection of at least one of us, Akeno mused, then looked over at Rias. Or is it two of us? The president of the occult club frowned, but still responded. I will admit it, he's a very interesting individual. He seems to gather people around him very easily, even those who have just met him, with his open and friendly personality. Including you? Maybe. You know, I'm still having a hard time believing all of you are devils, Naruto frowned. No offense, but all I can see are 3 very pretty girls and 1 blonde guy. Ahahaha, Kiba laughed sheepishly at being referenced as one blonde guy. You're blonde too, you know? Yes, but I'm new here, Naruto shot back. I can see why you would be skeptical, even though I already explained this, Rias said. But there is an easy way to prove what we are to you. Naruto watched with a raised eyebrow as Rias, Akeno and Kiba all sprouted black bat wings from their back. He looked over at Kaneko, wondering if she would do the same. She didn't. But not because she couldn't. She was still experiencing bliss at his hand. You have wings too, you know. At that, Naruto turned his head slightly and saw that, yes, he did indeed have wings. 2 bat-like black wings were sprouting from his back. The blonde narrowed his eyes and focused on them, getting them to flap a bit before some more focus made them retract. Wow. That was interesting. Okay, Naruto admitted, turning his attention back to Rias, so you guys are devils. Question. Ask away, Rias gestured for him to continue. Why are you telling me this and not Issei as well? I would have figured you would want him to be here too. Since, you know, you reincarnated him as well. Rias nodded her head as if she expected that question. Very true, and I have every intention of telling Issei soon. However, Rias' countenance darkened. I believe that Issei is being targeted. Targeted? Naruto narrowed his eyes and a calculating glint appeared within his normally friendly and open irises. I see, you're using him as bait to find out who's targeting him. If he knew about all of this, he would be more wary, thus not reacting in a predictable manner. In other words, you need him to not know anything until you find out who is after him so that you can catch his assailants in the act. Exactly, Rias smiled brightly at the blonde. You really are quite smart. Naruto used his free hand to scratch the back of his head sheepishly. Not really. I'm just good at reading between the lines. You know, looking underneath the underneath and all that. Well, I for one am impressed with how easily you managed to figure out my plan on so little information. Naruto flushed at the praise as Rias continued complimenting him. It takes a keen mind to think up such conclusions so easily. I guess, Naruto mumbled. Coughing a bit, he tried to get back on track. So, who exactly is after Issei? Rias' countenance became incredibly serious, forcing Naruto to do the same, which really just made him look kind of ridiculous because by now Kaneko had taken to laying her head on his lap as he stroked and petted her head. One of our greatest enemies, Rias said with the utmost seriousness. A group known as the Fallen Angels? Cat CHRP? Issei left his friend's house feeling even more depressed than before. It seemed not even watching his favorite pornos could lift his spirits up. He had been so sure that the blonde kid he saw with Rias-senpai the other day would have known who Yuma was. He was there when it happened. Hell, he had even saved him. Well, he tried to save him. Issei still ended up taking a light spear to the gut, but it was the thought that counted. Right? Right. But no, when Issei confronted Naruto the boy claimed to not know a thing. How depressing was that? To see the person who tried to save you not even remember what happened or remembered about the girl he tried saving you from. Maybe it was just him, but the thought made Issei extremely depressed. Did no one remember Yuma? As he continued to walk down the street to his house and sulk, a strange feeling came over him. It was sort of like that feeling he got when he was about to be beaten by a horde of angry teenage girls, only different. It was much more sinister and made his body shiver as a chill crept over him. How unfortunate. Issei blinked, then turned around. Walking into the light of a street lamp was a middle-aged-looking gentleman with short black hair and dark blue eyes. He wore an outfit that consisted of a pale violet trenchcoat over a white dress shirt with a matching ascot, black pants and shoes, and a black fedora. To actually bump into someone like you in a place like this? The man traced his fingers along the rim of his fedora. Issei stared at the man dumbly. What the hell was this idiot talking about? Not wanting to stick around any longer, and feeling more than a little on edge around this guy, Issei did what he felt was the most prudent thing at the time. He turned around and bolted like a bat out of hell. Trying to run away? The man taunted. Tell me, who is your master? What the hell was this guy talking about? Master? He had no master. Issei didn't bother answering the obviously deranged man and simply focused on running. If he traveled far enough, fast enough, he should be able to lose the guy. Teenagers such as himself had more energy than old farts like that guy. Right? Did you really think I would let you run away? Issei's eyes widened as he stumbled forward, just barely catching his balance, then turned around. The man he had tried to lose stood in front of him, only he was different than the last time Issei had seen him. He had wings. Black angel wings. Just like Yuma. Tell me who your master is, the man demanded. When Issei didn't answer, namely because he didn't know what the hell this lunatic was talking about, the man frowned. Or perhaps you're a stray. I can't detect any traces of your master on you, so you must be a stray. In that case, killing you will not be a problem. The man held out his hand and a bright light started to emit from it, which Issei realized with a start he had seen happen before. He should remember that light. It was the same light Yuma had made right before she ended up killing him. As expected, a spear of light appeared in the man's hand. Issei turned to run, knowing he had to get out of here before he was killed. Perhaps if he ran far enough, he could lose this strange man with wings like Yuma. He didn't get very far. Before he could even run a meter from where he had been, an incredible pain erupted from his stomach. Issei looked down to see the cause, not surprised one bit to find he had the shaft of the light spear sticking out of his gut. Gah! This was the second time he had been stabbed by one of these light things in 2 days. What the hell? Coughing, Issei tried to pull the light spear out, only to feel more pain surge through him as his hands were literally burned by the light. You can't pull it out, can you? The man behind him taunted. He grabbed Issei by the head with one hand, grinning like a madman. Light spears like this are deadly poison for creatures like you. Would you like me to help you pull it out? Without warning, the man ripped the light spear out of Issei's stomach through his back. If the pain he felt from getting it shoved in him in the first place was incredible, then the pain of having the spear pulled out was indescribable. Nothing could have prepared him for the agony he felt now. I apologize for giving you such pain. Issei just barely heard as he held a hand to the gaping hole in his stomach. He just barely managed to crawl over to a wall where he felt his life fading again for the second time. Sadly, it looks like I missed your vital organs. I'll be more accurate next time. This time, I'll definitely kill you. Just before the middle-aged man could throw his light spear at Issei, a loud voice interrupted him. Dynamic entry. The last thing Issei saw was the strange man with the black wings getting smashed in the face by an orange and black blur. Naruto grinned as he landed on his feet after sending the fallen angel with the fedora flying. That felt good. Really good. If there was one thing Uzumaki Naruto enjoyed doing more than anything else, it was kicking jabroni ass. It was something he liked to think he excelled in. Standing up, the blonde held his left hand in front of his face and clenched it into a fist. It was small, barely a trickle compared to the vast ocean it had been, but he could feel it. Chakra. His chakra was returning. Even if the amount he could use was only on par with that of a relatively powerful genin, it was still enough to cause him fits of joy. It was also the reason he had managed to get here so quickly. Who the hell are you? Naruto looked up to see the fedora man glaring at him as he held the right side of his face. The young Uzumaki was pleased to see a very large, very ugly bruise had formed on the guy's face where he had hit him. Grinning like a loon, Naruto pointed at the man. I'm the guy who's gonna kick your ass if you don't leave the kid alone. And I am going to help him? Ah. Smiling, Naruto turned around to see Rias standing protectively over the no longer conscious Issei. Rias, I'm glad you were able to keep up. Your speed did surprise me, Rias admitted, causing him to rub the back of his head and grin widely at the red head. But please, do not run off like that again. She gave him a sweet smile that made his insides feel all warm and tingly. I would hate it if you ended up getting hurt, Naruto-kun. Ehehehe, Naruto felt himself feel a strange mixture of embarrassment and pleasure. Sorry, I just felt the strange energy this guy was giving off and had to see what was up. He looked over at guy in the fedora. For some reason, this strange energy he has makes me feel nervous. I'm not surprised you can feel it, Rias said, your senses are quite sharp. That feeling you get is because of what he is. Fallen angels are a natural enemy of devils. The unease you feel around this man is your instincts as a devil kicking in. Good to know. That red hair? The fedora-wearing fallen angel murmured. I see, you wouldn't happen to be part of the Gremory clan, would you? That's right, Rias said, smirking at the fallen angel. She absently used her hand to flip some of her hair behind her head in a display of haughty elegance that only a member of royalty like her could pull off. I am Rias Gremory. It's a pleasure to meet you, fallen angel-san. And I'm going to have to ask that you stop hurting Issei here. So that's one of your underlings? The man tried to look nonchalant as he fingered the rim of his hat. With the large bruise on his face now beginning to swell, it didn't really work out. Please don't leave your servant unattended like that. Someone like myself might bump into him while accidentally taking a walk and think he's a stray that needs to be put down. Thank you for the advice, Rias cast him an amused smirk before her expression turned serious. She narrowed her eyes and placed her hands on her hips. But perhaps you should be taking your own advice. This city is under my jurisdiction. If you interfere in my business or try to hurt one of my cute little slaves again, I may have to take more drastic actions. Whoa, Naruto murmured, his eyes squinting. This is like one of those old-fashioned standoffs. I've seen shit like this before. All we need now is a giant snake demanding sacrifices, a sake-drinking toad, and a very polite slug and we'll have a classic standoff. What? Rias shook her head at Naruto while the fedora-wearing fallen angel decided to pretend the boy had never spoken. It was safer for his sanity that way. With a large flap of his wings, he took off to the skies, leaving only a parting comment in his wake. The same goes for you, heiress to the Gremory family. My name is Dohnaseek. Pray that we never meet again, especially you, brat. Naruto shouted to the sky. I am not a brat. You take that back, you flying sack of bird feathers. Don't bother shouting, Naruto-kun, Rias said calmly as she turned around to assess how badly Issei was damaged. He's already gone. Naruto grumbled insults under his breath. Rias could not hear all of it, but what she did catch showed the breadth and width of his vocabulary. It was most impressive. It was also very disturbing. Rias did not want to know what he planned on doing to that Dohnaseek with several dozen gallons of tar, rubbing alcohol and a rubber duck. She really didn't. At least now we know the fallen angels really are after Issei, Naruto sighed. Yes, Rias nodded in agreement, which means we can plan accordingly. Do you need any help here? Asked Naruto, gesturing over to the unconscious boy with a hand. I'm not much of a healer, but I know the basics required to be a field medic. At the very least he could stitch the kid up. That will not be necessary, Rias said, giving him a smile. But thank you for the offer. Naruto couldn't help but smile back. Anytime. Cat CHRP. Naruto sighed as he collapsed onto his bed. Today had been a rather exhausting day. He found out that he and the pervert had been reincarnated as devils, and that he was now bound to Rias as a member of her peerage. That last part actually didn't seem so bad. As far as masters went, he could definitely do a lot worse. Then there was that whole incident with Issei getting stabbed through the stomach by a fallen angel, again. That kid seemed to be an even bigger magnet for trouble than he was. Naruto used to think his luck was shitty when it came to danger. His first C-rank mission had turned into an A-rank and the rest of his career was filled with fighting S-class criminals and giant demons, but seriously, getting stabbed twice within a 2-night time span was just screwed up. That kid must have the worst karma ever. Thinking about Issei and his stab wound made Naruto remember that Rias had said she was going to take the pervert home and heal him. That made him remember how she had healed him the other night. Wait, he said out loud to the empty room. Does that mean Rias is going to heal Issei the same way she did me? Gods, he hoped not. That would just not be cool. He didn't like the fact that Rias was going to be using her nude, vivacious body to heal that pervert. Who knows what he might do to her when he woke up. Not everyone had as much self-restraint as he did, and that Issei kid was a lot like Jiraiya in how open he was about his perverseness. If I found out he did anything to Rias, I'll kill him. It wasn't jealousy he was feeling, Naruto assured himself. They had just met, so he didn't have any feelings for her. He just didn't want anything to happen to the girl who had saved his life. Nothing more. He could keep thinking that. Whatever helped him sleep at night. Chapter 3, Contracts. As morning came, Naruto found himself waking up to a strangely warm and familiar feeling. It wasn't one he had felt often. In fact, he could count the number of times he felt this way on one hand. And one of those times he felt this way, he was too busy trying to figure out why he wasn't dead to notice the feeling until well after he was awake. That was not the case now. With no injuries making his mind turn elsewhere and having had a good night's rest, Naruto was perfectly aware of the naked female body lying next to him on the bed. Or rather, the naked female body that was snuggled directly into his side. Looking to his left and down, the first thing he saw was red hair fanned out across his body. With the sunlight streaming through his window, hitting her hair just so, it made the long red tresses look like crystallized flames. Naruto was not one to wax poetic, but it was easily the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. The second thing he saw was Rias as she slept on peacefully, blissfully unaware that he had woken up. The covers had been pulled down to their waist, exposing her enviable bust for his eyes to see. She was turned slightly on her side, facing him, and was using his shoulder as a pillow. Naruto could feel every inch of her bountiful curves as they pressed into him, as they were pulled flush against him. He did not have much experience with women, but he did have some. Contrary to popular belief back home, he wasn't completely inept when it came to the opposite sex. He'd had Jiraiya as a teacher for God's sakes. You didn't come back from a 3-year training trip with the world's biggest pervert and not pick some things up. And Sakura always said he was dense. Huh. Who's dense now? Not him. No siree. He wasn't dense in the slightest. Well, maybe he was just a little dense. Just a bit. Anyways, those few women he had previous sexual encounters with were all put to shame by the beauty lying against him. He really didn't think there was another creature that could possibly be as beautiful as this girl right here. Of course, these were all secondary thoughts. Things he noted with interest but was not really concerned with. There was only one thing he currently wanted to know. How had she gotten in? That was the first thing Naruto wanted to know. He had a ton of traps set up all around his apartment, especially by the windows and the front door. They only ever came down when he needed to leave and came back up immediately after he left, and he had made sure she had not seen how his traps worked when they left for school the other day. So how had she managed to get into his bedroom? Was there some kind of method of breaking and entering people's bedrooms that devils had that could bypass all his defenses? Not that Naruto was actually complaining, mind you. While not as bad as, say, Issei, Naruto was still a healthy male, and he'd had Jiraiya as his sensei. Even if Naruto did not follow in his godfather's footsteps of peeping on women, he still had a larger-than-average libido. He was just better at not showing it and had more respect for women than either Jiraiya or Issei did. That's what happened when you had Haruno Sakura as a teammate and Senju Tsunade as a mother figure. You gained a healthy amount of respect and fear of women. Having Shizune as an older sister figure probably hadn't helped either. Damn, that was a lot of women who hated perverts in his life. Good thing he had Kakashi and Jiraiya to offset those women's influence. Shaking his head, Naruto dispelled those nonsensical thoughts. None of them helped him with his current problem, namely, what should he do now? It was morning, so technically speaking, he should probably get up and get started on breakfast, or maybe even take a shower before Rias woke up so that she could use it after him. At the same time, Naruto glanced down at the girl using him as a pillow. His arm was wrapped loosely around her thin waist, his hand resting on the middle of her back, pulling her closer. He could feel her body pressed against his, her bare breasts felt magnificent against his torso, and one of her legs had hooked itself around his right leg sometime during the night. The silky smoothness of her skin brought an almost intolerable pleasure, causing shivers to run down his spine. Her hair was splayed out across his chest, draping him in a crimson curtain of velvety satin. She hadn't done that the last time she slept with him. At least he was sure she had not done this last time. Then again, his mind had not been all there when he first woke up. For all he knew, she could have been this close and he just pushed her off when he sat up. Hadn't she told him that healing him had required them to have as much skin contact as possible? Makes you wonder why she was here now. As much as he knew he should probably get breakfast started or something, he really didn't want to leave the comfortable warmth that having a beautiful girl sleeping with him brought. And so, Naruto decided to relax. If he was late for school, so be it. He was far too comfortable to move right now. And he didn't really care about school, so it was a win-win situation in his book. As he let his mind wander to nonsensical thoughts like what kind of ramen should I have for lunch today, and I wonder if Sakura managed to pull that stick out of Sasuke's ass yet, his hand began to absently rub up and down Rias' torso and hips. This action caused the girl snuggled against him to begin stirring. As a soft yawn escaped from the red-haired, greenish-blue-eyed girl's mouth, Naruto looked down to see Rias lifting her head from his shoulder and blinking several times as she found him staring at her. "Good morning, Naruto-kun," Rias mumbled, smiling a bit. Naruto returned the smile with one of his own. "Good morning, Rias. I'm kind of surprised to see you today." He frowned, turning his head a bit so that she would not see the expression on his face. I kinda expected you to still be with Issei. He tried not to show it, but it bothered him to think of her with Issei. He still wasn't jealous though, just concerned. You know, since you healed him last night and all? Rias pushed herself into a sitting position, once again heedless of her own nudity. Naruto found his eyes unconsciously traveling towards her breasts as they bounced and jiggled with each movement made. They were very perky despite their size. No sag at all. Even though they were quite large, it looked like they didn't even need a bra to stay uplifted. Her pink nipples and areola looked very enticing right now. In that moment, he wanted nothing more than take those pert nipples in his mouth and suckle on them. And did he really just think that? Damn that Jiraiya. Even in death, his corruption ran deep. Naruto supposed he should just be glad he didn't end up like Issei. He could only imagine the trouble he would have gotten in had he been like that kid. He shuddered at the thought of all the beatings he would have received from Sakura and Tsunade. I thought about it, Rias replied to his unasked question. Her words also had the effect of knocking him out of his small moment of perversion and caused him to look her in the eye. But decided against it. While Issei's reaction to my presence would have been amusing, I felt it might be a bit too much if I were to appear naked in his bed. Is that so? Naruto released a breath he did not know he had been holding, something Rias immediately noticed and latched onto. Why do you ask? There was an innocent smile on her face that Naruto felt really did not belong there. It was far too innocent to be real. No real reason, I guess, Naruto mumbled a bit. He felt strangely vulnerable under that gaze. Just a bit worried about my new friend? When Rias merely continued smiling, Naruto felt an inexplicable urge to explain himself. It's just that I know perverts very well. My old sensei was the biggest pervert I've ever met, so I know how they work. If you were to show up in Issei's bed, naked, he may try to take advantage of you. Rias hummed thoughtfully, but still didn't say anything. For some reason, it was making Naruto a bit self-conscious. So, why did you decide to come here and not simply head back home? He asked, simply for lack of having anything better to say. Rias tilted her head, the smile still on her face. I just wanted to become closer to my cute, new servant. Nothing more. That's the only reason? Yep. So, you do this to be closer to your servants? Naruto mumbled before looked back at Rias. Does that mean you've done this with Yudo, Kanakoa, and Akeno as well? Well, no, Rias shook his head, but Yudo's not really the type to enjoy this sort of thing. And Akeno and Kaneko-chan aren't really into this either. Although, the red-haired beauty looked immensely thoughtful as she seemed to remember something. I have occasionally slept with Akeno. We are best friends after all, so it's only natural. I see. He really didn't, but said that for lack of having anything of substance to say. Anyways, you should probably take a shower and get dressed while I make breakfast. A smile crept onto Ria's face, causing Naruto to deadpan. That's why you're here, isn't it? So I can cook for you? Of course not, Rias smiled indulgently. That's just a bonus. Whatever, Naruto sighed. Just take a shower. Cat CHRP? Rias sighed softly as she stood in the shower. Steaming hot droplets of water ran down her gorgeous body, coasting over her slender shoulders, climbing across the two large mounds on her chest and making adventurous trips through the valley of her breasts. They ran down her smooth, flat stomach and followed the small, trimmed patch of red hair before roving across the valley of her lips and, finally, falling off to join the thousands of other drops of water on the shower floor while other droplets ran the longer course across her beautifully shaped thighs and calves. As she finally decided to pick up the bar of soap and wash herself, on a side note, Naruto had good taste in soap, her mind wandered towards one of her newest servants. Namely, the blonde one whose apartment she was currently in. She had not been lying when she said that her reason for not still being with Issei was because she thought him waking up to a naked woman might be a bit much. As funny as his reaction would be, she didn't want him to be distracted from what she would eventually need to tell him, and if he was thinking about her breasts, he would be distracted. But there had been another reason for her to come to Naruto, and it was not just because he had actually made a very good breakfast last time. There was something strange about Naruto. Of the circumstances that led to him being here. He showed up at her school exactly 1 month ago, and exactly 1 month ago her brother had given her a very special mutated piece, something so rare only every 1 in 100 devils had one. There was simply no way these two incidents were not connected. Her brother knew that Naruto would be going to her school and knew that there was something special about him. Rias wanted to find out what, and since she had not been able to get in contact with her brother, he was likely doing something stupid again. She would have to figure out why Naruto was so special by spending time with him and learning more about him. That was why she had decided to come over to his house, why she spent so much time with him. What's more, the mutated piece she had used looked nothing like the other ones she had seen. Her brother had a few of them, so she knew what they looked like. They always still carried the general shape of what they once were. The mutated piece he gave her looked nothing like a standard chess piece. It wasn't a pawn, nor a rook, knight, bishop, or queen. It wasn't a king either. It was none of those things. That intrigued her as well. There must be something truly special about Naruto if the only evil piece that worked for him was this unique mutated piece that she had never seen before. That it wasn't considered a standard evil piece, and therefore meant she still had her bishop, knight and rook pieces was the icing on the proverbial cake. Stepping out of the shower, Rias began the long, arduous process of drying herself off. Most of the drying was simply her hair, which she had a lot of. It had been suggested that she cut it before, but Rias rather liked her hair and wouldn't hear anything of it. Besides, Naruto had complimented her hair. For some reason that made her feel it was special. After getting dressed in her school uniform, the young Gremory heiress made her way into the kitchen. It wasn't actually what she would call a kitchen, more of a small place to cook combined with a moderately sized living room. The kitchen was incredibly tiny and only separated from the rest of the room by the floor changing from carpet to tile. Naruto was standing over the stove, making breakfast. She didn't know what it was, but it smelled pretty good. Deciding to see out what he was making, she walked directly behind him, pressed her chest against his back and placed her chin on his shoulder as she looked over him to the pan. "What are you making?" "Just scrambled eggs." Naruto did not seem all that surprised by her sudden action. It made her rather curious. Most people would have at least been surprised. Most men would have gotten a nosebleed or at least a blush with how she was pressing her breasts against his back. "Naruto?" He acted as if he knew what she was going to do before she had even done it. "However, I decided to add some whole milk, cheddar cheese and chopped vegetables to it," he continued, heedless of her inner thoughts. "I never used to like vegetables back when I was younger, but my godfather showed me that if I cook them in something, then I can make it so that I don't taste them while I eat." "That's certainly an interesting way of making sure you eat healthy," Rias commented airily as she filed something more important away. His mention of having a godfather. "I thought you didn't have family." "I don't." Naruto paused. It was only for a moment, but Rias noticed the hitch in his voice enough to realize what she had just said. "Sorry," she mumbled softly. With guilt setting in, Rias wrapped her arms around his torso, hugging him from behind. "I didn't mean to bring that up again." "It's fine." Naruto blew out a deep breath. She turned her head slightly to look at him from out of the corner of her eye and saw him looking back with a very small, understanding smile. "You're curious. I get that. I don't blame you for that, and I really don't mind telling you a little about myself." Her response to his words was to tighten her hold on him. "I hadn't even met my godfather until I turned 12, Naruto informed her. Because he had a very important job that was too dangerous for him to take me with, he had to leave me in the village. Of course, I didn't even know he was my godfather until after he had been killed. He had never mentioned that to me. I'm still a little pissed at him for that." "Killed?" Rias was surprised by how startled she sounded. Or maybe not. Hearing the words from her newest peerage member's lips was shocking. To think that one of her servants had both his parents and godfather killed so early in his life. She could only imagine how he must feel. Rias didn't know if she would have been able to go on if her parents or brother died. "Yeah, he was killed by a former student of his," Naruto said solemnly. "A man by the name of Nagato. I confronted my fellow apprentice several weeks after Ero Sennin's death and we managed to reach an understanding. I still haven't forgiven him," the blonde added as an afterthought, "but at the same time, I know that Ero Sennin would be disappointed in me if I walked down the path of revenge. So even though he killed our sensei, I won't allow myself to hate him." I see." Rias grew silent as she contemplated the blonde's words. She had already noticed it by now despite the short time she had known him, but Naruto, in spite of that happy-go-lucky attitude of his, was incredibly mature for someone his age. In some ways, his thoughts and maturity reminded her of her brother. When her brother wasn't being stupid at least. The crimson-haired devil wondered what he must have gone through to gain such maturity for someone so young. She also hoped against all hope that he did not act as stupid as her brother sometimes did. "Breakfast is just about done," Naruto's voice snapped Rias out of her thoughts. "You should go sit down. I'll bring it out to you in just a minute." "Okay," Rias decided to do as asked. She unwrapped her arms from his torso and walked over to the small table where she sat down. She watched as Naruto went about getting 2 plates and some silverware. He placed the scrambled eggs on the plates and walked over to place one of them in front of her while the other was set on the opposite side of the table. "Would you like anything to drink?" Rias scrunched up her nose and thought, "Milk is fine. Or orange juice, if you have any." "I definitely have orange juice," Naruto grinned as he got 2 glasses from the cabinet and a pitcher of orange juice from the fridge. With a name like that, how could I not? Rias giggled as the blonde brought the glasses of orange juice to the table. I guess the color orange really is your favorite, she commented lightly as he put the glass in front of her. Breakfast was actually kind of pleasant. They didn't really talk much, but that was okay with Rias as it gave her time to digest and think over of the bits of information she had learned about the young man who had joined her peerage. He was a very open and friendly person, even when she mentioned things that clearly still hurt to think about, he didn't get mad and answered all of her questions. She didn't doubt for 1 minute that he was being honest with her. She could already tell he was not the type to lie. Though a part of her felt like there was much more to learn. Despite being so friendly, the boy sitting at the table, sharing breakfast with her was still very much a mystery. A mystery she aimed to solve. Naruto-kun, Rias started, making the blonde look up from his plate. Would you mind doing me a favor? Sure, Naruto shrugged, as if to say it was no problem. What do you need me to do? After school today, I need you to grab Issei and bring him to the occult research club room, Rias told him. I think it's time I introduce him to rest of my peerage and explain his situation to him. Also, there are some things I need to inform you and him on that comes with being a newly minted devil. Like those contract things you mentioned last night? Asked Naruto. Yes, Rias smiled at him. So will you do it? Of course, Naruto's bright grin came full force. He gave the redhead a thumbs up. It was kind of corny, but also seemed like a very Naruto-ish thing to do. Don't you worry, Rias, I'll bring the perv to the clubroom after school today. CHRP. Issei groaned as the last day of class ended. Nothing seemed to be going right for the young pervert whose only real desire was to see a pair of real-life breasts. This entire week had been one big mess of confusion and anxiety. It all started with that beating he and his 2 friends had received at the hands of the Kendo Club, followed with being stabbed by his apparently non-existent ex-girlfriend and culminating in getting stabbed once more by a person who had black angel's wings just like Yuma did. Honestly, with all the bad things going down in his life it almost felt like someone was out to get him. Maybe God was trying to smite him for being so perverted? Nah. That couldn't be it. It was the day after that last attack, and he had no clue as to what was going on. This morning, he had woken up in his bed, the wound on his chest completely healed as if it had never happened and he was feeling inexplicably tired for some reason, not to mention confused and worried. Issei couldn't help but feel like he was slowly going insane. Not even the thought of peeping on the girls at school while they were in the locker room was enough to help him out of his worry. Which really just drove the point home. That Issei, a male known for his incredible lust, was too worried to even peek on girls when they were changing, well, then you just knew there was something wrong. Muttered whispers broke out around the classroom, but Issei ignored them and his friends' inane chatter about the girls they would be peeping on soon. He was too tired to care right now. A loud, brash voice sounded out. Aerodebagame. Issei looked up at the sound of the voice, his curiosity getting the better of him, to see the same blonde he had been so sure would have remembered Yuma standing in front of him with a bright grin on his face. For some reason, that grin made Issei really want to punch him. Are you talking to me? He asked uncertainly. Who else would I be talking to? The blonde asked rhetorically. Rias wants to talk to you, so I'm here to escort you to see her. Now pack your crap and let's go. Issei stared at the boy in confusion. Rias, as in, Rias Gremory, one of the 2 great ladies of Kuo Academy, wanted to talk to him? Why? CHRP. Naruto walked into the occult research club room with a confused Issei following behind him. All of the members were already there. Rias was standing with her arms crossed under her impressive bust while Akeno stood behind her, hands clasped together in front of her, which had the effect of pushing that monstrously large chest together in a very appealing way. Leaning against the wall to his right was Kiba, and sitting on the couch, munching on some manju was Kaneko. Ohio Mina. Naruto stated cheerfully as he walked in and sat down next to Kaneko. Trailing in after him, looking both unsure of himself and incredibly aroused as he stared at the trio of beautiful girls he now found himself in the presence of, Issei took a seat in one of the empty easy chairs. Era, Akeno sounded incredibly amused by the young blonde teen's greeting. Good afternoon, Kitsune-kun. Kitsune. Naruto tilted his head inquisitively. Whisker marks, Kaneko commented as she set her food down on the table and crawled over to the blonde. Ah, Naruto murmured as he absently rubbed a finger down one of the whisker-like markings on his face. During that time, Kaneko sat herself down on his lap and looked up at him imploringly. Naruto got the hint and grinned as he raised a hand and began to gently run his fingers along her scalp. Kaneko sighed happily as she once more experienced bliss. Wanting to get more of that incredible feeling, the first year curled herself against Naruto and began rubbing her face against his chest. That just made him even more amused and he couldn't help but indulge the girl a little more. Definitely a cat. A little ways away, Issei looked like he was trying to decide whether he wanted to strangle the blonde for what he was doing or worship him for that same damn reason. To think, this boy, no, this man, was capable of getting such a cute little Kohei to enjoy sitting on his lap. It was both awe-inspiring and incredibly depressing for the perverted student who would like nothing more than for a girl to sit on his lap and rub her face against his chest like that. Akeno giggled at the sight of the normally stoic girl turning into a puddle from the blonde's simple head petting. She really has taken a liking to our Kitsune-kun, hasn't she, Bucho? Bucho. Akeno looked over at her best friend and king, and promptly felt a bead of seat trickle down the side of her forehead when she saw Rias staring disapprovingly at Naruto as he pampered the 15-year-old, silver-haired first-year. Being Akeno, however, she recovered from her surprise very quickly. Is someone feeling a bit jealous of Kaneko-chan? Asked Akeno, causing Rias to finally turn her head from the scene to face her queen, the frown growing even more prominent. I don't know what you're talking about. Of course you don't, was Akeno's sly reply, you fufu. Rias ignored her best friend's demure giggling and cleared her throat quite loudly. Everyone looked over at her, well, almost everyone. Kaneko was still in paradise as Naruto's hands were now in the process of carefully rubbing along her ears, which had the girl emitting an audible purr that rumbled from deep within her chest. Rias' eye twitched. Well, she stated, doing her best to ignore Kaneko. She wasn't angry, or jealous. No sir. She just didn't like being ignored. Now that you're here, Issei, I would like to welcome you to the Occult Research Club. Ah, no, Issei rubbed the back of his head as he tried to think of what to say in this situation. It wouldn't be so hard if all the girls around him weren't so beautiful. He was having trouble just figuring out which pair of breasts to look at. Issei were so perky, yet Akeno-senpai seemed to have the biggest bust, and there was something to be said for Kaneko's cute little boobs too. They were so cute. Thank you for having me. I'll be in your care. Rias smiled, or tried to smile. She didn't quite succeed, so she eventually gave up. Deciding to give it up as a lost cause, she continued speaking. As you know, I am Rias Gremory, the one behind me is Himejima Akeno. The person leaning against the wall is Yudo Kiba, and the two people. Her eyebrow twitched again, sitting on the couch are Tujo Kaneko and Uzumaki Naruto. We, that is to say, all five of us, are devils. As the silence stretched on, with only the sound of Kaneko's purring to accompany the chirping of crickets, Issei could only sit there, blinking stupidly as he tried to come to grips with what he had just been told. He scratched the back of his head. Could you repeat that? I could have sworn you just said you guys were devils. We are, Rias confirmed. To further emphasize her point, she, Akeno, Kiba and Naruto all sprouted black devil wings from their backs. Kaneko would have done so as well, but, well, she was still in happy land. Issei could only stare at the wings coming from behind everyone else in shock. Wait. He pointed at them, yelling his head off in surprise. So you guys really are devils? I don't see why you're so surprised, said Naruto, smiling down at the girl on his lap. She really was just too adorable for her own good. You're a devil too, after all. Ha! That comment threw Issei for a loop. Him? A devil? What nonsense was this? Wouldn't he know if he was a devil or not? Shouldn't there be some kind of sign or something? Aside from an irritating rash on his skin that he got a while ago, he did not feel any different. And he didn't have any desire to go out and sacrifice puppies or something. Just look at your back, Rias suggested. You have wings just like the rest of us? I do. Issei's question was answered by the sound of cloth tearing. Looking behind him, the boy found himself in shock to see that he really did have wings sprouting from his back. Black devil wings that reminded him of a bat's, much like the ones everyone else was sporting. This just seemed to depress him. I really am a devil. The boy nearly wailed as he crumbled to his knees. As he pressed his hands against the floor to keep himself from falling, all those present watched as a small, gray raincloud appeared over the second-year student's head and began sprinkling him in a light drizzle. Cue massive sweat drop. Anyways, Rias cleared her throat and tried to ignore the boy who was getting her floor wet with that strange raincloud. Just where had it come from anyways? Some kind of strange devil power that she did not know of? I reincarnated you as a devil and my servant after you were killed by a fallen angel a few days ago and, The girl trailed off uncertainly as the boy continued looking like a despondent young man who had just been dumped by his ex-girlfriend. Or stabbed through the chest with a light spear by his ex-girlfriend. Are you even listening to me? No, he wasn't. Issei was currently in the middle of a midlife, or is that young life, crises. He had just been told he was a devil and he had wings on his back and this was on top of everything else that had happened this week. Not only that, but he still had yet to see a pair of real-life boobs. It was official, he really was going insane. Naruto sighed as he watched the depressed kid get soaked to the bone by that strange cloud of rain. Deciding that he should do something about this because seeing the normally carefree if incredibly perverted second year have a look of someone who had just had his puppy killed was pathetic, he carefully set Kaneko down and stood up. He didn't get to move very far as the white-haired girl in question grabbed his sleeve. The blonde looked down at the girl, who was giving him large, puppy dog, or would that be kitten, eyes that nearly had him bending down and scooping her back into his arms. Was this how most women felt when dealing with cute things? God, he hoped not. Naruto didn't want to become a woman. He was perfectly happy being a man, thank you very much. Don't worry, he told Kaneko as he patted her head. I'll be right back. You, okay, Kaneko mumbled. She looked up at him with her big, amber-colored eyes. But come back soon. Guh. That look should be illegal. Naruto was almost overwhelmed by the cute. Don't worry. I won't be more than a few seconds. Kaneko finally let go of his shirt sleeve, and Naruto turned to look at Rias, who was looking very unsure of what to do. Not that he blamed her. Rias. He got her attention. Do you mind if I? He gestured over to the still despondent Issei. Not at all, Rias looked relieved. She really didn't know what to do in this situation. Most people went through shock when they realized they had been turned into a devil, but she had never seen someone look so depressed before. And her floor was now soaking wet from that rain cloud. Thanks, Naruto flashed her a quick grin before turning around and walking over to Issei. Without pause or hesitation, the blonde grabbed the boy by the back of his collar, hauling him to his feet, and began dragging him along as he walked towards the door. Oi! What do you think you're doing? Don't worry, I just have to explain a few things. I think you'll appreciate what I have to tell you. Naruto's voice faded into the distance as he left the room and walked down the hall. So, what do you think Naruto-san wanted to tell Issei? Asked Kiba, finally deciding to speak up for the first time since they got to the clubroom. Who knows, Rias said, shrugging her shoulders helplessly as she gave an I'm just as clueless as you look. I just hope that whatever it is, it gets Issei to stop moping. She didn't think her carpet could take much more water damage. I want more head petting. Everyone's sweat dropped as Kaneko spoke in the monotone voice she was so well known for. It was even stranger because of what she was talking about. Era. Everyone except for Akeno, that is, who really just looked amused by the girl's unusual antics. A few minutes after they left, Issei came running into the room, a fire in his eyes. He went straight towards a stunned Rias, who almost took a step back when the perverted male got right in her face. Is it true that if I get strong enough I can have a harem? Rias was at a loss for words. Just what did Naruto tell this boy? I guess. If you get strong enough, you can eventually be considered a high-class devil and have your own peerage, which can be like a harem, sort of. She trailed off when she saw Issei's face light up even more. The young man grinned, his eyes burning with an unyouthful, as Guy would say, fire as his hands clenched into fists. Yeah. The shout was so startling and loud that Rias took a step back. I want to be a devil. Now I can throw away all of my porno mags. He shouted without shame. Then he crouched down, a look of utter defeat on his face, his index finger drawing circles on the floor. No, I can't do that. Those are my treasures. There's no way I could give them up just because I have a harem. Porn and sex are two different things. When you said we might have an idiotic little brother join our peerage, I hadn't realized he would be so enthusiastic. Akeno tried to find the right word to describe the boy. Well, enthusiastic was certainly an accurate description of Issei, though lecherous would have worked much better. He's certainly unique. Rias tried to be diplomatic. Failing that, she turned her head to look at Naruto as he sat back down again and was immediately glomped by Kaneko. Just what did you say to him? I just explained one of the many perks he could get if he works really hard at being a good devil, Naruto explained with an amused grin as he went back to pampering his cute little Kohei. Being a male, and one who is used to dealing with people like him, I knew how to explain his situation in a way that would help him get over his issues quickly. Right, Rias looked over at the now fired up Issei and wondered if using his perverseness to make him get over being a devil was the best move. Probably not. Well, if nothing else, at least the boy would now be receptive to her teachings. That is, if he could concentrate long enough to actually learn anything. Our race has two enemies. Once Issei had calmed down from his harem high, Rias began to teach the boy some of the basic information he would need to know for his new life as a devil. Angels and fallen angels. Fallen angels are angels that have fallen from grace, signified by their black wings. They are angels who were cast out of heaven and sent to hell due to their wicked nature and impure thoughts. Naruto, who already knew most of this information being shared to the other boy, didn't pay as much attention to the lecture. Instead, he was focusing his time on the girl who had curled up in his lap. He did keep an ear out, though, just in case Rias said something she hadn't mentioned yesterday. Devils want to retain control of hell while the fallen angels are trying to take it over. We have been battling the fallen angels ever since. Ha! Issei scratched the back of his head. He looked very confused. We devils make pacts with humans for a price in order to obtain power via their desires, whereas the fallen angels take control of humans and use them to destroy devils. Moreover, Rias continued, heedless of the blank look on Issei's face. God has tasked many angels with the goal of destroying both the fallen angels and us devils, making the situation a three-way standoff. It's been like this for a long time now. That was the gist of everything, though not absolutely everything. This was just the bare-bones basic facts. Rias didn't want to bombard Issei with too much information right now. Going into a more detailed lecture about the history of the three factions would probably take several months to learn. What she told him now should be enough for him to understand his situation. Do you understand everything I just told you? Naruto watched with an amused look on his face as Issei began scratching at his cheek, his confusion more than evident. Not really. All this stuff about devils and angels and fallen angels is really too complicated for a normal high school student like me. Everyone looked at Issei with a massive bead of sweat that literally looked like a drop of water forming on the side of their heads, Naruto especially. He might not be the sharpest kunai in the set, but even Naruto was not that stupid. He could understand things so long as they weren't explained in an overly complicated way. Granted, he probably wouldn't have been able to make sense of Rias' lecture when he was 12, but that would have been more due to a lack of caring than anything else. He hated listening to lectures. Even Kaneko was now staring at Issei like he was some kind of idiot, which he kind of was, though Naruto was being hypocritical in his thoughts. No. Wait. Kaneko was actually glaring at him because his inability to understand his situation had caused Naruto to stop petting her. Never mind. What about this girl? Rias decided to try a different approach and handed Issei a photograph she had grabbed from off the desk. Issei took the photo from her and looked at it. Yuma-chan, he said in shock. Staring him in the face from within the confines of the photo was none other than the girl who tried to kill him, and Soost. Where did you get this? That's the girl that almost killed you and Naruto-kun, Rias told him. She's actually a fallen angel? But then, this means she really does exist. Yes, Rias nodded, she really exists. I suspect she erased herself from everyone's minds to keep from being discovered. But then wait, Issei suddenly paused as he realized something. If you know about Yuma-chan, then that means? He looked over at Naruto, who had gone back to petting a newly blissed-out Kaneko, stood up and pointed an accusing finger at the blonde ass that he felt insanely jealous of. You knew about Yuma-chan all along, didn't you? Took you long enough to figure out, Naruto smirked. Why did you tell me you didn't know her then? Asked an angry and somewhat distraught Issei. Because I thought it would be funny. The answer he received actually caused Issei to facefault. His face smacking into the ground, the lecherous high school student groaned at his misfortune. He lifted his head a few seconds later to look at a slightly unsure Rias. So wait, you said you had reincarnated me as a devil after she killed me, right? Rias nodded, still looking a bit concerned by how Issei was acting. Then why did she try to kill me in the first place? I mean, I've never been involved in any of this devil and fallen angel stuff before. So why me? I suspect it's because you have a sacred gear, Rias explained as Issei stood back up. She looked very relieved to finally be getting down to one of the main topics she wanted to bring up. Just how things had taken so long to get to this point was beyond her. Sacred gear. Issei frowned, his head lowering and his brows furrowed as he adopted a thoughtful pose. I could have sworn I've heard that before. Akeno decided to pick up some of the slack here and began explaining what a sacred gear was to Issei. Sacred gears are basically artifacts given to humans by the original god from the Bible to enact miracles on Earth. Only humans or human hybrids are born with sacred gears, though they can show up within the ranks of devils and angels if the human possessing the sacred gear is turned. Issei, Rias got the boy's attention as she pointed at him. You have one of those sacred gears within you. A very powerful one if I'm not mistaken, which is the reason that fallen angel tried to kill you. Most likely, she was ordered to by the higher-ups who feared whatever sacred gear you possess. Issei stared at the red-haired beauty for several long, silent moments. Right before he exploded and took her words in an entirely wrong way. The lecherous second year grabbed his crotch, which he was almost positive the girl was pointing to. She wasn't, but he thought she was. I know I'm a super healthy and viral guy, but are you telling me that my penis is actually a super famous tool nicknamed the Sacred Gear? Within his mind, Issei conjured up an image of various women coming to claim his sacred gear for themselves. He saw them seeking it out, fighting over it, killing over it. Wars started simply because all the women in the world wanted his famous sacred gear. It would have been nice to see so many beautiful ladies fighting over his sacred gear, but if a war got started over him, then wouldn't his life be in jeopardy? Who knows how many women would fight over him and try to claim him for themselves? What if he ended up getting caught in the crossfire of one of those wars and was accidentally killed? What then? As Issei's mind began taking a most unusual and lecherous turn, the others in the room watched the perverted boy's mind run rampant. No, really. There was actually a large viewing bubble that appeared over Issei's head and was showing his thoughts to all of them like it was some kind of movie. Needless to say, the sweat dropping would not be stopping anytime soon. After the incident where everyone got an unwilling glimpse inside of Issei's mind, the group of devils collectively agreed to forget about the incident altogether. No one felt safe thinking about what they saw, the perversion that the newest member of the peerage possessed. Yes. It was much better to just pretend the whole viewing bubble thing never happened. Safer for their sanity that way too. Anyways, Issei, we're going to try to bring out your sacred gear, Rias continued. This was, of course, after she had managed to convince the boy that, no, they were not talking about his penis. It took a lot longer to convince him that his phallus was not a sacred gear than it should have, but really, what else could they have expected when dealing with a boy known for his lecherousness throughout the school? I want you to close your eyes and take a stance that makes you feel empowered. A stance that makes me feel empowered? The boy parroted, looking a little lost. He was now standing as opposed to sitting. Mainly because Rias had prompted him to stand, and who was he to deny a beautiful girl what she wanted? Still, that didn't make him any less confused by her words. What did she mean take a stance? Was she talking about Sentai poses or something? Like Kamen Rider? Naruto watched in amusement as the boy bent his legs and put his hands together like he was holding something in them. It was obvious the blonde-haired Uzumaki was enjoying himself. And why wouldn't he? Issei looked absolutely ridiculous. This is the dragon wave from my favorite manga, Doraku Saporu. It was such a strange pose that Rias could not help but feel a small drop of sweat trickle down the side of her face. Really, what exactly was this boy doing? Did he expect the sacred gear would manifest as some kind of powerful energy blast that would annihilate everything in its path? Don't you mean the Kamehameha wave from Dragon Ball Z? Asked Naruto, butting into the moment. No. Issei retorted with a scowl. I'm not talking about that sellout of an anime. Doraku Saporu is way better than Dragon Ball Z, though I will admit it was pretty good until after the Cell Saga. Bah! If DBZ's a sellout, then Doraku Saporu is a copycat. They totally stole the dragon wave from Master Roshi's Kamehameha wave. Who asked you? Boys, Rias said with frazzled calm. No fighting. Naruto-kun, just keep. A vein popped up on her head. She couldn't believe she was about to say this. Keep entertaining Kaneko-chan. Issei, focus. Yes, Bucho/sure thing, Rias. Era. Akeno held a hand up to hide the amused smile on her face. Things really do seem to be getting interesting these days. She gave a demure giggle. These two are most definitely unique individuals. Kiba chuckled. That's a bit of an understatement. From what I've seen, nothing's going to be boring with these two around. Rias sighed as she listened to the conversation of her peerage and began instructing Issei on how to properly activate his sacred gear. Meanwhile, Naruto focused on the cutie sitting on his lap. This would come as a surprise to most people, but this wasn't the first time he'd had a girl sitting on his lap. Or even the 100th time. Of course, that sounded a lot more explicit than it actually was. The last time a girl sat on his lap had been when he was telling the children in Konoha a story about his past exploits, pranks, during the rebuilding process after Nagato destroyed the village. That time it had simply been the harmless act of a child wanting to be close to her hero as he shared his past with her and the other children. What was happening here was a bit different. Kaneko had all the cuteness and adorableness one would expect of a kid, i.e., her loli-like face, yet possessed the sensual body of a budding teenage girl. She may have been much more petite than Rias or Akeno, but that didn't mean she didn't have breasts or amazing hips. And dear God, she had the tightest little butt he had ever felt. This did cause a number of problems, as well as one problem that could become a serious issue if he let it grow. Thankfully, Naruto had experience when it came to keeping himself calm while in the presence of beautiful girls. You don't become the apprentice of Jiraiya and not get desensitized to things like nudity and sexual acts happening to and or around you. Naruto had 3 years of dealing with women who worked at whorehouses, taverns, and brothels. While most people never realized it, the blonde had actually grown very used to nudity during that time and had never been bothered when seeing it in front of him. It probably helped that he had created Orowaichan, his female form when under henge, when he was younger, which required a lot of knowledge about women's bodies. Not that he would ever tell anyone that. He wasn't going to let himself get beaten over something that happened a long time ago. No way, no how. A sudden spike in energy had Naruto's head snapping over towards Issei. It was strange, but ever since Rias healed his destroyed chakra coils, his sensing abilities had been much better than before. He wondered if it had something to do with his smaller coils no longer causing his own chakra to fluctuate so wildly. Naturally, as soon as he began wondering about that he stopped. Thinking about chakra theory gave him a headache. That was why he left the theory to Sakura. Looking at Issei, Naruto had to raise an eyebrow when he saw the thing that had appeared on his arm. It looked like a red, armored bracer with yellow accents and a green jewel on top of the back of Issei's hand. His fingers were uncovered, making it look like some kind of high-tech disc shooter or something. "That's your sacred gear," Rias said with a satisfied smile. She was quite proud of her pawn's accomplishment, despite the fact that activating his sacred gear really wasn't much of one. That didn't matter when dealing with someone of Issei's stature. In moments like this, Rias would take even the most minor of accomplishments with great satisfaction. "Amazing." Issei marveled at his bracer-covered hand. "This looks awesome." Naruto had to agree, it did look kind of cool. It would have been better if it was orange, but since it was red, he wouldn't complain too much. "That fallen angel, Yuma, thought that your sacred gear posed a threat, which is why she killed you." "Eh? But wait," Issei looked over at Rias. "I'm still alive." "So how?" "Just as you were about to take your last breath, you summoned me," Rias answered before he could finish his question. "Akeno, give Issei a simplified pentagram." Akeno handed Issei a sheet of paper. On it was a circle, a pentagram. It looked very complicated, with a lot of strange characters and symbols that Issei couldn't make heads or tails of. Still, it did look kind of familiar. "I told you before that a devil requires a signed contract in order to utilize a human's power," Rias lectured as Issei stared at the pentagram. Naruto also listened from where he sat, but didn't move. Or to be more accurate, he couldn't move. Kaneko was still purring in his lap. With this, humans can summon devils, after which they forge an agreement based on the fulfillment of a human's wish, taking power equivalent to the wish they grant. Even Naruto, who wasn't actually as stupid as he sometimes acted, thought the whole thing was needlessly complicated. He got the basics of it: devils make a contract and grant a human their wish and in return are given power. It was sort of like how summoning creatures required something from those who summoned them. Toads required subservience to a degree and snakes required sacrifices. In return, they would aid you in battle. Still, learning the more intricate details of something had never been Naruto's strong point. It didn't help that he had a very short attention span. In recent times, humans who can draw this kind of pentagram have become very rare, almost non-existent. That's why we were giving out simplified pentagrams to people with strong desires. Both Issei and Naruto looked at Rias. "Issei, you happened to be on the street that day, where you received one from one of our familiars passing out the forms." Issei scrunched his face up as he tried to remember that moment. It took some effort, but he eventually remembered receiving the sheet of paper from a cute girl when he was waiting for Yuma to meet him for their date. Of course, remembering that moment also made him remember Yuma stabbing him in the stomach. Needless to say, Issei could not help but feel a bit depressed. Rias continued on, either unaware or ignoring Issei's increasing depression. She placed the back of her fingers against her cheek and offered the lecherous pervert a coy look. "In your dying moment, your wish was to at least die in the arms of a beautiful girl. When I was summoned, I discovered that you had a sacred gear, so I saved your life." Issei nodded his head to everything he was being told. It made sense to him, sort of. He didn't really get a lot of what they were telling him, but he understood the basics. He had been killed, Rias saved him by turning him into a devil, and if he wanted to become a harem king he would need to grow stronger. And really, that last part was all he needed to know. Yes, not even being a devil meant anything to him so long as he could get his harem. He was perverted like that. Despite not being the kind of person who enjoyed learning new things, Naruto did find himself strangely fascinated when Rias began explaining the devil hierarchy. There were apparently 4 different classes of devils: lower, middle, upper and elite class, otherwise known as the ultimate class. The lower class devils were the ones like him, Issei, and the other members of Rias' peerage, humans and hybrids who were reincarnated as devils. Essentially, all new devils were of the lower class. The middle class was where devils finally gained recognition and were given the titles of either baronet/baroness or knight/dame. After that was the upper class, where devils could be given titles such as marquis, margrave/margravine, count/countess, viscount/viscountess, or baron/baroness. And finally, there was the elite or ultimate class. This was the highest level one could ascend to among the devil hierarchy, with titles consisting of Demon Lord, Great King, Archduke, Duke and Prince/Princess. Naruto really didn't care much for the titles, or for gaining nobility. He had seen what most nobles were like. The Hyuga had been a bunch of stuck-up pricks with their own heads shoved so far up their ass it was a wonder they could smell those incredibly fragrant gardens that littered their ridiculously large and expensive residence. No way in hell Naruto wanted to be like those guys. Though, thinking on it, wasn't Rias a part of the nobility? She was a really awesome person from what he had seen so far. He enjoyed spending time with her. And she couldn't be the only one among the nobility who wasn't a stuck-up snob. Right? Well, whatever. Being a noble still didn't interest him. However, he did manage to pick up something from all this. Those who were considered ultimate class devils were supposed to be the strongest rank among their species. He supposed it was similar to an S-rank ninja, which were supposed to be ninja who had skills on par with a Kage but weren't actually Kages, like the Sannin or members of the Akatsuki. They were recognized as the best and strongest amongst their peers. In other words, they were the ultimate badasses. And so, Naruto finally found himself with a new goal in life. He would become an ultimate class devil. No, he would become the strongest ultimate class devil. The undisputed most powerful devil in the entire world. Yes. That was his new goal. Too ambitious? Remember, this was the kid who, at the tender age of 8, decided he was going to become Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto never does anything half-assed. It was all or nothing with this guy. So if I become a noble, having a harem will no longer be a mere dream? And, of course, there was also that guy. Naruto sighed and shook his head at Issei's words. The boy had a one-track mind when it came to life. Harem this, harem that, harem king. It was a wonder the boy had any thoughts in his head other than harem. Truly, this boy must be Ero Sennin's reincarnation or something. That was the only logical explanation for how there could possibly be someone so perverted in this world. That's right, Rias smiled at the pair. I expect you two to work hard from now on. Yes, Bucho / you've got it, Rias. Good, and for your first task, Rias showed them a flyer with a pentagram on it. You two are going to be handing out these flyers. Cat CHRP? Issei felt like crying as he stood on the sidewalk, trying to hand out flyers to people. He knew he shouldn't be taking this so hard, but he just couldn't see how handing out flyers to people would help him gain a harem. Who ever heard of a harem king handing out flyers? Clearly, this boy never heard the term baby steps before. Cheer up, Ero Debigame. Naruto said cheerfully as he handed out another flyer to someone, who smiled at him as they took it. Unlike Issei, who seemed to be having very little luck in handing out flyers, the blonde was very good at sensing people who had strong desires. It was strange, while Naruto had been good at sensing negative emotions before thanks to Kurama, he had never been able to sense people's emotional state beyond that. Was this a part of being a devil? It did sound kind of like something they would be able to do. Well, whatever, he didn't care for semantics. The point was he could, and that was all that mattered to him. Easy for you to say, Issei felt his jealousy spike as the blonde managed to get another cute girl to take one of his flyers with a smile. How was he doing that? You're not having any problems handing out flyers. That's because I'm just that awesome, Naruto replied with a bright smile. Issei felt like punching his fellow reincarnated devil's face in. Anyways, the reason none of those people are taking your flyer is because they don't have any desires. At least, none that would be enough for them to take a flyer from a strange kid passing them out. I'm not strange, Issei pouted a bit before an uncertain look came to his face. Am I? Naruto laughed before finding another target, a female with brown hair and doe-like eyes, and handed her a flyer. There sure were a lot of women who had strong desires. He wondered why that was? Then again, most women seemed to have more wants than men. Males were easy with their desires, it usually consisted of a few things: food, money, alcohol, and sex. Guys were just uncomplicated like that. Girls on the other hand seemed to have a lot more things they wanted, and some of that stuff was hard to get, like new expensive clothing and jewelry. Did that mean he would have to get girls some jewelry? He hoped not. His bank account didn't have enough to afford stuff like that, though he could always steal it, he supposed. Shaking his head, Naruto returned to the here and now. Anyways, the reason you're not doing so well is because you're just trying to hand out flyers willy-nilly. You need to find someone who has really strong desires, strong enough that they will take a flyer from someone they don't know. How do I do that? Issei was looking very awkward and confused by Naruto's words. Just how did you tell if someone had strong desires? Were they supposed to look or act differently than everyone else or something? You're a devil, aren't you? Naruto asked rhetorically. Another female passed him and he handed her a flyer with a smile. You should be able to feel out people who have strong desires. Issei frowned as he tried to feel out people with strong desires. Unfortunately, this led to him getting slapped when he ended up staring at a girl for so long that his natural propensity for perversity had him looking at her breasts. Ugh, it's useless. Naruto chuckled as he handed out another flyer. You know, if you keep sucking this bad, I'm going to hand out all these flyers before you hand out even one. I hate you, Issei grumbled as he glared at Naruto, who just smiled back. I bask in your hate. Chapter 4, Learning the Ins and Outs of Devilhood. We're all finished, Rias. Naruto was wearing a mile-wide grin on his face as he waltzed into the clubroom without any sense of propriety and headed straight for the couch. Trailing in behind him was an exhausted-looking Issei. The young pervert was breathing hard and looked like he had run 12 marathons without pause. The contrast between the two couldn't be more different. The blonde bundle of energy and excitement versus the brunette who looked like he just got finished running 300 kilometers in less than a week. Where Issei looked about ready to fall over where he stood, Naruto was not only as fresh as a spring daisy but was retaining that goofy grin he seemed to wear almost 24/7. It really did show the others just how different the two were. As had now become an almost customary happening, the moment the young Uzumaki was sitting down, Kaneko, who for some reason was always in the clubroom, crawled onto his lap so she could be pampered. Rias' delicate right eyebrow began twitching. This was also customary. I see, she took breath, then blew some of her bangs out of her face, causing her long, beautiful red hair to sway. That was much faster than I expected it would take. I had over 15,000 flyers in there, and you guys finished it within a single day. What can I say? Naruto was grinning broadly as Kaneko purred in his lap, his hands idly caressing her hair and ears. It was a very good thing he had been taught how to control his body's functions by Jiraiya. What is this woman doing to me? Resistance training, Gaki. You need to learn how to resist a woman's sexual allure or you may fall prey to seduction assassinations. That would have been much more believable if you weren't writing in that damn book of yours, ya perv, or the girl's cute little rear pressing up against him would have caused a very awkward situation to arise. Thank Kami for small miracles. I'm just awesome like that. And what am I? Grunted Issei as he sat down and cast an annoyed glare at Naruto. Chopped liver. The perverted boy didn't know how anyone could constantly be that bright and cheery, but it was beginning to piss him off. No. Wait. He was just pissed that the cute little Kaneko once again chose to sit on Naruto's lap and not his. He was a good guy, wasn't he? What did that guy have that he didn't? A lot of things, but Issei would be better off not knowing that. Well, Naruto's grin turned positively mischievous. I didn't want to say anything but. He trailed off suggestively, leaving Issei's head to slump down and a small rain cloud to randomly appear over his head. Said cloud of rain soon began sprinkling a light drizzle onto the brown-haired boy's head, causing his hair and shirt to get wet. Why was everyone always picking on him? Was it because he was perverted? It wasn't like he could help that. Everybody was perverted to some degree or another. So what if he was just a lot more open about his lecherous intentions than others? That just meant girls wouldn't need to worry about him having a secret agenda. What you see is what you get with him. That's not always a good thing, Issei. Here you two are. Akeno graced the pair with her beautiful smile as she set down a cup of tea in front of each of them. Thank you, Akeno-chan. Naruto grinned at the Nadeshiko girl as she stood back up and pressed the carrying tray against her bosom. Akeno smiled in return. You're very welcome, Kitsune-kun. You're not going to stop with that, are you? Asked Naruto. His answer was a giggle and a shake of the head from Akeno. The blonde sighed, but did not dwell on Akeno's nickname for very well. There were far worse things he could think of than to be called Kitsune-kun. At least she had gotten it right and called him a fox instead of a cat. Not that there was anything wrong with cats. He just didn't like it when people nicknamed him incorrectly. Naruto eyed the tea with a speculative gleam. Then he looked down at the girl nuzzling his chest with her nose and cheek, whose head he was still petting with both hands. He went back to looking at the tea. Just how am I going to drink this? Rias nearly snorted as the blonde tried to take one of his two hands away from the task of pampering Kaneko, only to have the girl snatch it back and place it on her head. She then looked at him with those large, amber orbs, causing Naruto to cave like a wet paper towel. As the boy looked on, hopelessly trying to figure out how he could drink his tea while petting Kaneko, Rias felt a sense of vindication. It served him right for getting so close to the rook anyways. They had just met all of 4 days ago and already the two were practically inseparable. He was a member of her peerage, not Kaneko's. Kaneko didn't even have a peerage. Since you've both finished handing out flyers, let's move on to the next step. Rias decided the best thing to do would be to separate the two by starting Naruto and Issei on the next part of the new lives they would be leading as devils. It was for their own good anyways. They needed to begin forming contracts and Kaneko already had several that needed to be completed. Really, it was for the best all around. She ignored the voice that told her she just didn't like seeing Kaneko hogging all of Naruto's attention. It wasn't like she was jealous or anything. No. Definitely not. Denial is not just a river in Egypt. Alright. Issei cheered, clenching his hands into fists and pumping them in excitement. I've finally graduated from doing miscellaneous jobs. If our first task was handing out flyers in order to build our base of clientele, then our next one is forming contracts with the humans who have taken our flyers. Am I right? Naruto speculated. That's right, Rias said, pleased that he was so quick on the uptake. It was even enough to make her forget her minor irritation towards Kaneko for sitting on Naruto's lap and getting pampered by him. Akeno, if you would? Of course, Bucho. Akeno stepped into the center of the room. Naruto watched with interest as the raven-haired girl closed her eyes and furrowed her brows in concentration. The ground beneath her began to light up. A large circle about a meter or so in circumference drew itself on the ground, glowing a deep red. It was a very complex circle, with lettering of a language Naruto did not understand running alongside the outer layer. There were multiple, elongated ovals that spanned across the entire construct, 6 in all, forming what looked almost like an atom. About a foot from the outer layer was another circle. This one kept getting cut off whenever it ran into a line from the ovals. Running along the inner edge were several symbols, and located within the approximate location of where the line would be inside of the ovals were larger versions of the same symbol. There was another oval surrounding it, and within the oval was a 12-pointed star formed from the multiple elongated ovals that spanned the entire circumference of the whole circle. Located between each point was a symbol, and in the center of the star was one final circle. Naruto had seen many things in his life, and though he was not a master at the art, he had been pretty damn good at making seals after Jiraiya taught him during their 3-year training trip. Even with everything that he knew on sealing and all the seals he had seen, the Uzumaki had never seen something that looked so damn complicated. And this girl was making it like it was nothing. It was damn impressive. As Akeno began to chant in an unknown language, to him at least, Naruto decided to let his curiosity overtake him. What exactly is this? Rias turned from where she was watching Akeno to him. Right now we're engraving your inscription inside of the magical diagram. She tapped her chin for a moment, quickly thinking of the best way to elaborate further. The best way to explain it would be to call it the proof of our relationship, after which this magical diagram will become the basis for all the magical powers that you'll be using. Naruto wondered if he should tell her that he wouldn't need this magical diagram thingy, since he already had his jutsu, but figured that if they went through all the trouble of doing this for him, it would be rude to refuse. Besides, while he didn't really care to learn magic, it wouldn't hurt to have another trump card available. As the old saying went, it was always good to have an ace in the hole. Naruto, said Blonde, looked up to see Rias holding her hand out towards him. Give me your hand? The blonde nodded and stood up. Or he tried to. There was a bit of a problem that prevented him from actually walking over to Rias. Kaneko. Getting out from underneath Kaneko proved to be a bit of a struggle. It seemed the white-haired first-year just did not want to get off Naruto. The girl's grip on him tightened and her face seemed to bury itself deeper into his pectoral muscles. She made the cutest mewing noises that nearly had Naruto caving in right then and there, and when she looked up at him with those eyes, those large, teary, amber orbs, the blonde just about died of mo. For the first time since watching Kaneko get pampered by Naruto, Rias found something amusing in the whole situation. Eventually, after many promises of more head petting and pampering, Kaneko allowed the blonde to leave his spot on the couch, albeit, she had the cutest pout on her face. Even Rias was tempted to tell Naruto he could sit back down when she saw that expression that seemed to be the epitome of adorableness. Not that she would give in to temptation. Naruto was her servant, not Kaneko's, and that was that. On a side note, Issei ended up passing out from a nosebleed when he saw Kaneko's pout. Standing next to Rias, Naruto held out his hand, watching as the red-haired beauty took it in her own and turned his palm towards the ceiling. Taking her pointer finger, the devil who gave him a second chance at life began drawing a circle similar, albeit much less complicated, to the one that Akeno had made. This tool will allow you to utilize the magical diagram to teleport to your summoner, Rias explained as Naruto examined the circle. After a few moments' consideration, he determined that it would be easy enough to replicate the circle on his own from now on. Though he had no clue what he would use it for. Akeno, are you ready? It's ready, Bucho, Akeno nodded. You can start any time. Okay, Naruto, stand in the middle of the magical diagram. Doing as told, Naruto stepped into the circle. Almost immediately he felt the power being emitted by the glowing circle. It was similar to, but not quite the same as chakra. The best way he could describe it was that it felt more pure, or maybe more dense. It almost reminded him of Kurama's awesome chakra, just not as powerful. This magic circle is what you will be using to teleport to various jobs, Rias continued explaining. The summoner will have a similar magic circle from those flyers you passed out yesterday. The light from the circle began to glow more brightly and Naruto's hair began wavering as if caught in a breeze. Do you remember what to do once you get there? Make a contract with the summoner in exchange for granting their wish, Naruto recited. I got it. You don't need to worry about me, Rias. The blonde grinned as he gave the girl a thumbs up. I've got this in the bag. Rias could not help but be taken with his enthusiasm. She smiled, and said, very well then. Have a safe trip, Naruto. Light soon engulfed his vision. The blonde had to actually close his eyes, it was so bright. When the back of his eyelids darkened, telling him it was finally safe for him to open them, he did so. And promptly frowned. He was definitely no longer in the clubroom, that much was for sure. But the room he had entered wasn't exactly what he had been expecting from someone summoning a devil. What had he been expecting? Basically, he had been expecting some kind of satanic-looking room with a dark atmosphere and maybe an altar or two for sacrifices or something. That's the kind of thing satanic cultists had decorating their houses, right? What he got instead was a bright, cheery room with white walls, a cream-colored floor and pink, flowing curtains. It was a very girly room. The kind he would have expected from, well, a really cute girl. Turning around, Naruto found himself being met by said really cute girl, thereby confirming his suspicions about the person who such decor belonged to. The girl in question had long black hair in princess curls, electric blue eyes and pale skin. She was very cute, which Naruto would freely attest to. She also didn't look much older than 11 or 12. This couldn't have been the person who summoned him, could she? Excuse me, but I was wondering if you could. Mao. The girl interrupted him by crossing her arms over her chest and adopting an adorable pout. If Naruto had motherly instincts, they would have kicked in just now. I was hoping to get Kibakuin when I summoned a devil. Naruto's right eye twitched. So this girl really did summon him then. Dear God, they were getting younger, weren't they? Still, the girl walked over to the blonde, examining him from head to toe. Oh oi, what are doing? Asked Naruto as the girl moved behind him and pinched his butt. He squeaked and held both hands against his offended rear end. What was that for? The girl completed her circuit and took a position, standing in front of him. There was a large smile on her face and her cheeks were stained red. You're kinda cute too, she admitted at last. Naruto felt like he had passed some kind of test or something. He wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. That's good to know. I think. He was actually kind of disturbed by this girl. What sort of 11-year-old pinches people on the ass? Well, whatever. Time to get down to business, he supposed. This girl had summoned him after all. So, do you have a wish you would like me to grant? He trailed off, inviting her to tell him what she wanted. I want you to take my virginity. Naruto stared at the girl blankly for several seconds. He then reached out with his hand and dug his pinky into his ear. When he was satisfied that all of the ear wax was gone, he looked back at the girl. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I don't think I heard you properly the first time. I want you to take my virginity. So I wasn't hearing things, Naruto murmured. Somehow, he knew this was all Kiba's fault. That girl had mentioned Kiba when he first showed up. It couldn't be anyone else's fault. Well, it could be Issei's, but even Naruto wasn't willing to place the blame with him this time. Either way, when Naruto saw Kiba again, he was a dead man. And speaking of Issei, he wondered how the other newest member of Rias peerage was doing. Surely, he couldn't be any worse off than Naruto was, right? Cat CHRP? Issei's situation was not much better than Naruto's. In fact, it may have been even worse. Unlike Naruto, who had enough magical energy to teleport due to his recently healed up chakra coils and being in peak physical condition, Issei's magic was practically zilch. He had absolutely no magic to speak of. This had caused him a problem when he was using the magic circle that would have summoned him to the person he was going to make a contract with. It hadn't worked. According to Rias, he just did not have enough magic to use a summoning circle. It was just another reason to hate Naruto. Not only did their cute little kohai, Kaneko, love sitting on his lap and nuzzling against him, he could use summoning circles just fine. Stupid, blonde bastard. With the summoning circle out of his reach for the time being, he had been forced to ride his bike to his first contract. This sucked big time because the person who had summoned him lived nearly 30 miles away, meaning he had to really haul ass if he wanted to get there before it was too late. Only his desire to become a harem king gave him the strength needed to carry on. Sweaty and tired, Issei had finally arrived at the residence he had been summoned to and rang the doorbell before waiting for whoever had summoned him to answer the door. He didn't know what kind of person would be waiting for him on the other side, but Kiba had said that he was often summoned by beautiful girls. Hopefully, the blonde prince's information was accurate. It would be totally awesome if he managed to get a hot girl as his first contractor. After a few seconds of waiting, the door cracked open. Nyo. Nyo. Issei blinked several times, having not expected that to be the first thing he heard from the person he was to be making a contract with. Then he sighed. Great. Not only was his contractor a man, he also had something as weird as a catchphrase. The door opened further and Issei began the necessary introduction. Sorry for intruding, but I was wondering. He trailed off, his eyes widening in horror. Welcome, Nyo. Standing on the other side of the door was what could only be some kind of monster. It was large, beefy, built like a brick shithouse with muscles on its muscles and arms bigger than Issei's head and definitely not female. Not that it wasn't trying to at least look female. It was just doing a very horrible job of it. It was wearing its hair in twin pigtails with ribbons tied into bows. It was also wearing a sailor fuku uniform that showed off its disgustingly hairy legs, with a pair of white wings sticking out from behind its back. Issei abstractly recognized the clothes as a magical girl uniform, but that wasn't something he was immediately focused on. It was more an after-the-fact detail. The thing, for that's all it could be in Issei's mind, loomed over him like some kind of indomitable fortress of pink. I've waited for so long, Nyo. Issei, who was staring up at the thing with wide, teary eyes and snot dribbling down his nose, just barely managed to speak, such was his fright. Your wish. I want you to turn Mirutan into a magical girl, Nyo. He really should have expected that, what with the cosplay and all, but for some reason he hadn't. In fact, he was so startled that he was knocked out of his terror of the monstrosity before him. I think you need to go to another world for that. I've been to another world, but no one has the ability to give Mirutan magical girl powers. The hell? This thing actually went to another world? At this point, I have been forced to make a request from my enemies, the devils, to grant my wish. Enemies. Oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. This was not good. So not good. I want you to give Mirutan. I want you to give Mirutan magical girl powers, Nyu. Wawa. I'm gonna die. Yes, Naruto may not have been the luckiest guy in the world for his first contract, but at least he didn't end up with Mirutan. You've got to be thankful for the little things in life. Right. Cat CHRP. Naruto walked into his first class much earlier than he usually did, which was normally just as the bell was about to ring. Several people looked at him as he entered, their jaws dropping as the foreign kid arrived to class early for once. Everyone knew that he hated class. Hell, he always slept in class. If that didn't say all my hate, then nothing did. Really, it was a wonder Naruto had grades as good as he did. It was a good thing that no one knew he was a top-class ninja. Taking a quick glance around, Naruto easily spotted his target, which may have had something to do with the fact that said target smiled and waved at him as if they were old buddies. He immediately began walking over to the person he had been hoping to see since last night. Hey, Naruto-san, Kiba greeted with a smile on his Bishounen face. How was your first OWCH? More eyes widened as Naruto smacked Kiba in the back of the head. Several gasps were heard by the female population, which was quickly followed by several death threats for hurting their prince. Naruto ignored them. You. The blonde hissed angrily as he leaned in to whisper to the boy. There was no need to give away the knowledge that they were devils accepting contracts to fulfill people's wishes to everyone. You knew about Saya's wish, didn't you? That's why you gave her contract to me, isn't it? You bastard. Ah, Kiba winced as he rubbed the large bump on his head. Naruto had a surprising amount of strength for a newly minted devil. So your first contract was with Saya? When Naruto's glare intensified, Kiba winced. Did you know? What? Naruto gawked at him for a second before scowling. Of course not. Who do you take me for? Issei. When Kiba just chuckled and rubbed the back of his head, Naruto sighed. Ugh, I think I've been scarred for life. Yeah, Saya can be a bit difficult, Kiba admitted, sitting down. After a moment or two the spiky-headed blonde followed suit and sat down with a sigh. Just out of curiosity, what did you do to convince her to sign her contract? He then looked at the boy with a frown. She did sign the contract, right? Of course, Naruto told him. I gave it to Rias this morning. As for what I did, the blonde barely managed to withhold a shudder. I gave her a massage. That doesn't sound so bad, Kiba said. Usually, he had to do things that were a lot more vulgar in order to convince her to sign the contract. He had often wondered just how long he would be able to get away with simple kisses on the cheek and allowing her to do some minor groping before the precocious girl demanded more. She kept trying to make me give her a full-body massage. Ha ha ha. Kiba grimaced at Naruto's deadpan expression. As the bell for class rang, he made a reminder to give Naruto a list of possible females who may demand the same thing that Saya did. On the plus side, none of them were that young. That should at least keep him from getting hit again, right? Cat CHRP? Issei, I forbid you from ever going near the church again. The moment Naruto heard these words as he neared the doors to the occult research clubroom, he knew something was up. Deciding not to just barge in there as he was wont to do, the blonde instead leaned up against the wall right next to the door so he could listen in without being too noticeable. It sounded like Issei had done something wrong, again. To devils like us, the church is considered enemy territory, Rias continued. Naruto could almost imagine her standing behind her desk, her hands pressed flat against its surface as she looked at Issei with a combination of exasperation, concern and disappointment. If someone like you or I were to step into the church, it would create a major incident that could cause the small moment of relative peace between angels and devils to become strained. It's also a good way to get a light spear to the heart. Naruto smiled as he heard the worry in her voice. Even though her words may sound harsh to some, he could tell it was just because she did not want to see Issei get hurt. She really was a good person, caring for those under her as if they were a part of her family. And don't go near anyone who has any relationship with the church. Especially the exorcists. They are some of the worst enemies our kind has. They have been blessed by God, so they have enough power to destroy a devil, especially a lower-class one like you are right now. If a devil were to be hit by their divine powers, they would be completely annihilated, with no hope of ever being reincarnated. Hearing this, Naruto raised an eyebrow. That was a useful little tidbit of information. He had heard of exorcists before, of course, but most of what he knew came from listening to people talk about these exorcism movies that seemed to be popular among horror fanatics. And those were always about evil spirits, not devils. Ugh, Naruto never wanted to watch an exorcist movie, ever. This is very important. Do you understand? Issei did not say anything. And if he did, it was not loud enough for Naruto to hear even with his enhanced sense of hearing. Even so, he could still imagine the perverted boy shrinking in on himself, looking absolutely intimidated by Ria's stare. Naruto had to admit, she had one hell of a stare. Era, a familiar voice said in his ear. Naruto sighed as he realized his time spying was done. What are you doing, Kitsune-kun? Just waiting for Rias to finish lecturing Issei, Akeno-chan, and listening in on their conversation, right? Akeno asked slyly. Naruto shrugged, not at all bothered that she knew he was spying on them. It wasn't like what he was doing was harmful. Something like that. Since Rias was no longer lecturing at Issei, Naruto figured they were done anyways and decided to make his presence known. Barging into the room with his typical lack of subtlety, the blonde greeted the two as he always did. Yo, Rias, he grinned at the redhead, getting a smile in return. Then he looked at Issei, his grin widening into one that was decidedly vulpine. Aerodebigame, why do you keep calling me that? Issei looked like he was about to cry. Or maybe he was about to hit Naruto. It was always difficult to tell between the two. "'Cause you're a perv," Naruto stated in a cheery fashion. Issei looked like someone just shot his puppy, while Rias and Akeno began giggling at him. Don't worry though, the blonde shinobi patted the boy on the back, only to get his hand shrugged off. There's nothing wrong with being a lek. It's simply your way of life. Then why do you keep making fun of me for being perverted? Because it's fun. Issei's eye twitched violently. Rias covered her hand to hide her giggling. At the same time, Akeno coughed into hers. Not just to stifle her own giggles, but to get Rias' attention. Era, now that we've all had our fun at Issei's expense. Said boy looked like someone had just struck him with lightning, which was very apt, considering who was talking about him. I have an order of suppression from the Archduke. Naruto watched as Rias' expression morphed from its amused expression to a much more serious one. He raised an eyebrow, tempted to ask about what an order of suppression was, but decided not to, figuring he would get an answer soon enough. He had no idea how right he was. Cat CHRP? Naruto found himself standing alongside Akeno, Kaneko, Kiba, Issei and Rias later that night. The full moon was out, its moonbeams shining down upon them and casting an eerie glow on the abandoned mansion they stood in front of. It was here that Rias had led them to after receiving the order of suppression from that Archduke guy. Said mansion looked like it had once been a grand home filled with ostentatious decorations that would be par for the course of most homes where rich, snobbish people lived. Now it was run down and abandoned. A derelict building that looked like it had been the victim of several decades' worth of neglect. The walls were cracked and stained. Moss and vines had overgrown much of the structure. The windows were broken, yet the inside was too dark for even Naruto's vision to pick anything out. The place was truly in great disrepair. Listen up, you two, Rias attracted Naruto's and Issei's attention. This will be important for you two to remember, as it's something that we will likely be called on to do again in the future. Naruto instantly perked up as he focused his attention on Rias. At that moment, she sounded very much like a jounin about to instruct her genin. It was actually kind of nostalgic. Rogue devils are underling devils much like yourself, except they ended up betraying their masters and went rogue. Most of them that strike out on their own act like nothing more than rabid dogs. And much like rabid dogs, they need to be put down. One of the laws of our kind is that if a rogue devil is found, they are to be destroyed with extreme prejudice. Naruto found himself nodding his head as he stored the information away. It was actually very familiar to him, as it reminded him of how shinobi villages dealt with their missing ninja. Missing ninja were not only security risks due to the simple fact that they had gone rogue, but also contained a lot of secrets within their bodies that could be used to buy other villages if they fell into the wrong hands. That was why they needed to not only be killed, but their bodies destroyed entirely. That made him wonder, when rogue devils were killed, did they need to take the head back as proof of the kill? And could people earn bounties by killing them? For a second, Naruto pondered the idea of hunting rogue devils for cash. It might be a good idea to earn money. He quickly discarded the idea, however. He understood the necessity of eliminating people when they became dangerous to the safety of innocents, but he had never enjoyed killing. I take it that's why we're here, asked Naruto, gesturing towards the empty house. There's a rogue devil in there and we've been ordered to destroy it. Rias flashed him a pleased smile. Yes, that is it exactly. We've recently received reports that humans have gone missing around here. Normally, we wouldn't bother with rumors, since there are a number of humans that go missing all the time, but these reports claimed that the missing were all seen entering this house and never came out. That's normally a sign that a rogue devil has taken up residency and is luring humans in to eat them. She paused, then added, it helps that the Archduke informed us that there was a rogue devil in our territory. Sounds like a nasty business, Naruto muttered while Issei paled at the knowledge that there were devils who ate humans. It is, Rias admitted solemnly. The group soon made their way into the house. The stench of blood clung heavily to the air. Naruto, with his enhanced senses, nearly gagged on the scent. It was only because he had grown so used to the smell of blood during the Fourth Great Ninja War that he was able to keep the bile wanting to rise in his throat down. Issei was not nearly as lucky. The boy's face was green and he looked like he might vomit at any moment. Naruto felt some sympathy for the kid. He had been just a regular person before he got caught up in all this due to that sacred gear in his arm. It really wasn't fair to him that he had to deal with this new lifestyle that he was in no way prepared for. Among those who seemed to have trouble dealing with the scent was Kaneko, whose nose was crinkled in disgust and her face took on a shade of green similar to Issei's. She probably had enhanced senses like Naruto did, being what she was. Naruto closed distance with her and absently handed her a cloth soaked in perfume. Don't ask where he got the perfume or the cloth. Just go with it. Kaneko smiled in thanks as she gratefully took the cloth and used it to cover her nose. Issei, Naruto, Rias said as they fully entered the mansion. The sound of their footsteps echoed loudly in the empty hallway. This will be a good chance for you to see how we devils battle. She paused for a second, then added, I should also probably take the time to explain how the servant system works and what traits you gain as one. Issei scratched the back of his head in obvious confusion. What do you mean by traits? That question was all Rias needed to begin her lesson. I've already explained the relationships between the devil, angel and fallen angel factions. The three-way war between those three factions left all sides exhausted in both moral and strength. A large number of pure-blood devils lost their lives, and there simply weren't enough of us to make up for the losses we suffered. Because of this, we needed to find a way to build our forces back. This was how the evil peace system was put into place. Issei gave Rias a look that said he had no clue what she was talking about. Naruto didn't either, but figured she would explain and thus kept himself from reacting too overtly. Do either of you know what chess is? Isn't that, like, the European version of shogi? Asked Naruto, frowning a bit. Rias gave him a nod. In a manner of speaking. It's very similar to shogi, but different at the same time. The pieces in chess are king, queen, knight, rook, bishop, and pawn. Each piece has its own unique traits. The group began searching for the wayward rogue devil as Rias continued explaining how the evil peace system worked. So far there had been no sign of the one they had been ordered to exterminate. Naruto was just surprised by how clean the place was. Aside from some overturned furniture and a thick layer of dust, there was nothing to show it was being used by anyone. Given that this rogue devil was supposed to be eating humans here, he would have expected there to be blood splatters or even a half-eaten corpse of two. At the very least there should have been signs of a struggle. For the same reason, each servant undergoes training in a different ability. Although they do not have many skills, they are very powerful in the ones they do know. Rias paused for a moment as she looked inside a room that had once been a sitting area. Nothing but discarded chairs and broken tables were there now. Because of this, the evil peace system has become very popular since its conception. It's actually gotten to the point where those resurrected as an evil piece are being used in a competition called a rating game between nobles. Rating game? Asked Issei, a clueless look on his face. Rias placed a hand against a pair of large double doors as she answered him. This was the last place they hadn't looked. To put it simply, a rating game is essentially pitting servants resurrected under the evil peace system in a live fire exercise similar to chess. It's actually gotten to the point where it could influence a devil's position and rank within the nobility. Naruto scratched his chin as he read between the lines of her words. Which means that, at some point, you're going to be expected to participate in a rating game, right? I'm still not a mature devil, so it's a ways off, Rias assured Naruto as she pushed open the door. There was a loud rattle followed by the creaking of hinges that had long gone unused as the door opened slowly. I still can't officially enter the arena. The room beyond was pitch black. Darkness beyond darkness that no amount of enhancements would be able to pierce clung to the room like a cloak. And what about unofficially? Asked Naruto, his words making Rias smile. The blonde really was quite smart. Ugh, Issei groaned as he rubbed his head. I don't really understand any of this. And what piece am I anyways? Naruto perked up. He was also curious to know what piece he had been resurrected under. Naruto, Issei, you two are. What a delicious scent, a voice interrupted Rias from saying any more. Everyone present turned their attention towards the darkness of the room they were entering. With the doorway open, some light began creeping in, illuminating a bit of the room beyond, though not by much. It's coming, Rias murmured darkly as she glared around the room. Noticing her look, Naruto allowed a kunai to slide into his right hand and held it in a reverse grip. But it's also mixed with something foul? I think she's smelling herself, Naruto said out loud, his words causing Akeno to giggle while Rias and Kaneko smiled. Kiba looked somewhat amused, but was also sweat dropping at the very Naruto-ish comment. He had heard more than enough of those in class. Rogue Devil Visor, we are here to destroy you. Rias shouted into the darkness beyond. Naruto's eyes sharpened as his ears picked up a dull thud some feet away. He still couldn't see anything due to whatever had moved being covered in darkness, but judging by the rhythmic thuds that followed, whatever it was coming towards them. Something flew out of the darkness. Naruto and everyone who had combat experience, that is to say, everybody except Issei, tensed and prepared to react. They relaxed a moment later, though only slightly, when they realized what it was that had flown out of the darkness and now lay on the ground with blood pooling around it and staining the wood paneling of the floor. Issei did not relax. If anything, he began to panic. A corpse! Once again, Naruto felt a moment of sympathy strike him as the boy turned green and began to practically hyperventilate. It was clear to him that his fellow servant was in no way prepared for this kind of lifestyle. What a nice scent. It smells so delectable that I just want to eat you up. Perhaps when I do, I'll get the chance to see if your blood is as red as your hair. Naruto's eyes snapped towards the source of the voice to find that he could finally see who it was, a somewhat attractive female with messy hair, red eyes, and no shirt to cover her jiggling boobs. Or at least, she would have been a moderately attractive female if it weren't for the fact that her lower half was anything but human. Naruto didn't know what kind of beast she was, but the lower portion of her body looked like an accident between a lion and some kind of arachnid. For large legs with pawed feet kept the thing standing and balanced. There was a prehensile tail sticking out of her hindquarters. And her entire body was covered in fur. Truly, she was an ugly motherfucker. Issei. Naked Issei. Naruto facepalmed as he heard Issei's shout. He sees what had to be the ugliest chick in the entire world, and that's the first thing he says? Granted, her top half was, alright. Nowhere near as sexy as Rias or Akeno, and she wasn't even cute enough to compete with Kaneko's tight little body, but it wasn't like her upper body was bad. However, that bottom of hers just killed it. It wasn't even that she had way too much junk in her trunk, just that the trunk she did have was the ugliest damn trunk he had ever laid eyes on. Well, Naruto supposed Issei wasn't known for being the most lecherous existence at school for nothing. There was a reason he had taken to calling the boy Erodebagame, after all. What an unsightly appearance, Rias crossed her arms under her chest. It suits you well? What a pretentious little girl, Visor snarled out. Naruto noticed that her human hands were holding onto two bloody javelins. I'm going to enjoy staining your corpse with fresh blood as dark as your crimson hair. Humph, Rias smirked and took up a gesture of haughty poise. I guess it's true what they say about smaller dogs having a louder bark. Visor seemed to realize that she had just been insulted. She did not take too kindly to it. Why you bitch? Rearing one of her javelins back, she prepared to throw it, or maybe to close distance and stab Rias. Naruto didn't know. She never got the chance. Yudo. Got it. Kiba darted forward, his hands held out on either side, his body becoming nothing more than a blurry streak. Twin swords appeared within his grasp as he reached Visor, who switched targets from Rias to him. Well, perhaps I should continue our lesson from earlier, Rias said as she watched the proceedings with a single hand on the curve of her shapely hip. Kiba had just dashed in at speeds that Visor had no hope of keeping up with, his twin swords flashing and slicing off one of her arms in a spray of gore. As the rogue devil roared in agony, Rias spoke some more. As you can see, Yudo is a knight, which focuses on incredible speed. Die insect. Visor roared as she lifted a foot to squash Kiba flat. The young swordsman did not move an inch as the foot began descending, for at that moment, Koenko jumped in, her hands stretched out above her head. Kaneko-chan. Issei shouted in shock. Don't worry, Issei, Rias said as she and the others not involved in combat yet watched as the foot tried to stomp Kaneko into the ground. It didn't, or rather, it couldn't, as the white-haired first-year managed to hold the woman's foot above her head without breaking a sweat. Kaneko is a rook. As she continued speaking, the ground beneath Kaneko's feet cracked as she liberally shoved the foot she had been holding above her head off, causing Visor to stumble, and a rook's trait is insane strength and defense. In retaliation for getting shoved away like a 50-pound weakling, Visor's tail lashed out and Kaneko struck the young girl. Said amber-eyed cutie was sent flying and only stopped when she smashed her into a wall. The force behind the attack was so great that the wall actually crumbled and Kaneko was blown through it. That level of attack won't work on Kaneko, Rias said, smiling as she twirled a strand of hair between her fingers. Indeed, when the smoke cleared, Kaneko looked completely unscathed. Not even her skirt was scuffed in any way. Time for you to be blown away. Using the incredible strength granted to her as a rook, Kaneko shoved herself off the ground and was blasted into the air, her left hand clenched into a fist and held above her head. She looked kind of like Superman, or Supergirl, as she was way too cute to look like that Boy Scout with the penchant for wearing underwear over his pants. Like a rocket, the cute little first-year crashed straight into Visor's underbelly. The power behind her attack had so much force to it that the much larger devil was blown off the ground and launched in a parabolic arc before descending and crashing straight through a wall. Kaneko clapped the dust off her hands, that bored look still on her face. So weak. Hee hee. Naruto smiled as he walked up to the girl he had taken such a shine to, and began rubbing her head. The blank expression turned into one of bliss as she leaned into his hand. You really are something, Kaneko-chan. Kaneko just purred in response. Still standing where she had been since the start of the battle, Rias twitched at the scene. Can you two not do that here? We're still in combat, you know. Right? Naruto chuckled sheepishly as he took his hand off Kaneko's head, causing the first year to pout. My bad. Ugh. Visor moaned in pain, how can a group so young be so strong? And now you'll get to see the last member of my peerage after you too. Rias decided to ignore what had happened between Kaneko and Naruto. There was no reason to get upset over it anyways. It's not like she was jealous or anything. Akeno. Of course, Bucho. Akeno was all smiles as she clapped her hands in front of her face. There was something seriously disturbing about that pleasant and beautiful smile. Issei felt a shiver crawl up his spine. Now, I wonder how I should do this. As a smiling Akeno began to slowly walk towards the struggling to stand Visor, Rias continued her lecture. Akeno is my queen. Why you bitch? Era, smiling despite the insult, or maybe even because of it, Akeno tilted her head and looked down at the rogue devil. You're still so energetic it seems. I guess that means you can withstand more punishment. A flash appeared within the room. Then, how about I try something like this? Zzzzzztt. Akeno raised her hand and sparks of lightning shot from her fingertips into the air, then descended upon the hapless Visor. Gra. As a queen, Akeno has all the abilities of a pawn, knight, bishop and rook. She's the invincible vice president of our club. As Rias spoke, Naruto found himself paying extra attention to Akeno. He had noticed something off about her as she began zapping lightning at Visor. Akeno's breathing had picked up drastically, despite an attack of that level not being anywhere near enough to tire someone like her out. There was a heavy blush staining her cheeks as well, and she was squeezing her thighs together and shuddering in ecstasy every few seconds. Oh my, Akeno licked her lips as she stared at the charred body of Visor, the small flush on her cheeks increasing to a brighter red. It looks like you can still continue. I wonder how long you can keep this up. Naruto had seen that look before. It was a look he had seen a few times on particularly drunk women when he entered a brothel with Ero Sennin during their training trip. He would recognize that expression anywhere. Akeno mainly specializes in attacking her opponents with magic. Akeno, her breathing erratic as if she had just finished a 6-hour romp fest, lifted her hand again, a large smile on her flushed cheeks. The way she licked her lips was as freaky as it was enticing. She is also the world's biggest sadist. Zzzztttt. Jaya. That was the sound of Visor being electrocuted again, and again, and again, and again. Akeno, it seemed, loved toying with her opponents. Naruto was strangely reminded of Anko as he watched the Yamato Nadeshiko work. God bless that crazy snake lady's sexy soul. As Issei shivered in fear from watching Akeno take sexual pleasure from causing mass amounts of pain, Kiba made to reassure him. Don't worry too much. The vice president is very gentle with her allies. Zzzztttt. Gra. Issei shivered again as he turned around and saw Akeno blasting what now looked like a well-done steak with more lightning. Naruto whistled as he walked up to the pair. Is it wrong that I find Akeno to be extremely sexy right now? Staring at the blonde like he was something diseased, Issei quickly moved away, hoping he would not get infected by whatever Naruto had. Ha! Akeno sighed, her body shuddering with post-orgasmic bliss as she held a hand to her cheek. It seems that still wasn't enough to kill her. Issei's sweat dropped as he looked at Visor. She may not be dead, technically, but she was most certainly not what he would call alive either. I suppose I'll let the president have the final blow. Rias walked up to the thoroughly defeated Visor, stopping just a few feet away. Her was face blank, a perfectly composed mask befitting a devil of her high standing. Do you have any last words? Kill me? Very well then, Rias smiled, her eyes sharpening and turning a tad feral. Naruto would admit, it was even sexier than watching Akeno get aroused by causing pain. He must be turning into some kind of masochist. Damn that Jiraiya. It seemed some of his ways were sticking. Ashes to ashes and dust to dust? As Rias held up her hand, what looked like a ball of black energy erupted above her palm. With an almost absent-mindedness, she held it out towards Visor and then let it loose. The effect was impressive. The energy slammed into Visor, creating an inferno of dark flames that, upon vanishing, revealed the rogue devil they had been sent to kill was no more. There was nothing left, not even drop of blood to stain the floor with. Naruto whistled. Now that was impressive, and he wasn't lying. Though he had seen much more impressive battles and attacks, and if he could be so bold, felt that his battles against people like Nagato, Tobi and Madara were far more impressive, it did not mean what he had seen here was any less incredible. He had never seen something get so thoroughly destroyed to the point where there was not even charred remains. It's over everyone, Rias smiled at her peerage. Let's go back and have some tea. Everyone began to leave. It wasn't like there was any reason left to stay in the dump of a mansion, and with no more reason to stay, no one wanted to continue smelling all the blood that Visor had left in the house. Excuse me, Bucho. Rias turned to look at Issei. What is it? I was just wondering. Issei began. You never explained what my role was. I have to admit, I'm curious to know what I am as well, Naruto said. Truthfully, he didn't think he would need whatever abilities he gained from his piece, but he was curious nonetheless. That's right, she eyed the two. I forgot to tell you what you two are. Issei, your role is? Issei grinned and rubbed his hands together, probably thinking he was something awesome like a knight or rook. Pawn. He was disappointed. You mean to tell me I'm the lowest rank there is? Issei began crying. Large streams of tears like waterfalls came pouring out of his eyes in mass quantities, running down his face. Strangely enough, these tears did not stain his clothes. How odd. There, Naruto patted the boy's shoulder. It'll be all right? Don't patronize me. Nah, Rias, Naruto said, I'm curious, what piece am I? You. Rias frowned, her countenance shifting from amused to uncertain. I don't know. What do you mean? Asked Naruto, now also frowning. How can you not know? The piece I used on you was very special. It was given to me by my older brother. She paused to gather her thoughts. It's called a mutated piece. It's basically a chess piece that was normal at one point, but mutated and became something else. It contains all the original powers of the original piece it was, but it's no longer a proper representation of that piece and is much stronger than it was originally. I see. So you can't determine what it was then? Rias shook her head. I'm afraid not. She smiled and tried to add some brevity to the situation. I guess that means we're going to discover what your piece is together. Naruto found himself smiling as well. Truthfully, he didn't care what his piece was. Naruto would not need whatever trait it gave him. All he needed were the skills he had honed to perfection back in his home world. He would be the strongest devil in the world regardless of what his evil piece was. That was a promise. Dedabeo. Oh, make a request gone wrong. Rias was sitting at her desk late at night, working on some paperwork. It wasn't something she enjoyed doing. Paperwork, that is, but it was something that needed to get done. As the heiress to an old and powerful clan of devils, and the owner of the city, it fell upon her to do it. It was just another reason she didn't like being the heiress to a powerful family. She could almost see why her brother was always trying to skip out on his paperwork. Exhaling a deep breath, Rias finished the last of the papers. Setting down her pen, she grabbed the last sheet of paper and moved it from the unfinished section to the finished section on her desk. The busty young redhead leaned back in her comfortable leather seat, her arms stretching up behind her head, causing her breasts to jiggle enticingly. Had Issei been there at that moment, he would have likely been blown straight through a wall by a nosebleed. Just as Rias was about to stand up and head to the room containing her bed, a bright, orange light filled the room. Blinking, she looked over at the floor, where a summoning circle she recognized as belonging to Naruto appeared. A second later said boy appeared within the single. Rias raised an eyebrow. Naruto. Her voice had him snapping his eyes over to her, a frantic look in them. Rias. Like a man who had just seen his life raft after being tossed into a raging maelstrom, Naruto rushed over to her. Rias would have leaned back as the blonde-haired Uzumaki placed his hands on her shoulder and began shaking her back and forth. Quick! You have to hide me. You have to save me. Hide you. Save you. Rias gripped the frantic blonde's forearms to stop him from shaking her. What's going on, Naruto? And why are you shirtless? She looked at him again, then blinked. And is that glitter? It was indeed. Covering Naruto from head to toe was mass quantities of glitter. His defined, male body sparkled and shone with each movement, even as thousands of tiny sparkles flew off him from his frantic movements. The blue-eyed devil looked almost like he had been shot at point blank with several glitter cannons. Never mind that. Naruto's panicked eyes flickered around the room, as if he were expecting to be attacked any second now. You have to protect me. Protect you. Rias' eyebrows furrowed. From what? From them. Rias was just about to open her mouth and ask who them was, but never got the chance. At that exact moment, the door to the occult research club room was busted open. Oh God. They found me. Rias blinked as several dozen girls, all covered in glitters and sparkles and glow-in-the-dark armbands rushed into the room. There he is? Let's get them. Come back here, Naruto-kun. You'll never take me alive. Quicker than Rias could actually follow, Naruto bolted towards the window. Seconds later, the glass was shattered as the blonde jumped through the window without even bothering to open it. After him, girls. It wasn't long after Naruto had left that the girls filed out of the room, leaving Rias alone. Said buxom beauty could only sit there, staring at the now broken-down door and busted window with wide, blinking eyes. What just happened? Chapter 5, A Time to Fight. Naruto stifled a yawn as he woke up after another exhausting night. His body ached in places that no amount of healing jutsu could fix, probably because they were not actually wounds but the result of a night's hard training. Cuts could be healed, bones mended, muscles restored, but the ache brought about by hard work and good old-fashioned exercise could only be healed with time. It didn't help that Naruto pushed himself quite hard last night after watching that battle between the rest of Rias' peerage and Visor. He was in good shape, but he wanted to be stronger, strong enough that he could be of help to Rias and his new friends. That meant working back up to where he had been before getting sent to this strange world, no matter how painful such a task was. As his mind began the slow process of waking up, he absently let his hands rub the curvaceous body of the beautiful red head in his arms. His thoughts soon turned to his training, what he was good at, what he was bad at, what he would need to improve on. Surprisingly enough, he discovered that his chakra control was exceptional, which was a nice change from his previously horrendous control. It wasn't perfect, but he wasn't going to become a medical ninja or genjutsu specialist, so perfect chakra wasn't necessary. Though he was hoping to replicate Bachan's super strength, which he remembered Sakura saying needed very precise chakra control. It would be hard, especially since Naruto did not have a clue as to how good his control needed to be. His ninjutsu was terrible. While his control over his chakra had become 1,000 times better than before, it was only due to the fact that the amount of chakra he could now use was so much smaller than what he used to that he had naturally better control. This meant that many of his more chakra-intensive jutsu were out of his reach. Considering almost all of his jutsu were chakra-intensive and required the reserves of an above-average jounin to even use, that left him with a very big problem. Thankfully, all was not lost. Naruto still had some of his more basic jutsu, including the ones Jiraiya had taught him when they were training. He only had a few that were B rank and below, but they should be enough for now. At least until he could begin making his own jutsu. It shouldn't be too hard for someone as awesome as him. If Sasuke had been able to make his own jutsu, then so could Naruto. Next he would need. As his mind became fully awake and cognizant, the blonde-haired, whisker-faced former Konoha ninja finally realized where he was, what he was doing, and that there was a very familiar person laying in his bed, again. How many times does this make now? 6? 7? He was beginning to lose count. Groaning, Naruto thought about what he should do. He could slip out of the room, go take a shower, cook some breakfast, and get ready for school, not something that brought about pleasant thoughts for the young man, or he could just stay where he was and relax, which was infinitely more preferable. After all, what hot-blooded male wouldn't want to lay in bed with a drop-dead gorgeous and completely naked female in their arms? It seems Issei isn't the only pervert around here. However, as nice as laying in bed with this beautiful, naked girl in his arms sounded, there were things he wanted to know, like finding out just why she was in his bed again. "Rias," Naruto said. The girl didn't stir. Frowning, he shook her a bit and spoke more loudly. "Rias. Rias. Wake up. Rias moaned slightly as she drifted back into the world of conscious thought. Sitting up, once again heedless of her nudity, Rias yawned widely as she raised a single hand to rub the sleep out of her eyes. It was almost as cute as Kaneko, only instead of being adorable, her actions were incredibly sensual. It was like her very being just exuded a sort of cute and innocent sexiness that was such a natural part of her she didn't even know it existed. Rias was definitely what Jiraiya would call the girl next door type. "Good morning, Rias," Naruto said softly. Rias looked down at him as she rubbed her eyes and offered a sleepy smile. "Good morning, Naruto," she greeted, making Naruto smile in return. It left a second later as he remembered he was supposed to be a bit disgruntled. Or was he? Waking up with a beautiful woman was certainly not something he should be complaining about, after all. Still, it was a bit annoying to wake up with someone else when you know they had not been there the night before. "Care to tell me why you're in my bed, again?" asked Naruto with a single raised eyebrow. Rias blinked several times as she registered his words before smiling. "I had trouble sleeping on my own," Rias admitted, causing Naruto to look at her oddly. "Normally it's fine so long as I have something to snuggle with, like one of my stuffed toys, but for some reason I just couldn't get a good night's sleep. I suppose you could say I was feeling restless." Naruto struggled as he tried to work through what she was saying. It wasn't that he didn't understand her words so much as he just could not picture Rias having any stuffed toys. She didn't seem the type. Okay, so maybe that wasn't entirely true. She was very grabby in her sleep, as he could attest to. He could easily picture her holding onto some large, overstuffed, human-sized animal or something as she slept. On a side note, it was a very cute image. Naruto dispelled those thoughts with a shake of his head as Rias began to speak some more. "Then I remembered how easy it was to fall asleep next to you. You were so warm and cozy, like being next to a fire without the possibility of getting burned. I just couldn't help myself." Naruto sighed as he rubbed his eyes with a tired expression. What to do? It wasn't that it necessarily bothered him that she slept with him. He would admit that it felt nice to wake up next to a warm body. It hadn't happened enough back in the elemental nations. At the same time, as much as he liked Rias, he still didn't know her that well, and he wasn't the kind of guy to allow intimacy to develop without knowing he and the girl in question really did love each other. That one time at the brothel during his training trip did not count. It would never count. Curse that Jiraiya. "Does it bother you that much?" Naruto made the mistake of looking at Rias when she asked him that question. The blonde had often felt that Kaneko was the very definition of Mo, and that was true, but Rias had something special that Kaneko did not. The first thing he noticed was the way her hair fell down around her face. It gave the gorgeous redhead a strange aura, a combination of innocence and mystery that entranced all who laid eyes on her. Her bangs fell about her face, hovering around and over her eyes. Which were the next two objects on the list of things he noticed. He had been enchanted by those eyes the first day they met, loving their unique color. Right now those eyes had narrowed into a look that was somehow both remorseful and seductive. It may have had something to do with the sad frown on those beautiful, pink lips, which was the third thing he noticed. Or maybe it just had something to do with her breasts. She was still naked, after all. No, Naruto waved his hands in front of his face, as if attempting to ward off the look she was giving him. He may have some experience when it came to naked women thanks to Jiraiya, but he had next to none when it came to situations like this. Zero tolerance meant his will and fortitude quickly eroded. "It's not a bother at all. I like it very much in fact. Really." Before he knew it, Rias was leaning in, her eyes growing large and sparkling with joy. It was almost as bad as the other look. "Yes, really." Naruto leaned backwards, hoping against hope that maybe space would lessen the effects of her technique. It didn't, but that was mostly because he was lying down and couldn't actually lean back. I mean, it felt really nice. You know, holding you in my arms and all. He flushed suddenly. It was one thing to sleep with a naked girl. It was quite another to explain your feelings about something like this through words. It feels really nice. Ria's smile widened. It wasn't quite the cat that ate the canary look, but it did make Naruto feel like he was missing something. Cat CHRP? Rias Gremory was still smiling when she entered the student council room. She was feeling inordinately pleased with herself, and why shouldn't she? She had finally discovered a way to make Uzumaki Naruto flustered. She had been a little disconcerted by how unaffected he was by her nudity. Despite not having many, or any, of the modesty taboos that humans do, she was well aware of the effects her body had on the male, and some of the female, population. That this boy seemed completely unaffected by it bothered her. That wasn't to say he didn't like what he saw. She had clearly seen the appreciation he had for her body during those times she woke up in his bed, and since she always woke up in his bed these days, well, you get the picture. Several times she caught his eyes wandering over the swells of her breasts or tracing the curves of her hips with lingering glances. But his gaze was not like those of Issei's or other men. It was different. There was no other way to describe it. When he looked at her, it felt different than when other men looked at her. There was no real lust in his gaze, no desire to do something more to her than simply looking, or it was just so well hidden that she couldn't see it. Either way, it felt like nothing more than simple admiration of her beauty. It was both flattering and at the same time disappointing. That was why she was so elated to have finally found something that affected him. While Naruto was unaffected by her nudity, at least as unaffected as a teenage male with raging hormones can be, he could not remain unaffected by the feelings of a woman. It seemed his entire personality, or a very good chunk of it, was built towards ensuring the happiness of others. He simply didn't like to see other people sad. She didn't really know if it was because she was a girl or not, though she felt it certainly helped her chances. Regardless of how unaffected he was by her nudity, Naruto was still male. All men were predisposed towards acting out in some way when dealing with a member of the opposite sex, whether that was acting like a chauvinistic pig or a chivalrous knight was dependent upon the person's personality. Naruto was definitely the latter of the two. Gremory-san, a voice greeted her as she entered the room. Rias did not even bother looking around the clubroom as she waltzed up to the desk where a girl around her age with black hair styled in a short bob cut and violet eyes sat. She sat herself down on the empty chair in front of the desk and greeted her rival with a smile. Sona-san. Sona Citri, a third year like her and the school president of the student council, looked at her over red-rimmed glasses. It is very rare for you to visit me like this, Sona said as she used a minor application of magic to get rid of the paperwork that was stacked neatly on her desk. A snap of her fingers and a chessboard appeared within a magic circle that had Sona's family crest, the white side facing her and the black side facing Rias. She looked over at the other members of the student council and spoke again, "Please leave us." One of the members, the only male student among them, looked like he was about to protest, but a sharp glance from Sona had him leaving as well, albeit grudgingly. Turning her attention back to Rias and the chessboard, Sona made her first move. "Whatever you want to talk to me about must be very important if you had to come see me so early in the day." Rias studied the move Sona made as she carefully decided her own. "I don't know if it's really important, or at least not vitally important. I am simply here to satisfy my own curiosity," she said, finally making her own move by taking a knight and moving it in a position where it could take Sona's rook if she wanted to. "I see," Sona narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. After several seconds, she moved her bishop. "You are here about Uzumaki Naruto, correct?" "You know me too well," Rias sighed. Sona had always been good at reading her like a book. It didn't help that she tended to wear her heart on her sleeve unless required not to. "Yes, I am curious about one of the newest members of my peerage." "I am surprised you don't know much about him already," Sona frowned. "You members of the Gremory clan are well known for being affectionate towards your servants." "I know plenty about him," Rias argued as she watched Sona make her move, grimacing as one of her rooks was taken. In return, she took Sona's knight. "Naruto-kun is very forthcoming when it comes to himself. I've even asked him about some things I probably shouldn't have, yet he didn't get angry at all and still answered my questions honestly." Sona studied her friend's expression. Rias wondered if the guilt she still felt at bringing up such terrible memories for her newest servant was visible on her face. "Probably. Sounds like someone has had a troubled past." "I really can't say," Rias' shoulders slumped. "Naruto's story is his to tell, and I don't want to break the incredible amount of trust he's shown me by saying anything." "A smart move," Sona admitted as she moved another one of her pieces. Rias frowned when she saw that her friend and rival was trying to trap her king. If he is so forthcoming about himself, then why do you need to ask me about him? Because I've come to the belief that the answer to the question I want doesn't lie with Naruto-kun himself, was the immediate answer as Rias decided to use her queen to destroy the peace that had been about to put her king in check. I suspect he would not even know the answer to the question I want to ask. And that question is? Naruto is on my brother's scholarship program. Rias frowned as Sona moved her queen and placed her in check. She placed a hand upon her king, but quickly discarded the idea to use it and instead moved her rook to shield it from the queen. Now, if Sona tried to take her rook, she would take her rival's queen. I want to know why. And what makes you think I know the answer? You have information on everybody who comes to this school, Rias said without hesitation. Surely, you would know something about Naruto? Not as much as you might think, Sona sighed as she found her queen taken. She had extended it a bit too far into Rias' territory. An oversight on her part. Though I do have a bit of information that you may find interesting. When Naruto was admitted to Ku Academy, the person who filed his papers was none other than Greyfia-sama. My brother's wife? Rias nearly choked on air as she heard this. That's but why? That makes no sense. What makes him so special? That, I do not know, Sona said as she studied the board before smiling. I only know what I just told you. She moved her bishop into position and leaned back in her seat. Checkmate. It would have normally galled her to lose to her rival, friend or not, but Rias was no longer paying attention to the chess match between them. Her mind was occupied by something far more important than chess. A little over 1 month ago, Naruto had joined Ku Academy under her brother's scholarship program. At that same time, her brother had given her the most unique mutated piece she had ever seen, and only required that she trade it for a single pawn. She got a mutated pawn out of the deal as well, which was how she was able to resurrect Issei so easily. Now she just found out that the person who had filed Naruto's paperwork to be admitted was none other than her brother's wife. Just who was Uzumaki Naruto? Cat CHRP? Naruto. Naruto. Kaneko. You need to wake up. A hand on his shoulder began shaking Naruto awake. Opening his eyes, the blonde wearily glanced around to ascertain his current location. He was in the clubroom, lying on the couch where he had elected to get some shut-eye before heading out to do some training. A glance at the person the hand belonged to showed a worried-looking Kiba. Kiba. Naruto yawned as he stretched himself out on the sofa. Laying on top of him, curled up like a cat, the lithe Kaneko began stirring. What's up? Something wrong? Issei's in trouble. Kiba explained in a rush. Himejima-senpai is already preparing a magic circle to transport us to his location. The only ones not ready are you two. That was all Naruto needed to know. Getting up on the couch, Naruto helped Kaneko to her feet and quickly brushed her down as she rubbed her sleepy eyes. A glance towards the other end of the room showed a silhouetted figure standing by the window. Even with her features obscured by the setting sun, he could see her concern and frustration. We're ready, Naruto told Kiba. Let's go. Stepping into the magic circle with Kaneko and the others, Naruto was transported to the place where Issei was apparently in danger. He was really beginning to wonder about that boy. The first thing that hit their senses was the copper-heavy stench of blood. It was a rank, cloying scent that burned the nostrils with its poignant odor. The smell was thick enough that anyone not accustomed to it would have gagged. Naruto ignored the corpse that had been nailed to the wall, and pulled out a cloth and a bottle of perfume, liberally spraying the scented liquid on the cloth before handing it to Kaneko. Much like during the rogue devil hunt, she was the one who seemed to be the most affected by the horrid stench caused by the bucket loads of blood that had been splashed across the walls like a mad painter throwing paint onto a canvas. Kaneko sent him a thankful look as she took the cloth and held it to her nose. Naruto absently pat her on the head as he took in the scene before him. Issei was standing, barely, his legs wobbling and looking like they were about to collapse at any moment. It was not hard to notice why. The tiny bullet hole that was leaking blood from his right thigh didn't look very pleasant, even if it was a small wound. Hayudo-kun, we're here to help. Era, you look injured. Priest. Issei looked at the group in shock. Everyone's here. Akeno smiled a lovely, terror-inspiring smile as she placed her hand on her cheek. Just leave everything to us. Her eyes strayed to the person who had likely been the cause of Issei's injuries. Now, I wonder how I shall cook this one, you fufu. Issei shivered and sweat dropped at the same time. Greetings, shitty-ass devils. Yelled out a young man with short white hair, red eyes and a disturbing slasher smile. Judging from the clerical clothing he was wearing, it was easy to deduce that he was likely a member of the church. The psychotic-looking teen who looked like he could give Joker a run for his money in the insanity department rushed towards them with a strange beam of light in his hand. Kiba darted forward, meeting with the white-haired male in a clash of blades. They met in the center, their swords clashing, making a strange zapping noise as light blade met steel. A power struggle began between the two, each trying to push the other off. It soon became clear that the pair was evenly matched in the physical strength department. Neither seemed capable of overpowering the other. The two jumped away when it was clear neither would be winning this contest. Kiba had the advantage of strength with his reverse handling of his sword, but the white-haired boy could put more force into his push. You know, it's very rude to attack someone without even introducing yourself. You won't earn any points with the ladies that way. The white-haired boy looked like a retarded dog as he let his tongue hang out and his posture slump. Do I have to introduce myself again? I'd rather not give another introduction to more shitty devils who are just going to die soon. Why don't you ask the shitty devil who's nearly dead on his feet? If you survive long enough to, that is. As the two began trading blows again, Akeno blinked as she noticed someone was missing. Era? Where is Kitsune-kun? Over there. Kaneko pointed over to where Naruto was. Akeno felt a bead of sweat trickle down the side of her face as she saw the blonde teen crouching in front of a petrified-looking little nun. Hiya. Naruto greeted with a wide grin, seemingly not at all bothered by the sounds of combat going on between Kiba and the strange white-haired dude. My name's Uzumaki Naruto. What's yours? Yeah. The nun, a cute-looking girl around their age with blonde hair and green eyes, shrunk into herself a bit. My name's, it's Asia. Asia Argento? Asia, huh? Naruto blinked, then tilted his head. Kind of a weird name, but whatever. He held a hand out to the timid girl, who squeaked at the action. It's nice to meet you, Asia-chan. Years of instinctual politeness kicked in and Asia found herself giving her fellow blonde a handshake. Nice to meet you too. Oi. Oi. The white-haired priest disengaged from Kiba and glared at Naruto when he saw the blonde chatting up the nun. The hell do you think you're doing, shitty devil? Huh. You can't just go ignoring me like that. The priest ran towards Naruto, prepared to run him through with his blade. Asia, who was in front of the blonde male, saw what was happening and opened her mouth to scream out a warning. Before anything else could happen, a large burst of dark energy forced the priest to jump back, lest he be destroyed. The energy ended up hitting the wall on the other side of the room, then going straight through the wall like it wasn't even there before blasting into several more walls after that. I dislike it when people hurt my cute, little servants, Rias said as she finally decided to get herself involved in the battle now that she had a clear shot of her enemy. All eyes followed her as she moved to stand by Issei, her hand still outstretched towards the priest and her eyes narrowed in anger. Especially someone with such a vulgar mouth. Then again, I wouldn't expect anything less from a stray exorcist. The only set of eyes not really following Rias or the happenings in the room at the moment were Naruto's, who finally realized that Asia was exposing herself. He took one look at her breasts, which were free from their confines, both her bra and nun outfit having been ripped sometime before their arrival, and hummed thoughtfully. We need to do something about that, he murmured, taking off his school jacket, wrapping it around the girl's shoulder and closing the front. Asia just looked at him surprised. Well, it's not a perfect solution, but it'll do for now. Thank you, Asia said automatically. Naruto gave her his foxy grin. Don't mention it. Anything for such a cute, little Imuro-chan. Asia flushed at the new title she had just been given by this strange but nice boy she had just met a few seconds ago. Yeah. I've got a potty mouth. The priest was ignoring Naruto and Asia now that Rias was actually willing to fight him. She was the bigger threat anyways, it seemed. I'm so sorry about that. The church didn't like that I was so vulgar, or that I kept killing humans. So I was kicked out. But you know what I say? Fuck the Vatican. So long as I get to continue killing you shitty devils, nothing else matters. Your kind are the most difficult type of exorcist to deal with. The kind of exorcist that takes pleasure in killing us. Fuck you. I don't need to be told off by a devil. I'm just trying to live my life like everyone else. I'm not in a position where pests like you can talk down to me. Even devils have rules. Why the hell should an exorcist care about the rules of someone beneath them? Then why don't you just disappear? Rias exclaimed coldly before she fired another blast of dark energy at the priest. He jumped away just in time to avoid being vaporized. The energy sailed past him before blowing another hole into the wall, causing him to whistle at the destruction caused. Nice. I like those passionate eyes. Wani-san, you are the best. I can feel your urge of wanting to kill me. Is this love? No. I think it's a killing intent. Superb. This is great. I love the feeling of intending to kill and getting intended to kill. Despite the amount of bravado he had, it was probably clear to the priest that he was outnumbered and outgunned. Even someone as insane as him had to recognize how bad his situation was. Even without Rias energy blasts trying to tear him apart, facing off against 4 devils of unknown strength was not a good idea. Bucho, Akeno warned, her voice screaming over the explosions caused by the energy blasts Rias was unleashing. We're going to need to finish this quickly. I can sense several fallen angels coming to this location. I see. Then it looks like I need to hurry this up. Taking aim once more, Rias began to rapidly throw ball after ball of black, demonic energy at the priest. With the amount of explosions that began taking place and the number of holes appearing in the wall, it was a wonder the house was still standing. It got to the point where even the exorcist realized his situation was hopeless. Suddenly, the idea of sticking around to fight didn't seem so appealing anymore. He quickly reached into his cloak and retrieved a vial of clear liquid, which he threw at Rias. The vial would have hit, but before it could, a blonde figure stood in the way, his left hand swiping at the vial to knock it aside. Rias' eyes widened. No, wait. Naruto. Don't. She was too late. The moment her blonde servant's hand hit the vial, it shattered from the force. Whatever was inside flew out, splattering all over his face and upper body. Naruto hissed, a pained grimace set on his face as the liquid began to hiss and steam, eating away at the exposed parts of his skin. And Naruto? Rias shouted, startled and concerned as her servant took a blow meant for her. And one that contained one of the greatest weaknesses of devil kind, especially those of a lower class. I am fine, Naruto murmured, wincing as he felt the strange liquid burning the left side of his face. It felt like his skin was being eaten away by acid. Rias snarled as she saw the damage the water was doing to Naruto's body. She turned to the exorcist once more to give him a lesson in pain that he wouldn't soon forget, only to find the priest and that little nun that had been with him were gone. Damn it. Finally, Rias swore as she let her anger get the best of her. Come on you guys, we're leaving. We've already retrieved Issei, which was our primary objective anyways. Why did you do that? Rias was nearly in tears as she healed up the ugly-looking burns on Naruto's face and body. Of course, a good deal of those tears were as much from anger and frustration as they were sadness at seeing one of her beloved servants so injured. The red-haired beauty grit her teeth so hard her gums almost bled as she looked at the wounds on Naruto's flesh. They were truly hideous to see. The entire left side of the blonde teen's face had been burnt to the point that she could see his cheekbones and part of his jaw. In other places the skin was cracked and red and deformed, turning what had once been a handsome face into something that looked like it come straight from a B-budget horror flick. And it wasn't just his face that had suffered. The rest of his body had several patches where the skin was blistered and cracked. She saw one that looked particularly horrendous on the right side of his torso just below his armpit. It looked like it had gotten an extra dose of that holy water. All the skin in that area was gone and she could clearly see the bone and muscle. She could heal it, of course, and there wouldn't even be a scar, especially not when combined with the strange healing that Naruto's body seemed to be doing automatically. But just seeing her servant like this was enough to bring Rias to tears. It was even worse because Naruto had taken that damage for her. Why did I do what? Asked Naruto, sounding surprisingly calm as Rias healed his wounds. He didn't seem all that bothered by the injuries he had sustained, nor by her chosen method of healing. Since her form of healing required as much skin contact as possible, they were both completely nude, lying together in a bed. Rias was on top of him, her body pressing against his from above, her breasts pushing into his chest as their legs entwined and their hips connected. It was as close to sex as one could get without actually having sex. She was healing him in a private bedroom located within the occult clubroom. Naruto wondered why they had a private bedroom in the occult clubroom, but wasn't able to dwell on it long for several reasons, not the least of which was the body of his drop-dead gorgeous king on top of him. Don't give me that. Rias looked up from where she had laid her head on his chest to scowl at him, small drops of glistening liquid still leaking out of her tear ducts. You shouldn't have taken that holy water for me. For someone like myself, holy water would hurt but it wouldn't be fatal. For a new devil like you it's incredibly dangerous. You could have been killed. You can't expect me to just stand there and do nothing when someone attacks you, Naruto defended himself. There was no way in hell I was going to let anything happen to you, and I wasn't going to risk the small chance that it was something that wouldn't kill you. But you could have died. Better me than you. You. Rias clenched her teeth so hard that it actually hurt. After several seconds of glaring at the blonde beneath her through frustrated tears, her body collapsed on top of him. All feeling left her as exhaustion set in, and not just from their arguing. She rested her head against his chest, her ears pressed to his skin as she listened to the reassuring heartbeat that let her know Naruto was still alive. You are so incredibly stubborn, she whispered in a pained voice as she placed her hands on another one of his wounds. The most dangerous ones had healed now, leaving healthy, pink skin. Naruto chuckled a bit. So I've been told? This isn't a laughing matter. Naruto winced as Rias smacked his chest. Sorry. For the longest time, neither one of them spoke. Rias had to focus almost all of her attention on healing the rest of Naruto's wounds, and the blonde knew better than to speak out of turn. It required even more effort for Rias to heal his wounds than usual because she spent so much energy flinging balls of destruction at that priest. Perhaps it had not been her best idea to not dispose of the priest immediately, but she had been angry at him for hurting one of her servants, and scaring the crap out of exorcists was very therapeutic. "I am sorry that I upset you," Naruto said after a while, speaking in a very soft voice. Rias did not raise her head, she was too tired for that, but she did squeeze his hand to let him know she was listening. "But you have to understand, I can't let you get hurt. I can't. Seeing my friends get hurt and not doing anything to stop it when I know I can causes more pain for me than anything else in this world. I could never forgive myself if I let you get hurt when I had the power to protect you." His mind went back to Niji, one of many friends he failed to save. He would not let that happen again. Never again. "How do you think I feel?" asked Rias, lifting herself up with some effort so she could look at him. "Don't you realize that I feel the same way? Naruto, you're not just one of my servants. You, Akeno, Kiba, Kaneko and Issei, you're my friends. I would never be able to live with myself if you got hurt on my account. Then I guess we're stuck. I understand how you feel, but I can't stand by and watch while you get hurt so long as I can stop it. I'm just not capable of that." Rias felt like groaning, but she was far too tired to commit such a desire into action. "You're going to be stubborn about this, aren't you?" She closed her eyes, thereby missing Naruto's nod. "Even if you were to order me not to, I would disobey you in a heartbeat if it meant keeping you or the others from harm." Strangely enough, even though Rias heard his words, a good part of her focused on his use of you and the others. For some reason she felt a bit sad that he had included everyone else. She didn't know why that was. She should be happy that her peerage had become so important to him, but she could not deny that some part of her, one that she refused to acknowledge even to herself, wished that statement had been made solely for her. At least a part of her wished that. The other part wished he wouldn't say things like that at all. The idea of him getting hurt protecting her bothered her more than she cared to admit. Too tired to do anything more, Rias wrapped her arms around Naruto's muscular body and pulled herself as close to him as possible. Her breasts mashed up against his chest, and she could feel his powerful abs and pectorals ripple underneath her. She ignored the pleasant tingle this caused, too burnt out to think on what it might mean, and simply let exhaustion begin to get the best of her. "Just promise me you won't get hurt like that anymore," she whispered to him pleadingly. Her eyes drooped closed as she spoke. She could feel her mind slipping as the Sandman came to claim her. "I can't promise that," Naruto replied, his tone just as soft. "But I will promise to be more careful from now on." "How does that sound?" Rias didn't respond. She was already asleep. Cat CHRP. The next morning Naruto woke up to find himself still sleeping on the bed in the back room of the occult research clubroom. Sunlight was streaming in through the parted curtains of the room's sole window, illuminating the dark red ceiling above. He could only thank the ramen gods that the window was nowhere near the bed. He hated waking up to the sun in his face. Maybe he should think about living here instead of his apartment? Rias was also there, still sleeping peacefully on top of him, her arms wrapped loosely around his side. Acting with both care and gentleness, Naruto rolled Rias off of him and onto her back. Her arms and legs flopped a bit, as did her breasts, but otherwise she did not move. She must have really exhausted herself last night. Generally, the few attempts Naruto made at extricating himself from her iron grip when she slept ended with her simply holding him that much tighter. For her to not even seem to recognize she was losing her heat source meant she was well and truly exhausted. Just how much energy did she expend last night? Rolling over so that he was lying on his side, Naruto looked at Rias. Her hair was splayed out over the pillow and bed in a wild, untamed mess. Her eyes were closed, though Naruto could see them occasionally moving behind her eyelids, and her mouth was parted slightly as she rhythmically breathed in and out. Taking note of her breathing unfortunately brought attention to her chest. Her two large breasts stood out proudly on her chest like mountains with pink, snow-capped peaks. For just a second, Naruto found himself mesmerized by the way her breasts jiggled with each inhale and exhale of oxygen and carbon dioxide. He shook his head. He was not a pervert. At least not completely. Nowhere near Issei's or Jiraiya's level of perversion at least. He was just a healthy teenage male with a good deal of hormones and a large libido, same as any other male in his age. Keep telling yourself that, Naruto. The bed creaked just a bit as he moved his legs over the side and stood up. Rias still did not wake up, so Naruto decided to tuck her in. Placing his left arm under her knees, he lifted her legs into the air, pulled the covers she was laying on top of back, then up. He set her legs back down and straightened them out, then pulled the covers over her. He let the sheets rest just above the swell of her breasts and below her collarbone, ran his hand soothingly through her hair, then straightened back up. After putting on a pair of pants, Naruto left the room and walked into the main clubroom. It was not much of a surprise when he saw everyone was still there. Issei had been pretty injured as well, it was only logical he would stay there while Akeno healed him. The rest were all very close to Rias, and had probably decided to stick around because she was. They were all asleep at the moment. Issei was laying on the couch where Akeno had been healing his wounds. Akeno had fallen asleep with half her body on top of him. It didn't look very comfortable, but Naruto could only imagine how amusing it would be to see Issei wake up like that. Kiba had taken to using the floor as his bed and was laying on his back with his hands behind his head. Kaneko had curled up into a tiny ball on the chair. It was Kaneko that Naruto walked up to. Kneeling down, he placed a hand on her shoulder and began to shake her awake. Kaneko-chan. Kaneko-chan. Watching the first year wake up brought with it an entirely new level of mo that Naruto did not know existed. Unfurling herself like some kind of cat, the white-haired cutie stretched out her arms and legs, twisting her lithe body this way and that as she yawned widely. It was so incredibly adorable that the blonde-haired, blue-eyed young man nearly squealed like some kind of fangirl. He was not a fangirl though. Or a fanboy for that matter. Nope. Definitely not. So he did not squeal. He did let out a small squeak though. After stretching herself out, Kaneko then sat up, her legs tucked under her rear as she rubbed the sleep from her eyes. Then she saw Naruto. Her eyes widened. Naruto didn't even have enough time to say good morning before the girl was leaning into him, her arms engulfing his torso as she buried her face in his chest. Kaneko-chan. I'm glad you're okay. Realizing that the girl had probably been as worried about his safety as Rias was made Naruto feel like an insensitive prick. Now he had not only worried the girl who was quite possibly the most important person in the world to him, but he had also worried his cute little Kohai who had easily taken the number 2 spot for the most precious people position. What kind of jerk worried his friend so much? Apparently he did. Not being able to really do anything else, Naruto returned the hug, burying his face in her hair as he ran a hand down the back of her head. He found it kind of strange that he was being so affectionate. Back in the elemental nations he had almost never shown this much affection for others with a few exceptions. It had only been after the first 3 days of being with this group that he realized he was acting this way because he had always wanted to act like this around Sakura, but had never been able to. Namely because that girl would have punched him through a wall with her insane strength if he actually hugged her. This desire for physical contact that he'd had since he was a child had only grown with time, but had rarely ever been realized back in the elemental nations. He could count the number of times he'd had physical intimacy on both hands and have fingers left over. Compared to most people who received hugs and kisses from moms and dads and friends and girlfriends for most of their life, that wasn't much physical affection. And on that note, he still refused to count that one time during his training trip with Jiraiya. Naruto wondered if he was acting out on his desires because of Rias. The girl was certainly one of the most cuddly people he had ever met. She had no trouble sneaking into his room in the middle of the night, stripping naked and snuggling with him like he was some kind of oversized teddy bear. In this instance, Naruto was actually thankful to Jiraiya. If there was one thing the perv had done right, it was help him become immune, sort of, to female nudity. Then again, maybe he was just different now. It had been a long time since he thought about Sakura in that way. He had stopped lusting after her long before coming to this world. Perhaps he was just a more mature person now? Yeah, right. Of course, he could just be overthinking this, which was strange because he didn't like to think much, if at all. Thinking hurt his brain, and he had too little of that to waste it on thinking about pointless things like this. Nah, Kaneko-chan? Wanna come with me and grab some food for the others? Kaneko did not release her hold on him, but she did loosen it so she could look up. A second passed. Then 2. Finally, she nodded. Okay, great. Naruto stood up, taking the first year with him. Then let's get going. They began making their way out of the room, arm in arm. As they walked, Kaneko looked up at Naruto. I want daifuku. A small bead of sweat ran down the side of Naruto's forehead. You really like sweets, don't you? After a second he beamed at Kaneko. Well alright then. Our first stop will be the sweet shop. He paused. Holy shit. I just rap like Killer Bee. A mild wide grin split his face. I'm awesome. Kaneko blinked. Once. Killer who? Never mind. Kaneko's cheeks were just a teensy bit red as she walked along the sidewalk with Naruto, both her arms wrapped around one of his. Their feet made light tapping noises along the cement as said appendages carried them to their destination. The sun was now out, though it was still fairly early in the morning. As Sol's rays radiated down on Terra and coruscated off the asphalt, a calm breeze blew through the streets, causing those few trees that lined the pavement to rustle and sway. Those few people who were awake at this early hour of the morning were staring at the pair as they walked by. Kaniko's enhanced hearing managed to pick up the comments some of those people made. Not all of them were very pleasant. The derogatory remarks they made about Naruto's sexual preference pissed her off even more than the ones they made about her she wasn't a little girl, and those rude remarks about how Naruto was some kind of lolicon delinquent made her want to pound their faces in. Don't let their words bother you, Naruto's voice cut through her thoughts. She looked up at him to see his grinning face staring down at her. They don't know anything about us, and none of these people are important. I don't give a crap what they say about me and you shouldn't either. After a moment of thought, Kaneko nodded. Okay. I won't let them get to me, she said, then added, I still want to punch them through a wall. Naruto's grin widened until his eyes were forced closed and his whisker marks spread further across his face. In that moment he truly looked like a kitsune, just as Akeno always teased him about. So do I. With her thoughts and desire for violence stymied, for the most part, Kaneko turned her thoughts on how she ended up in this position. After their small, touching moment within the clubroom, Naruto had asked her if she wanted to go with him to the market so he could buy breakfast for the others. It hadn't taken her long to agree, and that was how they ended up traveling down the road, heading back towards the clubroom with Naruto carrying several bags in one hand, filled with all kinds of breakfast foods. She had enjoyed the time they spent together immensely, though a part of her was wondering why this was. Naruto was new to her. She did not know him all that well. Yet somehow, in the span of a single day, he had become very important to her. It must be the head petting. It felt good. Really good. They soon entered the clubroom to see a frantic Rias demanding that they all spread out and begin to search for her and Naruto. Yudo. I want you to lead the search. With your speed you should be able to. Rias trailed off as Kaneko and Naruto stepped into the room. The others also noticed their arrival and turned to look at the pair. Cue awkward silence. Naruto attempted to break the awkward silence by lifting the steaming bags of food. I brought breakfast. Naruto. Rias looked like she was visibly restraining herself from pouncing on him. Kaneko was impressed. It was a well-known fact that all members of the Gremory household were very affectionate towards their servants. Rias was even more affectionate than others. That she had not jumped on him already was amazing. Good morning, Rias, Naruto said as he set the bags down on the table and began opening them to pull out the contents. Kaneko decided to stand there with him rather than sit back down. It would be pointless to take a seat when she would just move onto Naruto's lap the moment he sat down anyways. I'm sorry I didn't wake you, but you looked tired, so I thought I'd let you sleep in. Where have you been? Naruto looked at her oddly. Getting breakfast? Why did you leave the clubroom? Naruto blinked. Because I wanted to get breakfast for everyone? You still shouldn't have left the clubroom, Rias argued. Her body shuddered once. She was definitely hanging on by a thread. What if something happened? What if you ran into that priest? Or the fallen angels he was working with? Then I would have kicked their asses, Naruto declared with such confidence that Kaneko actually believed he could. The only reason I got injured the last time was because I ended up letting that stuff spill all over me before I realized it was dangerous. Now I know better. It won't happen again. Still, Rias looked uncertain. Akeno but into the conversation before it could devolve further. It seems Bucho really is taken in with Kitsune-kun. Acting like a spouse worrying for her husband. Yufufu, what was this? Was Rias actually blushing? What a rare occurrence. Issei didn't seem to like where the conversation was heading, judging by his expression. Not that Kaneko cared what that pervert thought. It's just because he's my servant. I would have been just as worried if you, Issei, Kiba, or Kaneko went out when there were fallen angels and a rogue exorcist running around. If you say so. Akeno didn't mention that Kaneko had been with Naruto, and Rias had not been nearly as worried about her being gone as she had Naruto. Rias crossed her arms under her chest, which pushed them up quite a bit. Kaneko looked at Rias' chest, then at her own chest. She frowned. I do say so. Speaking of exorcists, Naruto decided to steer the conversation in another direction as he set about piling food on one of the paper plates he had brought back. Everything from onigiri to bread rolls and pancakes were put on the plate. He also grabbed 2 forks before moving to sit down. You mentioned that the one we ran into was an exile. As soon as Naruto sat down, he had to move the plate above his head so Kaneko could crawl onto his lap. Setting the plate down on Kaneko's lap, he let the girl hold the plate with one hand while giving her one of the forks. The other hand slid around her waist to keep her in place and he used the hand that now possessed only one fork to begin cutting up the pancakes. Kaneko attacked the onigiri, munching on one of the rice balls like it was one of her sweets. Rias sighed as she saw the scene. She was too tired to feel irritated. Issei was not. He glared daggers at Naruto as he took large chunks out of the bread roll in his hand. There are two kinds of exorcists, Rias explained. Those who work under the divine and those who have gone rogue. They are considered heretics and are normally killed on sight when found by the church. However, some manage to escape and come into contact with fallen angels. As both are considered enemies of the church and God, they often team up and work together. They are very dangerous, she continued. Sometimes even more so than a regular exorcist. It would be best if both you and Issei did your best to avoid running into them. Are all priests insane like that? Asked Issei, suddenly speaking up. That exorcist didn't seem like he was all there. He really enjoyed killing devils. He even found enjoyment in killing humans. Issei went quiet for a moment as he stared at his free hand. And that girl? Asia. I couldn't even protect her. Please forget about that girl, Issei, Rias snapped at him with surprising suddenness. He looked up at her in shock, causing the red-haired devil to grimace. Sorry, but you really shouldn't be spending time with her. That girl is on the side of our enemies, working for those who would like nothing better than to kill us. If you ended up getting involved with her, it would cause a lot of problems. I don't even want to think about the amount of blood that may be spilled from an incident where you two got involved with each other. Issei didn't say anything, but the look on his face made it clear he was not happy with Rias' words. Breakfast was quiet after that. Cat CHRP? Do you think I did the right thing? Rias asked now that everyone aside from her and Naruto had vacated the premise. Akeno, Kiba, and Kaneko had school to go to. Issei would have gone to school, but his injuries were still aggravating him, so she had told him to take the day off. He had stomped out just a little while ago. No doubt the young man was still miffed about Rias' words against Asia. Naruto also had the day off, but decided to spend it with Rias instead of going home. It wasn't like there was anything to do back home that he couldn't do here, and the company was infinitely more pleasant. The only one among them who had been difficult to convince to leave had been Kaneko. The girl seemed to truly love Naruto, or at least love getting pampered by him. It was hard to tell with her. Only Naruto's promise of more head petting when she came back convinced her to go to class that day. You mean with Issei and the nun? Asked Naruto as he sat on the same couch he always did, his left leg laying horizontally over his right knee as he stretched his arms against the back of the headrest. He looked pretty relaxed, but Rias was beginning to understand him a bit better and knew that even when he looked like he wasn't paying attention to anything happening around him, he was just as aware as everyone else. Rias nodded. That's a very difficult question to answer, her spiky-haired servant sighed as he leaned his head back against the headrest. Rias didn't say anything, even though she wanted to. She suspected, correctly, that he was simply trying to put his thoughts into words. Eventually, his head came back up and he looked at her with his azure blue eyes. You didn't do anything wrong, per se, he started out, speaking slowly and carefully, as if he wanted to make sure his words were the correct ones. As a leader, you must always do what is best for those under you. Not only that, but you are a noble among the devil clans. Any actions taken by a member of your peerage can be ascribed as an action taken by you. If Issei went out and started killing fallen angels, they would assume you ordered him to an attack en masse. Which, of course, would lead to the other devil clans attacking in retaliation for the attack on you. The situation would quickly escalate and we would eventually have a full-scale war on our hands. Naruto marveled at how mature and wise he sounded. All those lessons he had with Bachan about what a Hokage had to do were finally starting to pay off in some way, which was good because he was really beginning to wonder why he needed to have all that useless crap shoved into his head, even if it was done via shadow clone. Now he was finally putting that knowledge to use and it felt good. It was official, he, Uzumaki Naruto, was awesome. Once more Rias marveled at how intelligent Naruto was. He sounded a lot like her brother. It was almost like he was speaking from experience. At the same time, you need to see things from Issei's perspective. Rias perked up. Issei is a human who got involved with this world for no other reason than because he has a sacred gear. He doesn't give a crap about the conflict between devils and fallen angels. Things like that just don't matter to him. Naruto paused for a moment, then nodded to himself. That sounded pretty deep, just like something his sensei and godfather, Kami bless his pervy soul, would say. And because of that when he looks at Asia, he doesn't see a nun and enemy of devil kind, but a friend. When two people meet, a bond is formed between them. These bonds become nearly impossible to break, and doing so is often one of the most difficult if not downright impossible tasks to accomplish. He knew that from experience. Thank you, Sasuke team. Issei has already formed a strong bond with this girl. Is it stronger than the one he has with us? Asked a now worried Rias. She knew that if Issei did not have a strong bond with them it would be her fault. While she had not neglected him per se, she had focused more of her attention on Naruto because she wanted to unravel the mystery behind her blonde servant. Without seeing how the two act around each other I can't say for sure, Naruto replied honestly. However, it's clear to me that the two of them have a powerful bond while his bond with us is hanging by a thread, especially after your argument just a little while ago. Rias winced. If it comes down to it he will side with her. What would you do if you were in my place? I would never tell you how to lead your peerage, Naruto said. I've never been a leader before. Though he had come close. Had the war just ended differently then maybe, but no, he couldn't think about what ifs. It would just lead him to look at all the mistakes he had made back then. He needed to look towards the future now, and Rias and the others were that future. However, the way I see it, you have several options available to you. The first is to kill Asia and make it look like the fallen angels had decided to get rid of her. This will direct Issei's anger towards the fallen angels and will push him to train harder by turning him into an avenger. That's horrible, Rias felt bile rise in her throat. How could Naruto even suggest she do that? I know, Naruto gave her a grim smile. Aside from being morally reprehensible it wouldn't really work in the long run anyway. There is just as much a chance of Issei finding out what you did and the situation backfiring on you. Aside from that, even if he did not find out you staged her death, you run the risk of him turning into a mindless killing machine hell-bent on revenge. He would become an uncontrollable monster and would likely start the war you were trying to avert anyways. Then why would you even suggest this? Because it's option I've seen used before, Naruto replied. There are those in this world who would do anything it took to get their desired outcome. I knew someone who took this route and saw its outcome. It wasn't pretty. For just a second, Rias thought she could see a flicker of anguish within Naruto's eyes. It was gone almost as quickly as it came, but the sight of that pain left her stunned. The second option is to find some way to force Issei into obeying your orders, Naruto continued. This isn't as bad as the first option, but still won't help you in the long run. By denying him the chance to save his friend, Issei will begin to resent you. He will likely become rebellious, questioning or sometimes outright refusing your orders, and when the time comes that you need him, he will remember that when he felt he needed you, you were not there for him. Rias closed her eyes. That was certainly not an option she wanted to think about. Opening them again, she looked back at Naruto. And the last option? I think you know what the last option is, Naruto gave her a knowing smile. The last option has the highest risk, but if it succeeds, it'll likely yield the greatest results. The smile on his face grew. I like to call it doing the right thing. Cat CHRP? Please let me go save her. Not a chance. Rias didn't even look up from where Issei's silhouetted form could be seen against the curtain's backdrop as she spoke. She finished buttoning up her shirt, then got started on her skirt, pulling the cloth up her porcelain legs. If you do this your actions will have a major effect on the relationship between devils and fallen angels. Entering their territory without just cause would mean war. Once the skirt was buttoned up, she slid her socks on. But Asia is my friend? Damn it, Issei. Rias finally slid the curtains open, foregoing the shoulder cape and button-down corset. She stalked towards the brown-haired boy, her eyes narrowed. The normally perverted second year took several steps backwards until he was pressed against the wall. Don't you get it? If I let you go to the church to rescue that girl you will be killed. I don't want something like that to happen to you. But Rainier said something about a ceremony today. It's possible that Asia will be killed, and that's something I can't allow to happen. Naruto leaned against the wall next to Kaneko, his arms crossed as he watched the proceedings. The others were also in the room, all except Akeno, and all of them focused on what was happening between their club president and king, and the pawn of their peerage. I don't care, Rias stated, so long as you are a member of my peerage, I won't let you go. Then disown me. Issei cried out. The young man looked like he was on the verge of a breakdown. Even Kaneko could not help but feel for the boy. I'll save Asia on my own. I'm just a pawn anyways. It's not like you'll be losing much by letting go of your weakest piece. Rias' eye sharpened. Enough, she snapped, causing Issei to actually go stiff at the dangerous tone in her voice. Just then, Akeno burst into the room. She hurriedly walked over to Rias and leaned into her ear, whispering something that no one else could hear. Rias' face shifted for a moment before going back to a neutral expression as she nodded. She turned back to look at the others. Akeno, Naruto, and I have something important to do, so we'll be going out for a bit. Naruto stood up from the wall and uncrossed his arms. Placing a hand on Kaneko's head, he smiled as the girl looked up at him. Take care of your senpai, okay? He might be a pervert, but he's a good kid. I know, Kaneko nodded. Don't worry, I'll watch over him. Right, Naruto rubbed her head, carefully running his fingers over her ears. The girl twitched and nearly began purring. And take care of yourself as well. I would hate to see anything happen to you. Kaneko blushed. Okay, Bibucho, Issei shouted in surprise. Wait, I'm not done yet. Before I leave, I want you to know something, Rias interrupted. You may think the pawn is the weakest piece in chess, but that's a very big misconception. A pawn possesses a very special ability that no other piece has. Promotion. Much like in a real game of chess, the pawns in the evil piece system possess the ability to be promoted to any piece other than a king once it enters enemy territory. Issei scratched his head. He didn't get it. Rias looked mildly exasperated. Issei, what I am saying is that the moment you step into enemy territory, you can be promoted and increase your power beyond that of a simple pawn. For instance, a church to us would be a good example of enemy territory. A little ways away, Kiba knocked a fist into an open palm as a look of realization spread across his face. Naruto was grinning fiercely. So wait, Issei's face scrunched up as he struggled to comprehend what he was being told. Are you saying that if I were to enter enemy territory and be promoted, I could gain power similar to Akeno's ability as a queen? In theory, Rias told him, but the queen is the strongest piece. With the amount of strength you have right now, that kind of power may put a large strain on your body. It's possible that you won't be able to bear the weight of the promotion. So then, turning into a knight will make me like Kiba, and a rook would be like Kaneko-chan. Also possible, Rias said. She grabbed the corset and shoulder cape in Akeno's hand and began putting them on as Naruto walked over to them. Also, I have one more thing I need to tell you. Issei looked over at her. Your sacred gear is activated by your willpower. The stronger your will is, the more powerfully it will react to your request. Willpower. And the last thing you must remember, Rias stated with the utmost seriousness. Even a pawn can kill a king. This is the same basic principle found in chess. With it you can become stronger. Issei was now off in his own little world, studying the chess set on the table. Rias turned to Kiba. Yudo, I leave everything to you. Kiba gave his king a small salute. Of course. Rias nodded, then left with Naruto and Akeno in tow. That was some pretty good acting back there. Naruto told her when they had gotten far enough away that it was unlikely anyone would hear them. I was impressed. Are you sure this plan is going to work? Asked Rias, not even looking at Naruto as they walked away from the occult research building. I'm taking a big risk, even knowing that the Grigori are not involved in what's going on in this town. There is still a large danger present, especially with that rogue exorcist hanging around. Everything will work out fine, Naruto reassured her. Have faith in your servants. Even Issei is not without his strength. But Issei's still not very strong. Rias bit her lip in worry. He hasn't been able to increase much in strength since his reincarnation. What if? Issei is currently fighting to protect something precious to him. Naruto interrupted with the kind of confidence someone showed when they knew what they were talking about. His voice carried the strength of conviction. He is fighting for his friend, to rescue her, to protect her. And when the time comes that he needs the strength to do what's necessary, I have no doubt he will find it. It's only when we're protecting the things that are precious to us that we find out what true strength really is. As they walked down out of the school, Rias found herself in awe of Naruto's wisdom. It was so at odds with his personality, and yet, she couldn't help but think it suited him. Listening to him now, she almost believed that he had experienced something similar to Issei already. And maybe he had. Rias still didn't know as much about Uzumaki Naruto as she wanted. But that would change soon. After all this was over, she would step up her game to find out more about him. That was a promise. Cat CHRP? Naruto grinned as he looked around the clearing Akeno's magic circle teleported them to. It was in a forested area somewhere near the church, or at least he assumed it was near the church. It's not like he could see anything beyond the trees. They were pretty thick here. Even though they were nowhere near as large and majestic as the trees back in Konoha, these ones were still very big, with trunks that were easily 5 people wide, standing at a height that towered over 30 feet, and branches that were thick with leaves. It made seeing past them impossible as the branches overlapped each other in a twisted network of patterns that only nature could produce. Well, look what we have here. There was also a little girl here. Standing up on the branch of one of the trees before she jumped down was a girl with her blonde hair styled in twin, short-side ponytails and blue eyes. She was wearing a gothic Lolita outfit, which seemed to consist of a black Lolita dress with white frills, a large black bow on the front and a green jewel embedded into her collar. Covering much of her legs were thigh-high, white socks and black shoes. She was also wearing a bow on top of her hair. Welcome to our humble little part of the forest, the blonde girl curtsied. My name is Middlet, and I will Kia. The girl in the Lolita dress stumbled back in shock, nearly tripping over her own 2 feet as a pair of bright blue eyes appeared mere inches from her own. Wah! How did you get over here so quickly? Akeno and Rias both blinked, then looked to their left. When they saw the young man they had come here with not right next to them, they looked back at the scene with the blonde girl in shock. There was only one thought on their minds. So fast. So kawaii. Naruto mumbled out. Middle flushed a deep red and also take a hesitant step back. That look he was giving her was seriously freaking her out. What the hell was up with this guy? Before she could so much as think of moving further away, the girl suddenly found herself being hoisted off her feet, earning a loud squeak from her. She was then presented to Akeno and Rias like some kind of prize won at a stall. "Can we keep her?" asked Naruto, his large blue eyes staring at Rias as he gave the redhead his variant of the puppy dog eyes. Era, Akeno gave the blonde an amused smile as she placed her hands on her cheeks. It seems Kitsune-kun really does like cute things. I guess that's why he likes Kaneko-chan so much. I wonder what Kaneko-chan will say when she sees she's been replaced. Rias' eyebrow twitched. Naruto, you cannot keep the fallen angel? But, put the fallen angel down, Naruto. Ah, Naruto sniffed, you're no fun, Rias. The redhead just gave him a glare, causing him to sniffle a bit more before putting the girl down. This act seemed to snap the blonde-haired fallen angel, Middle, out of her stupor. She jumped back, putting several meters of distance between her and the trio of devils and glared at Naruto, though the effect was ruined by her large blush. It didn't help that she looked like a cute little girl instead of a dangerous fallen angel. You're going to pay for that. Naruto couldn't help but laugh at the girl as she stomped on the ground. It really just made her look even more like a child. You don't really think you're enough to beat all three of us, do you? She might not be able to on her own, a voice sounded out behind them. But that's fine because she's not alone here. Floating in the air with their angel wings already out were two people. The first one Naruto noticed was another woman, this one buxom female with long, navy blue hair that obscured her right eye and brown eyes. Her clothing was about what he would usually expect a fallen angel to wear, given all he'd been told about them, a violet, trenchcoat-like top with a wide collar, a matching miniskirt and black-heeled shoes. The trenchcoat was open at her chest, giving an ample view of her cleavage. The only other item of interest was the necklace that hung around her neck. The other fallen angel that had shown up was one Naruto was already familiar with. Ah, it's the donut guy. I'm not the donut guy, brat. The fallen angel growled. It's Dohnaseek. Dohnaseek. Get it right, damn it. Sorry, Naruto scratched his cheek sheepishly. But that's way too long for me. I think I'll just call you donut guy. Grr. He's trying to make you angry, Dohnaseek, the woman chided. Don't let him rile you up. It's not like I actually care what a brat like him says. Oi. Don't call me a brat, you damn donut man. It's not donut man either. Idiot. Who do you think you're calling an idiot? Idiot. By this point everyone else in the clearing was sweat-dropping as Naruto and Dohnaseek began butting heads with each other. No, really. They were butting their heads against each other, their teeth grit as they tried to overpower the other. The only thing they didn't have was sparks of rivalry flying from their eyes. Akeno, Rias sighed as she tried to stave off the coming headache. She was beginning to regret having Naruto come with her for this. If you would? Era, Akeno smiled widely. Of course, Bucho. Dark storm clouds began gathering in the sky, causing the two arguing males to stop arguing and look up with everyone else. There was a rumble of thunder, then lightning lit up the sky and descended upon Akeno, lighting her up like a Christmas tree. Rather than get hurt, however, all it seemed to do was change her clothes. Of course, that makes it sound a lot less exciting than it actually was. It didn't just change her clothes. First, all of her clothing seemed to dissolve, leaving her completely bare. Then, thick ribbons of energy gathered around her body. Her breasts became bound in a white kimono shirt with long, voluminous sleeves appearing on her arms, and her hips and legs were hidden by red hakama pants. Instead of looking like a schoolgirl, she now looked like a Miko priestess. Issei would be disappointed when he realized he missed out on this sexy transformation. Naruto was going to make it a point to rub that in his face when this was all over. What is this? Middle pointed at the now Miko'd out Akeno. Some kind of cosplay? You're one to talk, Naruto shot back with a snicker. Gur. What's that supposed to mean? I think he means your maid outfit, Middle, the bustier fallen angel informed her blonde comrade. Middle blushed. Despite finding the proceedings between Naruto and the fallen angels amusing, Akeno went through two hand signs. Naruto was surprised when he recognized them. She then raised her hands above her head and he felt a brief surge of her power. Seconds later, dozens of red magic circles appeared in the sky, surrounding all six of them. They were trapped. So this was your plan all along, huh? Dohnaseek scoffed. You wanted to trap us inside of here where you could finish us off? That's the plan, Rias smiled. I'm going to make you all disappear. Huh? As if you, the Miko, or that brat could, Where'd the brat go? Rias and everyone else looked around when they realized that Naruto had somehow vanished while everyone was focused on Akeno's magic show. They didn't have to wait long to find out where he was. Not even a second later, he made an entrance that no one would be forgetting anytime soon. Banzai. Before the woman with blue hair had a chance to turn around, she felt an inexplicable and excruciating pain on the back of her head as a pair of shoes heel slammed into her with the force of a freight train. The woman shot towards the earth like a rocket, Naruto flying right behind her, and face planted into the ground hard enough that rock and gravel exploded outwards from the center of impact. A few seconds later the dust settled down to show Naruto standing on the back of the woman's head. Said woman's body was sprawled out like a rag doll that had just been thrown to the ground. Her left leg twitched once, twice, then, no more. She was quite clearly out cold. Huh! Naruto cheered, pumping a fist into the air as a huge grin emerged on his face. That was awesome. He just took out Calawarner in a single blow. Middle gaped at the blonde. She would have been better of keeping her mouth shut, as she had now drawn Naruto's attention. Quicker than the blonde girl could ever hope to follow him, Naruto raised his hands and began manipulating his fingers. Several steel wires glinted in the moonlight as they were suddenly strung taut. Middled, who was in the middle of all these wires, quickly found her eyes widening as she was tied up with no room for escape. With an indignant squawk, she ended up falling to the ground. Naruto ignored the girl who was yelling and screaming and wiggling around like some kind of earthworm. It wasn't like she could do anything to him when she was all tied up like that. He quickly hopped backwards to avoid the light spear that had been thrown at him. The weapon buried itself in the ground he had just vacated, fizzling before it crackled out of existence. Looking up, he grinned when he saw Dohnaseek bearing down on him. With a flick of his wrists, a pair of kunai dropped into his hands. Naruto quickly began channeling minute amounts of wind chakra through the blades. A green glow soon surrounded the kunai, like ethereal fire. The flames of chakra licked at the edges of the blade and cast shadows on Naruto's face as he lifted the kunai up. Dohnaseek struck at the whisker-faced former ninja as soon as he was within striking distance. His light spear thrust towards Naruto's chest. It was a move that was bound to miss as Naruto brought his left kunai to bear. Striking the underside of the light spear with his own all-purpose utility weapon, Naruto caused the spear to move up high over his shoulder, missing him completely. In retaliation for the attempt on his life, the blonde shinobi quickly struck out with his right kunai. Dohnaseek threw himself backwards. He was quick enough to avoid getting his head taken off, but not quick enough to escape unscathed. Now standing several feet away from Naruto, the fallen angel with the fedora wiped at the wetness on his right cheek. He grinned when he saw it was blood. It seems I've finally found someone who may be able to actually give me a fight. Oh, I'll give you more than that donut guy. Dohnaseek's eyes twitched. I'm gonna kick your ass from here to the moon. Huh. I'd like to see you try. Dohnaseek roared, launching himself at the blonde with every intention of running the boy through. His light spear crackled with repressed energy, seemingly just as eager as its creator to inflict harm upon the blonde teen with whisker marks on his cheeks. With a sick grin on his face that showed how much he was enjoying himself, Dohnaseek closed in, his form a blur. This desire to see pain inflicted upon his opponent was not to be either, it seemed. Just as he got close, Naruto disappeared. His form flickered briefly and then it was gone. Dohnaseek skidded to a stop, blinking several times as confusion set in. He looked left, then right, then up. Nowhere. The blonde brat was nowhere to be found. Just where did he go? Never let your opponent get behind you. Dohnaseek's eyes widened. He turned his head just in time to see the blonde crouched behind him, his hands in the shape of a hand seal. Naruto grinned. I've been wanting to do this for some time now. Thanks for giving me this chance. Konohagakure hidden technique, 1000 years of pain. With a roar that shook the heavens, Naruto shoved his chakra-enhanced fingers directly into Dohnaseek's ass. You know those moments in all anime/manga/fanfiction where time seems to stand still and everyone sweat drops because something incredibly stupid just happened? This was one of those moments. Several seconds soon passed, the moment of sweat dropping ended, and Dohnaseek was unceremoniously launched into the air like a cannonball from the glorified ass poke. With his hands on his rump, the man unleashed a loud, girlish scream of anguish and humiliation. Said scream got softer and softer as the man disappeared into the atmosphere, and soon, it vanished entirely along with the fallen angel himself. Bye, donut guy. Naruto waved as the man became nothing more than a pinprick before vanishing into the night sky. Behind him, Akeno and Rias both looked on. Matching beads of sweat trickling down the side of their faces. Akeno? Yes, Bucho. Did that really just happen? If by that, you mean Kitsune-kun beating 3 fallen angels like they were newborn humans in the most humiliating way possible without killing them and not getting a single scratch in return, then yes, that did just happen. I thought so. Cat CHRP? Naruto found himself smiling as he walked home later that night. Today had been a good day, he decided. He spent time with his precious people, managed to learn a few things about Rias, and he got to kick ass all in the same day. Really, what more could he possibly ask for? Well, an all-you-can-eat ramen buffet would be nice, but you can't have everything. Tragic. Issei had also really surprised him today. Well, not really, but it was certainly good to be proven right. When the time came that he needed to fight for someone he deemed precious, the pervert had managed to find the strength to defeat a fallen angel. He still had a long way to go before he would actually be able to put up a fight against some of the stronger opponents that were no doubt out there, but Naruto had a good feeling that the kid would be fine. Provided he had the proper motivation, of course. As he was nearing his home, Naruto finally stopped walking and sighed. I know you're there. You're not very good at hiding. Why don't you come on out? Hee hee, so you were able to detect me. Dohnaseek stepped out from behind a flagpole. There was a disturbing grin on his face, one that most psychopaths have when they're about to do something, well, psychotic. I would say I'm impressed, but it wasn't like I was actually trying to mask my presence from you. Where are the other two? Don't know, the man shrugged. Who cares about them anyways? They were weak. They probably went back to the Grigori to beg for forgiveness. I see, Naruto paused, why didn't you follow them? Che, why would I want to go back there? The man scoffed, sounding disgusted at the thought of rejoining the fallen angel faction. Everyone there is so weak. Constantly trying to maintain this fragile peace we now have. I've gotten sick of it. I want battle. I crave combat. I need to fight and kill so that I can finally enjoy this life I have. So you're one of those people, huh? Naruto closed his eyes, his face set in a grimace. The kind of person who kills simply because he can, who takes pleasure from causing others pain. That's right. Dohnaseek crowed. I crave bloodshed and death. I need it. To fight strong opponents and watch as their life bleeds out of them. Ever since this damn stalemate I've been without it for so long I thought I might go mad. Naruto said nothing, though the frown on his face intensified. You are strong. You managed to beat myself, Middleton Calawarner without getting a scratch. Granted, those other two are weaklings and I had underestimated you. Light flared into existence within Dohnaseek's hand, coalescing into a physical form and hardening. He pointed the newly crafted light spear at Naruto, whose back was still turned. I won't make the same mistake again. I don't suppose I could just convince you to leave? What do you think? I see, Naruto sighed. You say you won't make the same mistake again, but by standing there, jabbering away like some kind of idiot, you already have. Huh? What the hell are you, Urk? As pain erupted in his back and chest, Dohnaseek looked down to see a hand piercing it. The hand was sticking right out of the center of his chest, the solar plexus to be exact. It was covered in blood that glowed a bright green due to the strange energy surrounding the appendage. He blinked several times, his mind not quite registering, or perhaps simply unable to comprehend, what had just happened. What? Somehow managing to find some strength to move, the man looked up to where he had last seen Naruto, only for the blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy standing there to disappear in a cloud of smoke. The wind quickly worked to blow away the smoke seconds later, revealing the whisker-marked teen to be gone. The only thing left in the space he had been was a log. How? Dohnaseek was unable to get anything else as the hand was yanked from his back. Copious amounts of blood began pouring out of the wound as the hand that had been acting as a plug was removed. His legs weakening as the life-giving liquid spilled from his body, the fallen angel soon collapsed onto his hands and knees, his breathing heavy as blood began running out of his mouth as well. Several seconds later, the man collapsed completely, his form going still and the light in his eyes dimming. Naruto stood over his now dead foe, a grimace of remorse on his face. Fool, he whispered. You should have just left when I gave you the chance. He looked down at his hand, sighing as he used a burst of wind chakra to make all the blood shoot off and splatter across the concrete. You can come out as well, Rias, Naruto called out in a tired voice, I know you're there. Looking chastised at being caught, Rias walked out from around the corner she had been hiding behind. She stood there awkwardly, not quite meeting his gaze as he looked over at her. Eventually, Naruto just sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. Is there something you needed me for? No, Rias shook her head. I just wanted to know why I didn't just kill those fallen angels when I had the chance. Naruto finished, then gestured with his head towards the corpse of the fallen angel he had just slain. You want to know why I didn't kill him the first time we fought? Rias nodded reluctantly. Yes. What purpose would killing them serve? Asked Naruto, closing his eyes tiredly. None. There is no purpose in killing them. The only thing it would have done is spread the cycle of hatred even more. I'm betting that somewhere, those fallen angels have friends, maybe even family. If I killed them here, those people who loved them would have found out and hated me for it. Then they would have come to kill me, which would make you hate them in turn and retaliate. Eventually, devils and fallen angels would become embroiled in hatred as each sought justice and revenge against the other in a never-ending and pointless conflict. Rias said nothing, but she didn't need to. The look on her face said it all. Dying like trash. Never-ending hatred. A pain that never heals. That is war. Naruto stared at his hand, clenching and unclenching it with an almost absent-mindedness. I truly hate war, and I will not be party to acts that might instigate it. That is why I refuse to kill unless no other option is available to me. He chuckled in mock derision. I suppose you could say I'm a pacifist with a penchant for ass-kicking. He looked back over at Rias to see her staring at him. Does that answer your question? Ah, yes it does. Rias smiled at him, though it was one filled with confusion and concern. Good night, Naruto. Good night, Rias. As Rias vanished within a magic circle, Naruto continued his stroll back home. He wanted to get some sleep. The fight with Dohnaseek had ruined his good mood. Chapter 6, Arising Problems. Naruto hadn't been able to sleep last night. Perhaps it was due to the reminder that even in this new world there were still people who didn't care about others, people who had no trouble spreading hatred to the world in order to satiate their own desires. Or maybe it was just because he had been feeling restless. Whatever the case was, Naruto had been incapable of getting even a wink of sleep, thus he decided to do something more productive with his time. Noises most often associated with mass destruction resounded throughout the wooded area surrounding the now completely abandoned church. Minor explosions rang out all around as a number of trees were felled. The air was kicked up by violent torrents of wind, causing strong updrafts that sent gravel and large rocks into the sky before they were shattered by a powerful fist as they descended once gravity had taken hold of them. In the center of this destruction was Uzumaki Naruto. After realizing that sleep was out of his reach, Naruto had decided to get some training in. Most of what he worked on was basic stuff and things he already knew: chakra control, elemental composition, enhancing the body with chakra. Things most ninja of his former village learn at some point or another and don't require them to have massive reserves. Another thing Naruto wanted to work on was Tsunade's super strength technique. He remembered Sakura giving an explanation on how it worked at one point in time. Naruto hadn't really understood what she had tried telling him at the time, but he managed to at least get the gist of it. To use the chakra-enhanced strength technique, the user had to focus chakra into their hands and feet using extremely precise chakra control and release it with pinpoint precision and perfect timing. This greatly enhanced the user's strength to a degree that very few could ever hope to match without some kind of supplementary jutsu like the lightning armor of the Yondaime Raikage. According to Sakura, the training to learn this technique was intense. She had told him that once she'd learned the principles of the technique and gotten the basics down, Tsunade had come at her with full strength and she had been forced to become capable of using it while under pressure. The result had been that Sakura was capable of literally causing 5-meter-wide craters to form on the ground with little effort. It was brute strength maximized to the extreme. Naruto did not have Tsunade to help him here. Nor was he as smart as Sakura. All he had was determination, guts, and his own ingenuity. It would have to be enough. Glaring at his newest opponent, another tree, Naruto set himself in a horse stance, legs spread wide, knees bent, and fists tucked into his sides. He closed his eyes and began to circulate his chakra, feeling it flow through his coils, a mere trickle compared to the unfathomable ocean it had once been. Grabbing onto the flow, he then directed it all towards his left hand, which was soon coated in an ethereal blue flame that pulsed and flickered in time with his heartbeat. Blue eyes snapped open. HYA. With a loud shout, Naruto's fist struck the tree, creating a resounding boom that echoed within the forested area like thunder striking the earth. Yoch! Naruto's scream of pain went unmasked even by the rumble of the tree as it was felled, striking the ground with a loud crash while several hundred splinters flew off the wood where his fist had struck like a pantheon of angry gods. Swearing like a sailor that had just gotten shit-faced after having the worst day of his life, the blonde Uzumaki waved his now red and swollen hand about frantically, as if doing that would actually make it feel better. It didn't. In fact, the wind seemed to make it worse, but Naruto was in so much pain that what little agony was added on by the act didn't register. Fuck. Fucking, goddamn stupid tree. Fucking stupid technique. How hard can it be? Shit. Damn it. As the swear words spouting from his mouth began to wind down, the swollen hand was raised to his face to allow his eyes to assess the damage. It honestly wasn't too bad. The hand was red and looked sort of like a balloon that was only half blown up, but it would go down soon enough. The real problem was the burns marks on his hands. They were chakra burns, a term used to describe what happens when too much chakra is pumped into a specific part of the body and released without being properly directed. The burns covered much of his knuckles where he had directed most of his chakra and even some of his fingers. Those would take a lot longer to heal. I don't think I'm going to get any more done today, Naruto sighed as he looked up at the rising sun. It was getting late, early, whatever. The point was he should probably head back home. Naruto began speeding through the trees with chakra-enhanced leaps. As he traveled home, he wondered why he couldn't seem to get the enhanced strength technique down. What was he doing wrong? Was it because he had not channeled enough chakra? Or had he just not gotten the timing down? It could be either one of those. Hell, it could have been both of those or another problem so unlikely he simply hadn't thought of it. There was no real way to know what he was doing right or wrong in this instance. Naruto was pretty much running around in the dark. Trees soon became buildings. Not wanting to be seen by the local population right now, Naruto took to the roofs, running along at speeds most humans wouldn't be able to keep up with. If anyone were inclined to look up, they would likely just see a blur of black and orange. He arrived home in short order. After deactivating the traps, he walked into his house and strolled towards the bathroom, stripping off his clothes as he went. They were getting pretty smelly, and cut up, with several tears and a number of holes that made them look more like rags than actual clothes. He was going to need a new pair soon, sewing these things up just wasn't cutting it anymore. The hot water of the shower felt extremely nice, and it did a good job of relaxing his aching muscles. He did wince a few times when some of the hot water splashed onto the burn marks on his hands. Still, he did his best to ignore that and get cleaned up. Once done in the shower, Naruto, with a towel wrapped around his waist and his hair still dropping wet, made his way into his bedroom. It was there that he realized he had a late-night visitor, who apparently decided to stay over even though he hadn't been home. Somehow, he should have realized she would be at his apartment. She had practically moved in these days. Naruto walked over to the bed where Rias was currently sleeping. She was lying on her side, facing his side of the room, her legs curled slightly as she held a pillow to her like she normally did him when they slept together. Her red hair fanned out around her like the long, sensuous tails belonging to a creature of unfathomable beauty. There was a small frown marring her face. Naruto got dressed in a pair of black boxers and some pants. He decided to forego his shirt for now and instead walked over to the bed where he began to shake Rias awake. "Good morning, Naruto," Rias mumbled sleepily after she woke up. Naruto took a step back and watched as she sat up in bed, the blanket falling off her generous figure as she stretched and yawned. "You look tired," Naruto noted. "I didn't sleep very well last night." Rias blinked some more, a small grimace appearing on her face as the sun shone in her eyes. "I was too worried about you." "Worried about me?" Naruto was touched that she would worry about him, but also confused. "Why were you worried about me?" Rias tucked her feet underneath her and leaned a little to the side. A strand of hair found its way to her hand, which she absently twirled as a concerned gaze crossed her face. "Last night," she began slowly, as if not quite sure what she wanted to say. "After your battle where you killed that fallen angel you seemed so angry, so hurt." Bluish-green eyes looked into bright azure that were as clear as the afternoon sky. "I just wanted to know if you were okay." "Oh, he, Naruto chuckled a bit as he scratched the back of his head. "I'm really sorry about last night. I didn't mean to go off on a rant like that. He looked away, his eyes closing and a grimace of pain coming to his face. "I really don't like people like that. People like that, they don't care about anyone else. The rest of the world could burn, so long as they're able to satisfy their lust for blood and battle, nothing else matters. It's worse because these kinds of people realize that their desire to kill and maim will cause other people to feel the pain and hatred associated with loss, but they just don't care. You seem to have very strong opinions about this." Rias stood up from the bed and walked over to him. She was naked as always. Even though Naruto claimed not to be as perverted as Issei, that did not mean he was not above ogling a female when she so blatantly displayed herself to him. The blonde found himself slightly entranced as her breasts bounced and swayed with each step she took. Despite their size, they stood upright and proud, defying gravity in a way that had to bend if not break several of the laws that had been accepted as fact. There was absolutely no sag to them, perhaps because of her youth, or maybe her devil heritage. Not that he cared. A pay were a pay, as Issei would say. Her hips held an alluring sway to them as she walked towards him. It wasn't a seductive sway like some of the kunoichi he had met who specialized in espionage and assassination, but more like the kind of natural sway that some females just possess and didn't realize it. There was just something about the way her hips swung slightly from side to side that made all the blood rush to Naruto's head. Yes, it was that head, not the one on his shoulders. Of course, the reason for his current stiffness could just be due to the fact that she was naked. Really, there wasn't much more a guy needed to get revved up than a beautiful, naked girl standing in front of them. "I guess I do," Naruto admitted as she took one of his hands and brought it up to her face. His fingers were clenched tightly and there was blood leaking out from between them. Rias forced them to relax, spreading his fingers wide so she could examine his palm. The wounds where his fingernails dug into his skin were already healed. "What's this?" asked Rias as she turned his hand over and saw the burns covering his knuckles. "You didn't get these when fighting those fallen angels last night, did you?" "No," a shake of the head was her answer. "I got these this morning while I was training in a secluded area of the forest." Rias frowned. "What kind of training does this to the person?" My kind of training?" said a completely unsure Naruto. When Rias deadpanned, he looked away. "What?" "Nothing," Rias sighed, bringing his hand up to her face. She gently pressed the back of his hand against her moist, red lips. Naruto withheld a shudder. Her soft lips felt like chiffon velvet against his skin, and a part of him was not ashamed to admit that he was wondering what those lips would feel like wrapped another part of his anatomy. When she removed her lips from his hand, she let go of it and allowed him to take his appendage back. A quick glance at the back of his hand showed that all the burn marks on it were healed. "Thank you," Naruto said. Rias smiled as she grabbed his other hand and brought it to her lips. "Don't mention of it," she replied, her hot breath hitting the back of his hand. "You know I would do anything for my cute, powerful servant." Naruto's sweat dropped. You really shouldn't call someone cute and powerful at the same time. Those two things just don't go together very well, unless your name is Kaneko, he added, almost as an afterthought. Rias' left eye twitched. OWCH. Naruto yanked his hand back and rubbed it where several puncture marks could now be seen. "What the hell was that for?" "For being an idiot," Rias said, licking her lips to get the blood off. "An idiot?" Naruto blinked. He knew he was the sharpest kunai of a set, but to just call him an idiot out of the blue like that. "How am I an idiot?" "Humph," Rias huffed, "you shouldn't need me to tell you. Now give me your hand." "No," Naruto pressed the hand she had bitten to his chest, cradling it like a small child. "You're just going to bite it again." A single red eyebrow twitched. "Naruto, give me your hand." "Nua. I prefer my hand to not have any holes in it, thank you very much." "Dang it, Naruto. Give me your hand now." "How about no? Na are you two?" CHRP. The party to celebrate their newest club member and newly reincarnated Bishop of Rias Peerage, Asia Argento, was well underway. Now that Naruto was able to really look at Asia, he had to admit she was a cutie. Her hair was long and blonde, falling down her backside to her, well, her backside. She had the brightest, most naive green eyes he had ever seen. There was an innocence about her that he couldn't help but find endearing. It had been an amusing scene to watch as Rias brought in the cake she apparently made sometime last night, probably before showing up at Naruto's house. Issei had tried to hog it all once he found out it was made by Rias, only to get stabbed by Kaneko, who wanted the sweet treat for herself. The second-year pervert had been forced to cut it and hand pieces out to the others, lest he suffer the cute first-year's wrath. Kiba had not been satisfied with the sliver-thin slice of cake he had been given. He probably should have been lucky Issei was even willing to give him some. It was clear to anyone with a brain that the boy only allowed the girls a larger slice of cake because they had breasts. Really, there was just something wrong with that kid. Perversion was all well and good, but being that lustful was just unnatural. Maybe he really was Jiraiya's reincarnation. One thing Naruto noticed throughout most of the party was the expression on Ria's face. She looked like she was deep in thought, and had spaced out several times during the party. He thought about asking her what was wrong, but figured if there was an issue she would probably tell him eventually. The least he could do right now was give her some time to try and deal with whatever ailed her on her own. If, after a certain amount of time passed, she still remained this way, well, all of his friends had called him nosy before. This certainly wouldn't be the first time he had but into someone else's business. It wouldn't be the last time either. CHRP. Issei was having a wonderful dream. He was wearing a white suit and standing in front of a chapel. There were people all around him, well-wishers who wanted to see the newlyweds off. His parents were standing up front, his dad was crying manly tears as he wished his son well and his mom was telling him that she wanted her first grandchild to be a girl. He could even see his two friends, Mitsuda and Motohama there as well, crying their eyes out and raging at him. Rias was also there, walking down a path made from a long, red carpet. She was wearing a gorgeous, white, knee-length wedding dress that had a large cutout around the neck so as to display a generous portion of her magnificent boobs. Over her head was a headdress that covered her beautiful crimson locks, and within her hands was a bouquet of roses. She walked forward, coming up to him and taking one of his arms, forcing Issei to walk with her. Together, they marched down the aisle. Was this really happening? Were they really getting married? The wedding itself was a whirlwind. Issei barely remembered any of it. Then again, he had mostly been focused on Rias' boobs, so it wasn't exactly his fault. Anyone who's ever laid eyes on those bazookas would understand. They had made their way to a love hotel after the wedding. Issei waited on the bed, feeling incredibly nervous as he thought about what was going to happen while Rias took a shower. Images flashed through his mind, each one more deprived than the last. Truly, X-rating did not begin to describe the thoughts flying through his head. With all those perverted thoughts, it was almost a wonder the boy had not been thrown by back the most epic of nosebleeds. While he was preoccupied with his thoughts, the door to the shower slid open and Rias stepped out. Issei nearly died of a nosebleed right there. Rias moved over to the bed wearing nothing but a pair of panties as she crawled on top of him. Her breasts bounced and jiggled and swayed in the most enticing of ways. She was soon straddling his body, her crotch pressing against his groin and, in a voice that made Issei feel like he would die of sexy, asked him to kiss her. He had been just about to oblige when a voice spoke out. "Dear God, you really are one horny little bastard, you know that?" Suddenly, the world was plunged into darkness. Rias disappeared and Issei fell flat on his face. With his nose bleeding, he jumped back to his feet and looked around. "What the? What's going on? Where is this place?" "Coo coo coo." A deep, dark voice laughed out, echoing all around him. Issei shivered in fear. It sounded like the bass rumble of some kind of long-forgotten demon or something. Who's there? Where are you?" "I'm right beside you," the voice rumbled behind him. Issei froze, his entire body screamed at him to run away, yet something else compelled him to confront the person talking to him. He turned around and screamed like a little girl at the frightening sight before him. Standing in front of him, nearly 100 times larger than himself, was a creature he had only heard about in legends. Its mouth was a mass of razor-sharp teeth and its face held a distinct reptilian appearance. Long spikes jutted from the back of its head like a crown that continued on as spiky ridges along its neck and back. Its entire body was covered in bright red scales that shone with a brilliant luster as the fire raging around it refracted off the surface of its body. "Holy shit! A dragon." "Thanks for stating the obvious," the dragon rumbled. Its narrowed, rhomboidal eyes rolled at its partner's apparent need to state something so blatant. "You know, I've been trying to talk to you for a while now, but my words have never been able to reach you because you were still so weak." Finally, its eyes glared down at Issei, nearly making the poor pervert quiver in fear. "Finally I am able to appear before you." "What do you mean? Why were you trying to speak to me?" As the giant dragon's head leaned towards him, Issei stumbled backwards and fell on his backside. He gulped as steam from the dragon's nostrils hit him in the face, causing his hair to whip about in a frenzy. Two large, clawed hands attached to a pair of muscular arms clamped down on the ground on either side of him, making Issei squeak like a mouse that had been caught by a cat. "You don't want to eat me, do you? Eat you?" The dragon reared its head back and laughed. "Bwahahaha. Even if I were inclined to eat you, boy, I would not. You are far too skinny and unappetizing for me to even think about eating you." After chuckling for a good few minutes, in which time the earth rumbled with each bark of laughter that escaped its jaws, the dragon deigned to speak again. "I merely wanted to meet the partner with whom I'll be fighting alongside from now on." "Wah!" Issei was understandably confused. Perhaps if he was, smarter, things would be different, but as that was not the case he couldn't put two and two together. "What are you saying? Fight with me? Who are you? You should already know who I am. You have used my power several times now." Issei's eyes finally widened in realization. "That's right, partner. I am the gauntlet on your arm. You have to wake up now, but let's speak again sometime. Wait." Issei called out to the dragon, his hand raised, but the great creature that appeared before him was already gone, enveloped in darkness. Within the real world, Issei shot up in his bed, his clothing caked to his sweaty body and his breathing heavy. He blinked several times as the light of the morning sun streamed in through the window. After a second or two, he relaxed. It was just a dream. "Good morning, Issei." "What the?" Issei craned his neck to look out the window, and suddenly received a pair of booted feet to his face. "Gah!" Soaring backwards like some kind of missile, Issei was launched out of his bed. His back hit the wall with a loud thud, and then he slid to the floor, landing on his rump. His nose now bleeding in the real world much like it had the moment before Drage appeared in his dream, Issei looked up at the ceiling in a daze as a head of spiky blonde hair and a pair of mischievous blue eyes looked down at him. "That was absolutely horrible, Issei. You should have been more than capable of dodging that." Naruto shook his head in disappointment and clicked his tongue. "It looks like I have much to teach you. Boy. After several seconds of silence, Issei had just one thing to say. "Hot, cat CHRP? 11, 12, 13. Ugh, I think I broke my spine." "Come on, Issei." Rias urged her pawn to keep exercising. "Keep going. Just a few more push-ups and you'll be done." They were in one of the parks that littered the city. This one was closest to Issei's house. Like all parks, this one had a play set for kids, monkey bars, slides, teeter-totters and a swing set, all built within a small lot of sand. Surrounding the sandy lot was a grassy field with trees interspersed throughout. It was a nice place, pristine and possessing a calming, earthy scent. Naruto rather liked the place, as it reminded him of the play parks in Konoha before pain had destroyed it. Currently, Rias was trying to get Issei's physical strength and stamina up in order to make him more powerful. It wasn't working out too well. I don't think I can go on. Issei groaned, laying on his stomach with his ass sticking up in the air. It was a humiliating position, but the boy didn't seem to care as he panted and tried to greedily suck oxygen into his lungs. Rias sighed from where she sat. Issei, you need to get stronger. Your abilities as a pawn will become more powerful if your physical strength and stamina are increased. Without being physically capable, your body won't be able to use all its abilities to their full extent. Come on, Aerodebigame. Naruto said cheerfully from where he was doing his own set of push-ups. By Rias' count, the blonde was already 156 and had yet to even break out in a sweat. You need to keep going if you wanted to get stronger. You know that old saying, no pain, no gain. Now hop to it. Gur! Shut up, you blonde bastard! Issei shouted from where he was laid out. He would have shaken his fist jealously as well, but those currently felt like they were made of lead, so all he could do was glare. Naruto's right, Issei, Rias' statement caused a large rain cloud to form over the boy's head and begin pouring down on him, soaking his clothes all the way through. The dark, stormy cloud rumbled with thunder and several flashes of light could be seen from within it. No doubt a sign of the boy's depression. The redhead ignored this as she continued speaking while adjusting her backside so she could get more comfortable as the blonde she was sitting on continued doing push-ups with enthusiasm that was eerily reminiscent of a certain green spandex-clad youth freak. It was probably a very good thing Rias did not know of Rock Lee and his equally eccentric Jonin sensei, Mato Guy. I know you're trying hard, but it wouldn't hurt to work a little harder. She smiled deviously as a thought occurred to her. Perhaps if you work really hard, I would be willing to give you a reward. Issei stared up at her with wide eyes. Within his mind, images of Rias stripping down and revealing her breasts for his eyes to feast upon bombarded him. A trickle of blood escaped his nose. A second later, Issei is back at it, doing push-ups like a madman on speed. Or like Rock Lee, except with a lot less youth. Rias shook her head. He didn't even allow her to say what the reward would be before he started. As they continued doing push-ups, Rias found herself looking down at the blonde whose back she had decided to sit on when he said his push-ups were getting too easy. He was wearing what looked like a standard pair of school gym clothes, a white shirt with navy blue accents and the Ku Academy emblem on the left breast, white shorts, and a pair of navy blue and white sneakers. She didn't know why he was wearing his warm weather outfit when it was so cold outside, but she wasn't going to complain. The difference between the standard Ku gym clothing and Naruto's was minuscule, but noticeable. The blonde had apparently decided that sleeves were unnecessary, and had thus ripped them off. This exposed the entirety of his arm to the elements. Once more, Rias had to admire her blonde servant's musculature. His arms were incredibly defined. She would even go so far as to say they were completely ripped. Whenever he executed a push-up, she could see his triceps ripple and form the distinctive U-shape which earned it the name horseshoe muscle. Likewise, she could feel the muscles in his back and shoulder blades contracting as he moved, even though this exercise did not work out that muscle much. His physique was just another part of his mystery. No newly minted devil should have those kinds of muscle, and no human should be capable of gaining those kinds of muscle even with muscle enhancers. He had a body that put Olympic sprinters and fitness cover models to shame. They were not just aesthetically pleasing to the eye, they were also incredibly dense. To put it simply, they were muscles designed for the sole purpose of being used in combat. Sculpted through years of the most physically grueling training routines and hardened from incredible amounts of physical abuse. Even the way they flexed and rippled told her that these muscles were created specifically for fighting. That he seemed to have exercised every single muscle in his body, including the ones that couldn't be seen just by looking, only provided her more evidence to support her theory. But why would he need to have muscles like this? How had they been forged? Was he one of those child soldiers she had heard about? Trained since birth in the art of war and killing? Had he needed to face a threat that was so great he put his body through the most grueling paces imaginable in order to face it? Rias had no idea that her last guess was more accurate than she could ever imagine, but she would find out eventually. Sorry I'm late. The two boys stopped what they were doing. All three turned their heads to see Asia running towards them, waving one hand in the air while the other was holding onto a small basket. Like Rias, she was wearing a pink and white track suit with black accents. There was a large smile on her face and it was clear to all three present that she was not watching where she was going. Issei-san, Naruto-san, Bucho. I'm sorry I'm running Lakaya. Issei, Naruto, and Rias watched in mute shock as the girl stepped into the sandlot they were using for their daily exercise and tripped. She fell down face first in the dirt. Ouch, that really hurt. While Naruto began snickering, Rias sighed. That girl was the most accident-prone person she had ever met. Cat CHRP? Here you go. Asia held out a small canister filled with tea to Issei. Thank you, Naruto-san. Asia held out the tea out to him next. I'm sorry I don't have an extra cup, but I didn't realize you would be here. But if you like, you can still drink some. I'm fine, Naruto smiled as he reached out and ruffled Asia's hair like an affectionate older brother. The blonde girl pouted from beneath his masculine hand, but it was easy to see she was pleased by the gesture. He had a feeling the former nun was as starved for affection as he had been back in the elemental nations. But thank you anyways. He. Asia giggled, her cheeks flushing with pleasure. Asia, Issei said, glaring at the blonde male. He already had Bucho's and Kaneko-chan's affection. There was no way he was going to let the blonde bastard take Asia's too. What are you doing here? Asia blushed and looked demurely at her lap. After hearing about how you were training every day with Bucho-san, I wanted to help you out, but I wasn't able to think of anything I could do except make tea. Sob. Issei wiped his eyes with his sleeve as he began crying manly tears of joy. I can't believe I've finally had some good luck. I must be truly blessed to have a cute girl like you saying such nice things to me. Issei held the cup of steaming liquid with the kind of reverence one usually reserved for praying, or for ramen, if your name was Naruto. Asia will make a great wife one day. WWW wife. Asia squeaked, her face steaming. No, that was not an exaggeration. Her face had become so red it looked like someone stuck it in an oven and there was steam pouring out of her ears. Emmao, Issei-san, you shouldn't say such embarrassing things. Naruto was grinning like a loon as he watched Asia accidentally smack Issei across the face with one of her frantically waving arms, sending the boy reeling. He then watched as she squeaked loudly and began apologizing profusely. Even when Issei said something sweet and endearing, things still went wrong for him. It was just too funny. And for some reason, it also reminded him of someone, though he couldn't remember who. Ah well. He was sure it would come to him eventually. They make a cute couple, don't you think so, Rias, eh? The Cheshire Cat grin left Naruto's face and was replaced with a frown as he looked at the red-haired beauty. He had been expecting to see her smiling at the scene like he was, but that was not the case. Instead, there was only a look of inconceivable sadness in her expression. Scooting closer to Rias, Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder, startling the girl out of her thoughts. Naruto, she looked up at him, blinking, as if she had just realized he was there. Naruto's frown grew. Are you all right? Yes, Rias shook her head, her long, luxurious hair getting flung about her face. I'm fine. She smiled at him and Naruto could see how false it was. As the all-time master of fake smiles, the newly turned devil could spot one of those a mile away. It was not one of those small, heartfelt smiles he often saw on her, nor did it reach her eyes like a genuine smile would. Thank you for your concern. You know I'm here for you, right? Naruto told her, sliding his hand down her arm until it was over her hand. If you ever need me for anything, you know, to help with something, or if you just want someone to talk to, I'll be here for you. Rias looked shocked for a moment, then, like rays of light parting through a sea of clouds, a genuine smile appeared on her face. She placed her free hand over the one Naruto had placed on hers. Thank you, Naruto, but I really am alright. She bit her lip, if I ever need you for something, I'll be sure to tell you. Promise. Promise. After a moment of thought, Naruto nodded, deciding not to pursue the matter any further. She promised him that if something was wrong, she would tell him. And he was willing to trust her word. After all, unknowing or not, she was the one who gave him a new purpose in life. Cat CHRP? Naruto was frowning again as he sat on the couch within the occult clubroom. Sitting on his lap was Kaneko, who was eating a banana, surprisingly enough. Naruto felt there was some irony in this, but didn't say anything since Issei was not there to hear it. As always, he was giving the white-haired first-year some love, idly caressing and stroking her hair and ears. Despite the fact that she had her mouth full of food, he could hear the purr rumbling in the back of her throat. Of course, she wasn't the reason Naruto was frowning, nor was Akeno, who was standing just a few feet away, smiling in amusement at the two of them as she held an empty tea tray in her hands. The reason he was frowning was Rias, who was staring off into space with the same expression he had seen for the past few days. She wasn't even glaring at him and Kaneko like she usually did when the lithe first year sat on his lap. Not knowing what to do, but needing to do something, anything, To make that look disappear, Naruto gently picked up Kaneko and placed her on the couch. It was an action that got not just the white-haired girl's attention, but also Akeno's. "Why'd you stop?" asked Kaneko. She looked up at him beseechingly. Naruto winced at the look, but his concern for Rias overrode Kaneko's cute factor. "Sorry," Naruto told her softly, "but He looked back over at Rias. Kaneko seemed to understand, even though she looked depressed to know she would not be getting any more pampering. "I want more petting later." "Of course," Naruto smiled. Acting on his impulsive nature, something he does more often than not anyways, the former ninja placed a kiss on her forehead. It wasn't much, but it was enough that when he pulled back, Kaneko's cheeks were bright red. Era, Akeno smiled at the scene. Kaneko-chan really is taken in with Kitsune-kun if she's blushing like that. Kaneko glared at her Akeno, but didn't say anything as she went back to eating her banana. It was a very ineffective method of covering up her blush. Naruto walked up to Rias, who was still ignoring everything else as she sat there in her own little world, and moved behind her chair. He felt the red head stiffen at his touch as he placed his hands upon her shoulders. That stiffness soon faded as he began to knead the muscles in her shoulders and neck. Almost as soon as he started messaging her, Ria's posture slumped forward in her seat and a pleased sigh escaped her lips. "What is this for?" she half-asked half-moaned. "Nothing really." Naruto frowned as he was forced to accommodate for her movement by raising his arms due to the back of the chair blocking him. It made working her muscles much harder. Their positioning was just not good for giving someone a massage. "I've just noticed that you've been preoccupied lately and thought you could use something to help you relax." "Thank you," Rias said, both for the massage and for not trying to force her to reveal whatever was bothering her. "You're welcome." Naruto frowned as Rias arced her back into his touch, forcing him to once more change the position of his arms. "You know, this really isn't the best place for a massage," he determined. "Why don't we move over to one of the couches?" Rias was agreeable to this and quickly moved over to a couch, where Naruto bid her to lay down. It was a bit small, and Naruto wished they could move to the next room where he knew a bed was kept, but it would be rude to leave the other two like that. Straddling her thighs, Naruto quickly began to work his magic. Deciding to use this moment as an exercise for himself as well as a way to help Rias relieve whatever stress she was dealing with, the blonde began to use his growing chakra-sensing abilities to scan her body and figure out where the knots and tension was being built up in her muscles. There were several places that seemed to have the biggest buildup of tension, her lower back and the junction just below her shoulder blades. There were multiple knots that he could sense there, some of which looked like they had been growing larger over time. Were they because of her breasts? He remembered Samui once complaining about back pains. Well, whatever. Time to work out those knots. After probing the areas with the highest concentration of knots, Naruto applied physical pressure to work the knot out. Once he sensed that the knot and muscle tension was gone, he applied chakra to soothe and relax the area. He knew it was working when Rias let out an audible moan of pure, utter contentment, the likes of which would have had Issei blasting straight through a wall from an epic nosebleed. "Where did you learn to do this?" Rias' question was barely audible over the moans of ecstasy that escaped her lips, such was the pleasure she was experiencing. "There's actually a funny story to this," Naruto mused as he used his elbow to rub out one particularly stubborn knot. Rias groaned as the knot gave way, then he let his fingers coast over the area and gently apply chakra, eliciting a near-orgasm-inducing moan from the girl whose legs he was straddling. It really was too bad for Issei that he was not here, having been roped into taking Asia out shopping. Too bad for him. Akeno put a hand to her cheek. "I think I'm actually beginning to feel a little jealous of Rias." "Wouldn't you say so, Kon, The hidden sadist smiled in amusement as she saw Kaneko glaring daggers at Rias. If looks could kill, their king would have been dead several times over. It looked like someone really was jealous. Smiling a bit as he put his hard-earned skills to good use for the first time in a long time, Naruto continued. "You remember how I told you about how my godfather was one of the biggest super perverts ever known?" Rias was barely able to nod. Akeno and Kaneko perked up at the mention of his godfather. Unlike Rias, who had spoken to him many times after waking up in his bed, which sounded a lot worse than it really was, they knew next to nothing about his past. "I think I already mentioned this once, but during a training trip my godfather took me on, he would often spend time in brothels that were located in the towns and cities we went to during our travels. When I started my training trip with him, I was just 12, too young to be allowed to experience any kind of sexual activity, even by his moral code, so I was often left in the hands of one of the younger girls who lived there. It's not well known, but brothels also tend to act as orphanages for young girls on occasion. Usually, these girls are trained to work there once they reach a certain age." Naruto paused for a moment, just to make sure Rias was awake. His massages had been known to put some women to sleep. When she gave a non-committal nod, he continued. Anyways, one of the girls, who I think at the time was around 16 or so, I can't really remember, decided to teach me how to give massages. The way she said it made it sound like some kind of training, so naturally I needed to learn it. As my godfather and I traveled and went to more brothels, I had the girl watching over me help me get better by giving them massages. Naruto gave a mildly self-depreciating chuckle. Eventually I got so good that when we revisited a town, I had girls practically lining up to receive a massage from me. By this point in time, Naruto had slid all the way down to the end of the couch until his backside was pressed up against the heels of her shoes. He had already finished kneading her tight, firm rear like an expert baker kneads dough. All he needed to do to finish up now was work over her legs. There weren't as many knots in her legs, but he could sense a few in her hamstrings that felt coiled together like a loaded spring. Those required some work to fix up, but it still took less time than her back because they were not as numerous nor as big. As he continued to work, the young, newly reincarnated devil continued to talk. It was only after several seconds, in which time he had started on her calves, that he realized the girl underneath him wasn't replying to anything he said. Looking up from his work, he saw Ria's eyes had closed completely, her mouth was partially open and her breathing deep and even. She had fallen asleep. Huh, Naruto mumbled, scratching the back of his head. I guess I got a little carried away. A tug on his sleeve caused him to look to his left to see Kaneko standing there, an expectant look on her blushing face. I want one of those. Naruto blinked, then grinned sheepishly. Rubbing the back of his head, he said, okay. I can give you a massage too. Just let me put Rias to bed, okay? Era. Naruto and Kaneko both looked up to see Akeno looking at him expectantly as well. She was also rubbing her thighs together in a way that let both of them know her thoughts were probably lewd on the same level as Hayudo Issei. I would also like one of those orgasm-inducing massages, if you don't mind, Kitsune-kun. Naruto sighed, but nodded nonetheless. He still reiterated that he needed to put Rias to bed first and that Kaneko had first dibs on getting a massage from him. This caused Akeno to pout while Kaneko put a hand up and gave a victory sign. Gently carrying Rias in his arms like a newlywed bride, the spiky-haired shinobi made his way into the extra room that contained the large bed. It took a bit of effort, but Naruto managed to work his arms without jostling the girl in them to make a hand seal. A second later, there was another Naruto standing with him. This Naruto walked over to the bed and pulled the covers all the way back before dispelling. The original carefully set the girl in the bed so her head was resting comfortably on the pillow. Now came the hard part. Deciding whether or not he should take off Ria's clothes. She constantly told him that she did not like sleeping with clothes on, and he knew for a fact that she likely would not care if he stripped her naked. At the same time, it felt incredibly rude to strip a girl's clothes off while she was sleeping. It just didn't sit right with him. It was also something Jiraiya would probably do, or Issei, which meant it was something Naruto probably shouldn't do. He was not a pervert. Really, he wasn't. The tightness in his pants had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that he had been straddling Ria's gorgeously crafted derriere, or the moans she had offered during the massage, or the way her body had shuddered against his, pushing her tight ass into his increasingly hard arousal end. Okay, so maybe he was a pervert, but if he was then it was all Jiraiya's fault. Yes, he was not to blame for any bad habits and or lecherous desires he had picked up from journeying with a super pervert for 2.5 years. Not at all. That's his story and he's sticking to it. Shaking his head and trying to rid his mind of his admittedly less than morally righteous thoughts, Naruto moved over to the end of the bed and carefully lifted her left leg. He slid the shoe off her foot, then lifted her other leg and slid that shoe off as well. Taking them both, Naruto placed them by the door and walked back into the main room. He would ask Akeno to undress Rias further since she was a girl and Rias' best friend. Outside in the main room, Naruto saw that Akeno had decided to start arguing with Kaneko about why she should get a massage from him first. And why should you get a massage from Kitsune-kun first? He's always pampering you. Because I said so? That's not a very good reason. Standing there, listening to the two girls argue, the young man their conversation was about promptly sweat dropped. Maybe giving Rias a massage. Cat CHRP? That night, Naruto lay awake in his bed, unable to sleep. Like usual, he was only wearing a pair of toad print boxers. His arms were stretched out behind his head as he stared up at the off-white ceiling, thinking. He wouldn't say anything because he had promised Rias not to bring it up unless she came to him, but he was really beginning to worry about her. She was not the type of person to space out and forget where she was, yet that was exactly what had happened today, and multiple times to boot. And not just today either, several times within the past few days Rias had just completely zoned out and forgot everything around her. It was getting to the point where he was tempted to say screw the promise and force the issue out of her. Only his integrity and iron will to follow his nindo kept him from doing such. That still didn't mean he wasn't worried. A sigh escaped his lips. Turning on his side, Naruto decided he should at least try to get some sleep. He would be no good to Rias and the others if he was tired. Just as he closed his eyes, a bright, red light lit up his room. Eyelids snapped open to reveal blue irises once more. Naruto quickly sat up in his bed just in time to see the magic circle with the Gremory crest materialize on his floor right before Rias herself appeared before him. She was wearing her school uniform once more, meaning she must have put it back on after Akeno had taken it off her sleeping form. He absently noted that she wasn't wearing any shoes. Rias. Naruto turned his body around so that his feet were dangling off the bed. Is everything alright? Is something wrong? Rias looked at him and Naruto found himself frozen by her gaze. Had he ever seen such desperation in her eyes before? On anyone's before? She marched over to him, not even stopping when she waltzed into his personal space. One hand was used to push him onto the bed so that she could straddle his waist while the other grabbed his hand and smashed it against her right breast. Naruto was so shocked by her actions that he found himself speechless. Naruto, please take me now. Now that got a reaction. What? His eyes gazed up at her, uncomprehending. Had he heard her right? She wanted him to take her virginity? Why? For what reason? And why now when she had not given any sign of wanting him in a sexual manner like this before? Please. Naruto felt his heart lurch at the tone in her voice. It was so desperate, so pained. A part of him was tempted to do as she asked just so he wouldn't have to ever hear such emotions in her voice again. Take my virginity now. For the first time in a long time, Naruto wasn't sure what to do. He had been in many situations before, some which would even leave his club president and king gaping at him. This wasn't even the first time he had been in a situation with a girl asking him to take her virginity. The circumstances had been different, and Cheyenne had not been so desperate when she asked him, but it was still similar. Naruto could feel Rias as she pressed her hot core against his crotch. The heat from her panty-clad mound was causing his own arousal to skyrocket. No doubt she could feel the proof of how aroused he was through his boxers. She proved this to him by grinding herself against him, extracting a moan from them both. Rias. Naruto groaned as the hand she was using to hold his own hand to her boob forced him to squeeze the large mound of flesh. He could feel her panties getting wet with her juices as she continued grinding herself against him. Whether he wanted them to or not, her actions were revving him up like nothing else. Why are you doing this? Shufa. Rias placed a finger to his lips with her free hand. Don't talk. Just take me, now, please on. For a second, it looked like Naruto was about to do just that. His body was certainly eager to do exactly what Rias asked of him. Even his mind was beginning to cloud over as his desire for the woman on top of him became almost overwhelming. Yet somehow, someway, Naruto found it in him to resist her. He didn't know what it was. Maybe it was because of the words she had used, or perhaps because of the desperation in her eyes and voice, but he knew that he could not go through with this. If he did, he was sure that something bad would happen. Rias, enough, Naruto said, yanking his hand off her boob and pushing himself into a sitting position. His action startled Rias so much that she began to fall backwards and would have fallen off the bed entirely had he not caught her. He placed his hands on her shoulders and looked her in the eye. I don't know what's going on, Rias, but whatever is bothering you, this isn't the answer. Don't you want me? The look Rias gave him was like a punch to the gut. Am I undesirable to you? Of course you're not. Naruto said passionately. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever met. Despite the situation, Rias actually blushed at his blatant declaration. Yes, I want you. I want you so badly right now I can hardly stand it. Then why? Naruto took another hit when tears appeared in his king's eyes. They were tears of desperation, of frustration. Naruto suspected, rightly so, that they were caused by more than just his refusal to sleep with her. Why won't you take my virginity? Because I don't want it like this, Naruto growled. I don't want it when you're so desperate to give it away that you're willing to abandon your pride and integrity. I don't want it when you're giving it to me, not as the ultimate expression of love, but because you think it will solve whatever problems you're having. Rias looked stunned by his proclamation. Well and truly stupefied. She seemed incapable of even speaking after his words. It was so odd, hearing such maturity in matters of physical intimacy come from a boy. They were all supposed to be sex-crazed, but then, didn't this just prove that Naruto was not like other boys? Naruto didn't even notice her look. Frustrated tears were welling up in his own eyes. He didn't know what was going on or why Rias was doing this, but the fact that he didn't know what to do to help her hurt. It hurt worse than when he had been unable to bring Sasuke back to Sakura after making her the promise of a lifetime back when he had been a naive fool of a genin. It hurt more than when Sasuke had shoved a Chidori through his chest and tried to break the bond of brotherhood that tied the two of them together as friends. It just plain hurt. Overwhelmed by his own emotions and his need to do something, anything, to help the person who had given him a purpose in life, Naruto pulled the stunned girl into a hug. Rias, now even more shocked, was unable to do anything as her blonde servant pulled her flush against him. Their bodies melded together. Naruto's left arm found itself wrapping around her waist, resting against the small of her back. His right came up to her head, his hand placing itself on the back of her head, fingers threading through her hair as he pulled the startled girl to him. "I don't know what's going on," Naruto told her. "I don't know why you're acting this way, or why you think I need to take your virginity now, but I promise you, we'll find a way to deal with it. Whatever is bothering you, we'll face it together and overcome it together. Just don't do this, don't act like this anymore. I hate watching you suffer like this. I hate watching you degrade yourself like this. You're better than this, Rias." Rias did not say anything, still stunned by his proclamation and words. Though he could not see it, her eyes were wide and her mouth was parted in an expression of surprise. After a moment of this, her mind snapped back to the present. She got over her shock. She didn't say anything, but she did respond to his attention. Her own arms came up and wrapped around him. Her face soon found itself in the crook of his neck. There, she inhaled the scent she had become so familiar with, an earthen smell that was mixed with the fragrance of miso and a masculine scent that was distinctly Naruto. It was an unusual combination, no doubt, but it had a calming effect on her mind. As they sat there, Rias straddling Naruto as they held each other so close not even a microscopic organism would be able to fit between their bodies, a silver light erupted from the ground where Rias' magic circle had been just moments before. Naruto reacted without thinking. Sliding out from underneath Rias, he stood protectively in front of her in case whoever was teleporting into his room was an enemy. A kunai appeared within a grasp, which he quickly coated in wind chakra. Moving just as he had done 1,000 times before, Naruto's body slid into a combat stance. His feet slid apart and his knee bent, adopting a wide stance that was better suited towards enclosed spaces. It was a strong stance, designed more for blocking fierce attacks and returning them tenfold than dodging blows and counterattacking. Another kunai appeared in his free hand. His finger looped into the ring with practiced ease and he spun it around until he was gripping it in a reverse-handed grip. Now he was ready. A hand being placed upon his shoulder startled him. "It's okay, Naruto," Rias said softly, sadly. "We're not in danger." "Rias." Naruto relaxed slightly at her words. His head turned around to look at her out of the corner of his eye, but he was soon forced to look back at the circle. A figure appeared before them. It was a very beautiful woman who did not appear to look a day over 20. Lovely-looking lips, a small nose and a delicate chin and cheekbones made the woman look like some kind of noble, yet her demeanor, the cool and professional aura she gave off made Naruto think of a queen, one whose icy personality could freeze all those who met her. Her hair was a startling silver that flickered and shone in the moonlight, flowing all the way down her back and featuring long, blue bows at the ends while the rest was let down, ending in twin braids. Her eyes, he noticed, matched the color of her hair perfectly. Oddly enough, she was wearing what Naruto recognized as a maid outfit. "What the fuck? Do you honestly think that by doing something so degrading your engagement will be called off?" asked the woman. To Naruto, the words were like a physical blow. "I see," he said, closing his eyes as he began putting the pieces of this elusive puzzle together. He would never claim to be that smartest person in the world, but he was not stupid, not anymore. He could see where this was going. "So that's why you asked me to take your virginity." Rias winced at the tone in his voice. "You're engaged to someone I'm guessing you don't like, and thought that if you lose your virginity to someone, whatever contract bound you would be broken. Or maybe you thought this guy would be so repulsed that you would do such a thing that he simply wouldn't want to marry you." Naruto finally looked back at Rias. "Am I right?" Naruto had learned a lot about how marriages between nobles worked, both from Jiraiya and Tsunade. It was something he needed to learn, they said. It would help him for when he wanted to get married, they told him. He was glad he listened to those lectures now, regardless of how boring they had been. "Naruto." She reached out a hand to him. When he took a step back she flinched. Tears sprung to her eyes. "Please don't be mad at me. Please." "I'm not mad." Naruto's eyes softened. "I could never be mad at you. I'm just hurt." Another flinch. "Naruto." "Excuse me," the woman interrupted. "I hate to interrupt," she sure didn't sound like it, "but we really must be going." Rias looked like she wanted to protest. Teary teal eyes met Naruto's azure blues. She bit her lip in indecision. I understand," the beautiful young devil with red hair closed her eyes, her face set in a grimace. Upon opening them again, she looked imploringly at the silver-haired woman. "Do you think I could have a moment alone with my servant?" The woman seemed to think on this for a moment before nodding. "That is fine, but please, do not be long." She turned to leave, but Naruto spoke before she could even make a single step towards the door. "You know, it's very poor manners to enter someone's home and not at least give a name," he stated, causing the woman to halt in her tracks. Rias just gaped at him. "If you would be so kind as to at least give me the name of the lovely lady who has intruded upon my home without my permission." Had the situation been different, less somber and demoralizing, Naruto would have grinned. That sounded like something Neji would say. "Naruto," Rias said in trepidation. "I really don't think you should." "You are correct," the maid interrupted, about facing. "It was very rude of me. My apologies." Rias gaped some more. "My name is Greyfia Lucifuge," she curtsied to him. "I am a servant of House Gremory and Ria-sama's sister-in-law." "She's my brother's queen," Rias added. "I see." Naruto took a deep breath. Drawing upon those lessons of formality Tsunade had been so insistent on hammering into him sometimes with her fists, he spoke again. "In that case, I welcome you to my home. Any family member of Rias will always be welcome here." "Thank you," Greyfia nodded her head. She looked at Rias. "Like I said, try not to linger very long." With that, she walked out, leaving Naruto and Rias alone. Naruto. Rias looked so unsure of herself. It was completely unlike the strong and self-assured woman he had come to know so well. I wish you would trust me more," Naruto interrupted. "Had you told me about your problem beforehand, I could have helped you find a way to break the contract before it got so bad that you felt your only option was for someone to take your virginity." He looked away. "I don't think you know how much it hurts to realize that you don't trust me. But I do trust you," Rias shouted, her voice desperately trying to convey her feelings as more tears sprung to her eyes. "You're the only one I trust with something like this. If I had wanted to just lose my virginity to get out of this marriage, I could have gone to Issei, but I didn't. I chose you. And yet you didn't trust me enough to tell me about your problems until just now when you were so desperate that you practically threw yourself at me," Naruto replied, to which she had no answer. "And somehow, I get the feeling that had Greyfia not interfered, you wouldn't have even trusted me enough to tell me why you wanted me to take your virginity in the first place. It's even worse because had you just told me why you wanted me to take your virginity, I would have done it." Ria's shoulders slumped. Her body shook and tears leaked out of her eyes and made a trail down her porcelain cheeks like evanescent droplets of crystal that broke when they made contact with the ground. "I'm sorry," she whispered despondently. "I didn't mean to make you feel like that." There was an acute pain in his chest as he gazed upon this girl. Tears really didn't suit her, he decided. Acting with a boldness he had rarely ever shown in the elemental nations, he closed the distance between them, and once again wrapped her up in a strong embrace. Rias returned the hug with the need of a person who was being tossed into a sea of emotional uncertainty. Her arms wound around him tightly as she pressed her face against his chest, staining his shirt with her tears. "Rias," Naruto sighed as he buried his face in her hair. "Whatever happens, try not to worry too much. We'll deal with it, together, okay?" Her face still pressed tightly against his chest, she gave him a non-committal nod. "Rias-sama," Greyfia said as she once more entered the doorway. "It's time." Naruto released the hug, forcing her to do the same. Rias looked at Naruto, searching. For what, he didn't know. "Go on," he said, nodding towards Greyfia. "We'll talk more tomorrow?" Rias nodded, still unable to speak, overcome as she was with emotions. She walked over to Greyfia as a magic circle appeared on the floor underneath the maid's feet. As their bodies began to vanish, Rias finally managed to gain her voice back to leave one last parting comment. "I'm sorry, Naruto." Then they were gone. Naruto stared at the spot where Rias and that other devil left. A sigh escaped his lips as he climbed into bed. That night would be the first night since he met Rias that he would sleep alone. He quickly concluded that he did not like sleeping alone anymore. Chapter 7, I Just Want to Be Me. The next morning Naruto did everything he would have normally done before Rias entered his life. He woke up, took a shower, made a basic breakfast of scrambled eggs and toast, then left for school after locking up his apartment and rearming his traps. He didn't actually know why he bothered placing all those traps on his home now. Really, what was the point of having a trap that caused his porch to explode and his windows to send several thousand volts of electricity through any would-be intruder when people could just teleport directly into his bedroom? As soon as he reached Kuo Academy, Naruto deviated from his usual course, which would have involved him going to class and then falling asleep until class ended. There were more important things to worry about than grades and lectures by stuffy old professors that he never bothered listening to anyway. Instead of heading towards his homeroom, he went straight to the occult research clubroom. There, he found the situation to be about what he'd expected. Rias was sitting behind her desk. She had her hands laced together in front of her face, her eyes were closed and there was a grave frown on her lips. Standing beside her were both Akeno and Greyfia, one of whom looked decidedly unruffled and the other was clearly trying to put on a cheerful front, even though it was more than obvious that she was worried. Rias, Akeno-chan, Greyfia-san, Naruto greeted, frowning at the end. He still wasn't used to using proper suffixes. No matter how many times Tsunade had insisted on the need to use proper suffixes, he had never really bothered. A part of him wondered why he was doing so now. Was it this woman's presence? Her regal bearing? He couldn't say. There was nothing about her that screamed "speak properly to me" any more than when he was in Bachan's presence. All he knew was that not knowing why he was acting on lessons he never used before bothered him. Era, Akeno smiled a patently false smile as she greeted him. Naruto would never claim to be a master of reading body language, but if there was one thing he could do and do well, it was reading another person's smile. Hers was as fake as they came. "How are you doing today, Kitsune-kun?" "I've been better," Naruto responded dryly. "I didn't sleep as well as I normally did last night." He locked eyes with Rias, whose eyes had snapped open at his entrance. She was staring at him with so many conflicting emotions on her face it was impossible to know what she was feeling. "How about you, Rias? Are you feeling any better?" "Yes," she lied and they both knew it. Still, for the sake of appearing strong, neither of them said anything that contradicted this. "Thank you for asking." Naruto gave her a small half-smile. "Anything for my king." Moving over to the couch, Naruto sat down, crossed one leg over his thigh and stretched his arms across the headrest. No one decided to question him on why he was there and not in class. Rias knew him enough to know that he would not be able to focus on class with everything that had happened last night. Akeno likely didn't care, and she wouldn't say anything anyways, since she was also skipping class. Naruto had no clue what Greyfia thought, but he wasn't all that sure he cared what she thought, so it worked out. The silence within the room was stifling as they waited for the others to arrive. Naruto was tempted to ask Rias to tell him what was going on, but he knew her well enough to know she would want to tell the rest of her peerage as well. Thus, he was reduced to waiting in tense silence like everyone else. To pass the time, the spiky-haired Uzumaki amused himself by picturing Greyfia dressed in cosplay outfits. It was surprisingly easy to do thanks to her clothes. The images his mind conjured of the woman with the regal bearing wearing Nico ears and a tail saying Naya as she held up pod hands was definitely a funny one. "Something you find amusing, Naruto-san?" asked Greyfia as Naruto started snickering. "And nothing, hee, I just thought of something funny." Naruto coughed into his hands a few times, trying to calm down. He didn't think the woman would take it well if she knew he was conjuring images of her in naughty cosplay costumes. "Nothing to worry about." Greyfia looked at him suspiciously, but did not say anything else. A few seconds later the door opened and a person walked in. Naruto was not surprised that the first person to show up after him was Kaneko. As a first year, her last period of the class was free, which was why she normally showed up earlier than him and the others. As soon as she entered the room, her eyes locked onto Naruto. Without offering even a courtesy greeting to the others, she made a beeline for him and unhesitatingly crawled onto his lap before she gave him an expectant look. Naruto just smiled humorously as he began giving the adorable girl his customary treatment. Greyfia looked over at Rias after watching the white-haired first-year purring against the male her husband's sister tried seducing last night, a single eyebrow raised. "Don't ask," Rias sighed, her shoulders slumping a little bit. "Just, don't ask." "Very well," Greyfia said emotionlessly as she went back to standing like a statue. "I won't ask." It wasn't long, relatively speaking, before the other members of Rias' peerage filed in. They all noticed the new addition, that of the gorgeous woman with silver hair and eyes in the maid outfit. Issei damn near died of blood loss when he first caught a glimpse of her. Not that Naruto blamed the boy. Greyfia, despite whatever thoughts he had on the woman, was definitely gorgeous, and she gave off that regal aura expected of a queen despite her questionable choice in clothing. "Good, you're all here." Rias stood up from her chair. "Rias-sama," Greyfia looked at her. "Would like me to explain the situation to them?" "No," Rias closed her eyes. "It would be better if they heard this from me." Opening her eyes again, her bluish-green orbs locked on to each member of her peerage. Naruto couldn't be sure, but he thought they lingered on his a little longer than the others. "There is something I need to tell you all. It is difficult to explain, but Before Rias could speak any further, an orange glow began emitting from the floor, interrupting the red head from saying any more. There was just enough time to see the magic circle with an unfamiliar crest come to life on the carpet before the entire thing burst into flames. Whoever was teleporting into the room obviously had a flair for dramatics. Before the flames fully dispersed, a figure appeared inside of the fire. There was a gust of wind that put the blaze out, finally revealing the person who had so blatantly disrupted their meeting. The person in question was a man around his early 20s with short yellow hair and dark blue eyes. He was wearing a burgundy blazer with gold embroidery on the right, matching pants and black dress shoes. Underneath was a white dress shirt that was not fully buttoned, giving a view of his muscular chest. Naruto did not like him. Just from a single glance, the blonde had already determined what kind of person this guy was, having seen his type plenty of times before. He was the handsome playboy type who had everything handed to him since birth and whose head was so large he could probably power a city the size of Tokyo for years if they learned how to harness all the hot air he had bloating his overinflated ego. In Naruto terms, this guy was a certified douchebag. It's been a long time since I came to the human world, the man said, his eyes looking around the room before landing on Rias. When Naruto saw the delight spring into those eyes, he had to quell the sudden urge to punch the man's face in. The way Rias shuddered in disgust did not help impede this emotion any. My darling, Rias, I'm so happy to see you. Riser Phoenix, the way Rias said his name did not invoke pleasant thoughts. It was a name spoken with disgust and enough disdain to fill the building. She obviously didn't like him. I just came here to inform you that the date has been set. Riser walked over to the desk Rias was using a shield to keep them apart. Now, while I know it's a little sudden, I thought we could go visit the location the ceremony is taking place in. I've already told you, Riser, I have no intention of marrying you. Married. Issei cried out in shock. What the hell is going on? Bucho, who the hell is this guy? All eyes turned to Issei. Riser looked at him like one might look at a bug. Who are you? I'm Hayadu Issei, Rias Gremura-sama's pawn. Wow, that actually sounded pretty formal. Naruto wondered if the boy had been practicing that line. Ah, Riser deadpanned in an uncaring manner. I see. And you didn't answer my question. Who are you? I'm surprised you didn't tell your servants about me, Riser said to Rias. Though I'm even more surprised he doesn't know me. But then, he does smell like a human. That would make him a reincarnated devil, so I guess it would make sense. I didn't say anything because there was no need to tell them about you, she jabbed at him, her words making him sound like he was nothing more than a pest, something so insignificant he was beneath her notice. Riser gave her a fixed smile. You're as harsh as usual, I see. This is Riser Phoenix-sama, Greyfia informed Issei and everyone else. He is a pureblood, high-class devil, and is the third son from the legendary Phoenix family. He is also Rias-sama's fiancé. Fiancé. Issei gawked, his mind unable to comprehend the words coming out of Greyfia's mouth. When she gave him a serious nod, completely unfrazzled, unlike the perverted second year, Issei did what all teenagers do when overwhelmed with too much information. He fainted. How embarrassing. Cat CHRP? Enough, Riser. Rias slammed her hands onto the desk as she glared at the blonde man standing before her. If looks could kill, Riser would have been dead before he even had a chance to utter his last name. I've already told you, I'm not going to marry you. You say that like you have a choice, Riser sounded amused, but there was also a hint of steel in his voice. We both know there isn't much you can do. Both our families have already decided on this and the contract's been written up. Don't forget that your family has been just as hasty to unite our two houses as mine. Don't speak so presumptuously, Rias narrowed her eyes. As the heir to the Gremuri family, I am the one who will decide who gets to be my partner. And regardless of that, I was already promised that I would be allowed to do as I pleased until after I graduated from a university in the human world. I fear you don't quite understand the situation, Rias my dear, Riser said snidely. Your parents and Surzek-sama fear your household may go extinct. In the previous war between gods, fallen angels and devils, many pure-blooded devils lost their lives in the conflict. And that's not even mentioning the number of households that went extinct. It's only natural that our parents would struggle to protect our pure blood and household by joining together. The offspring of two high-ranking, pure-blooded devils is invaluable. Even you should know that. Sitting on the couch, carefully caressing Kaniko's ears, Naruto kept his ears open to everything that was being said. He didn't like what he was hearing. Tsunade had taught him a lot about Konoha, including everything she knew about the clans within its walls. This included the Hyuga clan. What this man, this Riser, was talking about sounded far too much like what the Hyuga did by forcing bird-caged seals on their members and putting them in arranged marriages with cousins to keep the blood pure. This wasn't quite as bad as that, there was no incest involved, but forcing someone into an arranged marriage because of superficial fears rankled on his nerves. It was almost, but not quite as bad as someone insulting his ramen, or the color orange. Recently, newly reincarnated devils like your servants have been gaining greater influence. Pretty soon, Pureblood devils like us are going to lose all of our power until we have no standing left. Your brother, Surzek-sama, has left the household, which means the only one who can succeed and become the Gremory clan head is you. With many of the 72 pillars collapsing on themselves, the future of all pureblood devils is hanging on this marriage proposal. Naruto ignored Issei asking Kiba to explain the 72 pillars to him. He already knew about them thanks to Akeno and Rias. Instead, he focused on what Riser and Rias were talking was the more important information in his mind. In some ways, what the prick was saying made sense. Pureblood devils were apparently becoming a rare commodity these days. They were sort of like the bloodline clans that were so famous in his world. And just like those clans, they were more concerned about keeping their blood pure and untainted by outsiders than they were about the individuals in their clan. At least, that was what he was getting out of all this. I won't destroy my household. Rias crossed her arms over her chest. I plan on siring an heir when I'm ready. Her eyes sharpened like blades as she glared at Riser. But I won't marry you. I'll marry someone of my own choosing. Even the heirs of old households have that much of a right. Riser gave a long-suffering sigh. His fingers twitched in agitation, a sure sign that he was beginning to lose his patience. You know, Rias, like you, I am a pureblood devil of an old household. I bear the powerful name of Phoenix. I can't let that name get tarnished. I came all the way out here to the human world just to get you, but I don't like the human world much. Flames erupted from Riser's back, taking the form of wings and showing just why his clan name was Phoenix. The fires from his back spread, the sweltering heat had the members of Rias' peerage sweating profusely, their bodies becoming drenched in salty water and their clothes caking to their skin. Strangely enough, none of them were burned from the incredible heat. Naruto knew what this was, a show of skill. Riser was showing off. And it was beginning to piss him off. The flames of this world are filthy. For a devil who holds governance over wind and fire it's unbearable. His eyes narrowed. I will take you back to the underworld with me. He looked over at her servants, Akeno, Asia, Issei, and Kiba. Naruto and Kaneko were on the other side. Even if I have to incinerate your servants to do it, you lay one hand on my servants and I'll put those flames of yours out. Rias clenched her teeth. How dare this man threaten the lives of her servants? There was no way she could let such a threat go unpunished. Riser-sama, Greyfia said, I suggest you calm down, or you may find those flames of yours getting doused. Oh, well, if the one who was given the title of strongest queen is getting involved, then I guess there's no helping it. I wouldn't want to have to face Surzek-sama's peerage. It has always been said that the Red Satan's peerage is full of indestructible monsters. Actually, I am not the one you should be worrying about, Greyfia corrected. That was when Riser and everyone else noticed it. One of the members of Rias' peerage had moved. Naruto stood behind Riser, two blades in his hand, one pressing against Riser's back, the other being held so lightly against his throat that Riser did not even realize it was there until he looked down. These blades were much different from standard weapons. They were not solid. They were liquid. Water, to be precise. One thing everyone noticed about the blades was that despite their elemental composition being water, they were not dissipating from the heat of Riser's flames. There wasn't even a bit of steam coming off them. As everyone was trying to figure out when Naruto had moved and Kaneko was blinking as she realized her head was no longer being pet, Naruto spoke up in a voice that was very casual, but had an underlying hint of steel in it. I would suggest that in the future, you refrain from threatening Rias' peerage. I don't take threats on my family lightly. The blade near Riser's throat came close enough to Grey's skin, hissing slightly as water met fire. Understand? Riser eyed the blade near his throat, frowning. For a second, he upped the power of his clan's fire, but all that did was cause Naruto to pump more chakra into his blade. Very soon, the heat within the room became overbearing as Riser did his best to dissolve the water blade. In return, Naruto narrowed his eyes and began pumping even more chakra into the blade to keep its form and consistency. His teeth were grit and several beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he was forced to put more chakra than he had originally intended into his water blade. The heat Riser was producing only compounded to his problems. It was getting harder to breathe, and sweat was starting to get into his eyes. He was also beginning to run out of chakra. If this kept up, Naruto knew he was going to be the first one to give in. Riser had more power than he did, for the moment. Thankfully, before Riser could decide to up the ante anymore, Greyfia stepped in. Enough, she spoke in a calm, but cold voice that had many of those in the room shivering despite the heat. Riser-sama, I believe I told you to calm down. Naruto, that's enough, Rias added. No sense in adding fuel to this already intense fire. I guess you did. Riser let his flames dissolve while Naruto's water blades dispersed. TCH? With a small tisk of disappointment, the blonde Uzumaki walked back over to Kaneko, sat down, and pulled her back into his lap. Pretty soon, the cute first year was purring in delight as Naruto worked her ears over good and acted as if nothing had happened. Needless to say, the sweat drops were in abundance. Surzek-sama suspected the situation would become like this. If neither of you can settle this with words, then we will have to resolve this issue with means of a last resort. Last resort? Rias looked at Greyfia in bland confusion, which soon turned to shock upon the beautiful woman's next words. Rias-sama, if you're going to be so insistent with your wish to not marry Riser-sama, then you will have to settle this with a rating game. Correct me if I'm wrong, Naruto decided to interrupt. But from my understanding only adult devils can compete in a rating game. Rias has not yet risen to the status of an adult, so how could she compete in one? Naruto narrowed his eyes as a thought suddenly occurred to him. Or is this going to be an unofficially sanctioned game? It is as you say. Greyfia bowed her head towards Naruto in acknowledgement. While Rias-sama cannot participate in an official match, it's perfectly legal for a non-adult devil to participate in unofficial matches. That you are even suggesting this option means that father and the others have already thought of the possibility of my refusal and have made all the necessary preparations for the game to take place. Rias' eyes closed tightly. Tell me, how long are they going to keep interfering with my life until they are satisfied? Does that mean you refuse to participate? Of course not. Rias straightened up. No longer was she projecting the image of someone who was lost and unsure of what she should do. Instead she was giving off the aura of someone who had made a decision and was going to see it through to the end. There's no way I'm going to pass up an opportunity like this. She turned to the man who claimed to be her fiancé, eyes narrowed in a tight glare. Riser Phoenix, I challenge you to a rating game in order to settle this dispute. Cat CHRP? With the challenge thrown down, Riser had no choice but to accept the rating game. Not that he had any reason not to. It was clear to everyone that he was favored to win, not just because he was a fully matured devil, but also because he had far more experience in rating games than Rias. He accepted the challenge with glee, and even went so far as to give Rias and her peerage a 10-day grace period they could use to prepare themselves with. Naruto knew why the asshat had given them those 10 days. It wasn't a magnanimous offer or anything of the sort, but a jab at Rias and the strength of her peerage. He was basically telling her it didn't matter how much they trained, she would still lose. This did not concern Naruto. If anything, it just pumped him up even more. He was not going to let some douchebag who thought he was the biggest thing since Uchiha Madara get away with insulting his king or his friends. When the time came for the rating games, he had every intention of kicking that guy's sorry ass from here to the elemental nations, or his name wasn't Uzumaki Naruto. Come on, Issei. Hurry it up. A snicker managed to escape his lips as he heard his king calling for the perverted second-year student and currently the weakest member among their peerage. The day after Rias issued Riser a challenge to a rating game, the red-haired heiress to the House of Gremory had decided to take them up to a secluded villa in the mountains so they could train without people getting suspicious. Apparently, her family owned the area they would be staying at. Just how rich did someone have to be to own a mountain anyways? Seriously, Rias' family must be loaded. Naruto was actually pretty pleased with this turnout. Having been forced to stay within the city limits, he had not been able to practice his more powerful and destructive jutsu. He had been wanting to see what he could and could not do without worrying about the collateral damage his attacks might cause. Some he knew were still out of reach due to chakra requirements. For example, Naruto did not have enough chakra to use the Rasengan yet. Just getting the damn thing to form took most of his reserves. Pumping a constant amount of chakra into the jutsu to let it keep its form was damn near impossible, but with some more intensive training, that would change. He did not believe he would be able to get up to the level he had been at the height of the Fourth Great Shinobi War, but Naruto at least wanted to be at the level of a jonin. That was his goal for the next 10 days. Train his ass off and become at least as strong as the average level jonin. Shouldn't we help him? Asked a worried Asia. The young blonde girl looked back and forth between Rias and the nearly dead on his feet Issei. Said boy was currently trying to hike up the mountain they were on. Trying being the keyword in this instance. The poor boy looked like he was about to drop right then and there. I mean, he's carrying all my luggage as well, so it would only be right for me to help out too, right? Don't worry about it, Rias waved Asia's concerns away. If Issei can't even handle that much, then he'll never get any stronger. And speaking of handling a lot of weight, the redhead's eyes turned to Naruto. Just where is all of your stuff? Sealing scrolls, Naruto absently patted the kunai pouch attached to his left hip. One of my specialties is called sealing. With it, I can seal things like items and various objects inside of scrolls. Some people who are really good at sealing can even seal energy, elements and people within a seal, though I'm not that good yet. He had been getting there though. He could seal energy at least, though the seals were unstable and would break at the slightest miscalculation. It was a very good thing he used clones to practice sealing and not himself. The explosion that had literally blew his clone apart when it had first started practicing making energy seals had been no joke. It still gave him nightmares. Era, I've never heard of sealing before. Akeno actually looked very interested in his abilities. What type of magic is that? It's not magic, Naruto corrected. It's jutsu. Fuinjutsu, to be exact. It's a ninja art that some humans can learn. Chakra ability, Kaneko added. That's right, Naruto tilted his head back so he could nuzzle his cheek affectionately against Kaneko's. The girl purred in repressed pleasure as she rubbed back. I knew there was a reason I loved you. Rias twitched while Kaneko blushed. Akeno did her era, and Naruto, well, he wasn't even paying attention to the reaction the others were giving. He was a little too busy lavishing praise and, affection on Kaneko. I'm surprised you knew about that. I didn't think anyone here would know about chakra. I see, Rias clenched her fist into a tight ball as she tried to resist the urge to grab Kaneko, toss her into a deep pit and then pinch Naruto's cheek hard enough that it became red and swollen. You'd think she'd get used to it after watching it happen so often, but nope, it still bothered her like nothing else. She made a mental note to keep those two as far away from each other as possible during this trip. I take it you did the same thing to the items Kaneko was carrying? Yep. I see, Rias repeated. Just one more question. Why are you carrying Kaneko on your back? Because I felt like it, Naruto answered with a beaming smile that made Rias grit her teeth in irritation. Naruto was her servant. Not Kaneko's. He should be carrying her like that. No, wait, he should be carrying her in his arms. Rias blinked, then shook her head. Where did those thoughts come from? Oh, that reminds me. His fingers gently squeezed the powerful thigh muscles he was holding to keep the girl from falling off. Are you comfortable, Kaneko-chan? Fine, Kaneko purred as she pressed her face against the back of his neck. Warm? Rias grit her teeth. Neither Naruto nor Kaneko noticed, but Akeno did, and she was nothing if not amused. Era. I think I've been told that before. Naruto looked thoughtful. Bachan once told me that my body is always running at 130 degrees all the time. It's actually the reason I've never been sick before. I didn't think it was possible for a human to have a temperature that high, Rias frowned. Wouldn't you die long before your body reached that temperature? Probably, Naruto replied cheerfully. He was completely oblivious to the large drops of sweat running down Kiba's, Akeno's, and Asia's head. But I've always been different from other people. Even back when I was a human, people thought I was weird. This is just one of those things I sort of accepted that was different about me. I see, Rias said softly. She guessed this was just one of those mysteries that let her know she still didn't know Naruto as well as she wanted to. At least they had a whole 10 days in which she could get to know him better. Come along, Kaneko-chan. Our training awaits. If she could separate him and Kaneko, that is. Cat CHRP. The place Rias had them staying at was just as extravagant as Naruto suspected it would be, a beautiful-looking, several-story Western-style mansion with dozens of windows and cream-colored walls. Naruto could not judge how large it was, but it was definitely bigger than the old-school building their clubroom was located in. It was surrounded by a just as gorgeous garden that looked like someone had spent their entire life cultivating and pruning it. From where they were standing, Naruto could see a Greek gazebo next to a pond filled with crystal-clear blue water. Behind the estate itself was a large copse of trees that led into a deep forest of viridian colors, presenting a pleasant background to the majestic-looking mansion. According to Rias, this place was a summer home that her family rarely ever used. It was just another reminder of how wealthy her family was that they could afford their own summer estate and never live there. Almost as soon as they arrived at the estate and put all their stuff away, Rias had them get started with training. She had Kiba work with Issei to teach him how to wield a sword. In her words, giving Issei experience with weaponry would not only help him learn how to fight a weapons user, but also add another means of fighting to his arsenal. Unfortunately, it wasn't going as well as she had probably hoped. Issei was hopeless as a swordsman. He had no coordination, his grip was too soft, his swings too slow, and he completely lacked the grace, power, and speed required of someone wielding a blade. The only thing the young man had going for him was sheer determination, and that could only take a person so far. Naruto had learned that the hard way. He still had the scars to prove it. While Rias-pan was unsuccessfully trying to learn his way around a blade, Naruto had decided to ask Kaneko for a spar. Which was how the two of them found themselves in a forested section several dozen meters away from everyone else. It was here that Naruto realized Kaneko was quite the little fighter. He had seen her in action before, when she was fighting that giant rogue devil, but it hadn't quite sunken in just how powerful she was until now. Naruto jumped back as the white-haired first-year landed on the ground he had just been standing on, the heel of her left foot smashing into the earth with great force. Large chunks of rock and gravel were upheaved and the ground shook like it had been struck by a mini cataclysm. The surrounding area from the center of impact cratered and several large cracks spread out from where Kaniko's foot had struck, lifting up even more of the earth to create what almost looked like miniature cliff faces. A whistle escaped Naruto's lips as he saw the damage done. Had that attack hit, it would have surely done some fierce damage to him. It definitely would have rattled his bones and organs, and might have even been enough to kill him provided it hit him somewhere his body was weak, like his ribs or his neck. It seemed his thoughts on Kaniko's physical prowess were correct. The girl had all the strength of Tsunade. Of course, saying she had Tsunade's strength was a bit of a misnomer. Physically speaking, Naruto would say that Kaniko was just as strong as Tsunade physically. With a single punch, Kaniko could cause the ground to crater, the earth to split, she could destroy boulders like they were made of onigiri and was capable of lifting and throwing objects that were 15 times her weight and several times her mass. In a perfectly physical sense, they were probably about the same. At the same time, Tsunade would have kicked the cute little girl small, shapely ass 6 ways to Sunday. While there was no clear difference in their physical prowess, their fighting styles were another matter entirely. As strong as Kaniko was, she was also predictable. Too predictable. Her punches were entirely linear, coming in projected arcs that even a genin could see them coming from a mile away. They were also very slow, allowing Naruto plenty of time to weave his way between her strikes and get a few shots of his own in. To put things simply, she lacked the battle experience that made fighting against the woman who would go on to become Godame Hokage such a nightmare. A second after the dust that had been kicked up by Kaniko's latest attack began to settle, the girl in question jumped out from the crater she had caused, hopping over the uplifted pieces of earth and landing on the ground close to his position. Almost as soon as her feet touched the ground, the girl with amber eyes charged him. Naruto watched Kaniko throw a punch the moment she was close enough to do so. Her execution was perfect. She brought her fist in tightly against her torso, hand clenched into a fist, palm pointed towards the sky. When she released, the fist corkscrewed as her arm extended towards him. It was a textbook chamber punch, executed so perfectly Madogai would have cried manly tears and shouted about how Kaniko was in the springtime of her youth. It was also far too slow. Like water as it flowed around the rock in its path, Naruto dodged the attack. His right foot moved as he pivoted ever so slightly to the right. At the same time his left hand came up and redirected Kaniko's hand, pushing it wide. The move not only served to redirect her strength, but with her forward momentum being as great as it was, it also did a splendid job of knocking the girl off balance. She stumbled forward while Naruto slid into her guard, his fingers poking her in the underarm, clavicle and her neck at the base of her spine in quick succession. Then he was past her, his stance relaxed as the girl halted her forward momentum, fist still extended, eyes blinking as she realized her opponent was no longer in front of her. She turned around to see Naruto standing there, watching her with eyes that were much sharper than the kind and slightly goofy ones she was so used to. What had just happened? Shaking her head, Kaniko came at him again, this time unleashing a barrage of punches, none of which hit Naruto. The last member of the Uzumaki clan was like the wind. He never stayed in one place. Constantly, the young man with the spiky blonde hair moved, weaving and dodging each attack like he knew they were coming long before the attack was even executed. Sometimes his hands would move as well, flashing up and knocking Kaniko's strikes away from his body, thereby redirecting and disrupting the flow of kinetic energy and making the girl stumble. When this happened, he would poke her in the areas that would be considered kill points on a person if he were to stab them with a kunai, then move past her. It was only after 6 minutes of this happening over and over again that Kaniko stopped attacking and stared at her sparring partner with surprised eyes. "How do you keep dodging me?" It was her longest sentence to date. "That's not the question you should be asking," Naruto told her. "You should really be asking how come you can't hit me." He took a look around at the numerous craters and cracks in the ground from her misses. A good deal of her attacks had left craters that were at least 2 or 3 feet wide, some that were even a meter wide, and the cracks looked like miniature trenches that were caused by earthquakes splitting the earth open. All of your attacks were perfectly executed, textbook attacks. The problem is they're far too predictable to hit someone who is much faster than you. Rather than wonder why he seemed to know so much about fighting, Kaniko merely accepted it and asked the obvious question. "What should I do?" "The first thing we need to do is work on getting your speed up." Naruto rubbed his jaw thoughtfully. "I have a few ways to do this, but I think the best one is to use weights on your arms and legs to increase your speed. I normally wouldn't suggest this, but as you're a rook and their power is absolute defense and incredible strength, it will work the best for you. You won't ever be at Kiba's speed, but you don't really need to be either. This is just to give you that added oomph so you can surprise your opponents." Kaneko nodded. The second thing we need to do is work on finding you a style that fits your body type and abilities. Looking her up and down for a moment, Naruto nodded to himself. You're very cute. Kaneko blushed at the very blunt compliment to her looks. Not that Naruto noticed, busy as he was in his sensei mode, which was, ironically enough, reminiscent of how Jiraiya acted when he taught Naruto. Most people would either be taken in by your cuteness, or underestimate you because of it. You could easily use that to lure people into a trap. Let them attack you first and use your absolute defense to withstand their first blow. Once you do, you can grab onto their offending limb and from there you have a whole slew of attacks available for you to capitalize on. Having been part of the war against Uchiha Madara, Naruto had seen a number of different fighting styles in play. He remembered one of the smaller shinobi he had rescued from the Zetsu clone army fought like that. Trap them. Yes, for example, throw a punch at me in slow motion. Kaneko did as asked, once more punching at him, but it moved so slowly that even to a normal human it would look like her fist was going in slow motion. The attack connected as Naruto did nothing to stop it. But as soon as it did hit, he grabbed onto her forearm and stuck his hand to her limb with chakra. You see this? Now that I have you in my grasp, your options are very limited. You could attack with your other hand, of course, but if I were a rook, the only way such an attack would work is if you were another rook. Any other piece aside from maybe a queen would need room to create an attack strong enough to break your defense. And unlike you, I actually have several avenues open. I could hit you with a straight jab to the face, or attack with an open palm to the torso, and because you're already coming towards me, any attack I launch will strike with that much more force. I could also use my feet, kicking you in the stomach or stomping on your kneecaps. If I wanted to, I could even trip you up and attack while you're down. To give her an example of what he was talking about, Naruto's foot suddenly shot out. His toes hooked itself against the back of Kaneko's knee. With little warning he yanked his foot back, forcing the knee to give out at the sudden and unexpected force. Because the knee was a synovial joint that could only bend in the direction Naruto had forced it to without removing the kneecap and Kaneko had no time to prepare for the attack, the silver-haired female's entire body was forced to bend backwards. Not even a second later, Kaneko found herself lying flat on her back, Naruto straddling her stomach as the knuckles of his right fist just barely touched her nose. For several seconds, the two simply lay there, Kaneko blinking up at Naruto with lightly flushed cheeks as the blonde boy grinned down at her. The seconds passed, Naruto waiting just long enough for his sparring partner to realize what had happened before he got off her and offered his hand, which Kaneko accepted. You see what I mean? Asked Naruto. Kaneko nodded. Take the first punch, grab on, and attack while they're too surprised to react. Exactly, Naruto was grinning widely as he placed a hand on her hair and scratched her right ear. You're a quick learner. It took me many beatings from my old sensei before I learned anything. Kaneko flushed from his praise, and the way his hand scratched her ear. It felt so good. Naruto looked up at the sky. The sun was beginning to set. Anyway, it's getting late. Rias should be done training Issei by now. Let's go back. The pair soon made their way back over to where Rias was watching Issei getting beaten by Kiba. Just looking at the boy getting slaughtered as he swung his sword like a half-crazed maniac made Naruto shake his head. Swordsmanship was clearly not Issei's forte. Not that he could say it was his either. The last time he'd tried using a sword, Naruto almost ended up cutting his own head off as opposed to his enemies. How's his training going? Asked Naruto as he walked up to Rias, Kaneko trailing behind him. As well as can be expected, she sighed as Issei once again tried to hit Kiba to no avail. The blonde pretty boy managed to glide around the swing, launched his way with simplistic ease and attack Issei from behind, striking him lightly in the neck. Had this been a real battle and Kiba using a real sword, Issei would have been a head shorter. I don't think this type of training is going to work for him, Naruto declared. Issei's not a swordsman, he's a brawler. Trying to impose elegance on his movements is like putting udon noodles in miso soup and calling it ramen. Just because you mix noodles and soup together in the same bowl doesn't make it ramen. Without the proper ingredients and additives, udon noodles and miso soup are just that. That's a really interesting analogy, Rias spoke with a large drop of sweat running down her face. She shook her head at the very Naruto comment and tried to get back on track. So what would you suggest? You have him in Asia training with Akeno after this, right? Asked Naruto. Rias nodded. And I'm guessing Kaneko is going to have a hand in training him during the afternoon? Another nod. I want to train him after dinner then, when the sun goes down. I suppose I could let you do that, Rias said contemplatively, casting a side glance at him. May I ask what you're going to train him in? Naruto smiled. It was not a very nice smile. Survival training? Issei, who was trying to dodge Kiba's latest series of attacks, shivered, which led to him getting smacked in the face. As he rubbed his nose, the boy could not help but wonder, why did it suddenly feel like the Shinigami had come to claim him? CHRP? Issei grumbled as he walked through the sea of trees. He'd had a trying day so far, constantly losing to Kiba, conjuring only a tiny sphere of magic while Asia conjured a baseball-sized one, getting his ass kicked by Kaneko. There was no end to the tortures he had gone through this day, and that wasn't even the worst of it. No, while all that was humiliating, the worst training by far was what Bucho made him do. She had him running up a mountain, with a boulder tied to his back, while she sat on it. And then she had him do 300 push-ups. And he had still been wearing that damn boulder. His back was killing him. It felt like his spine had been snapped in half. And now, after eating a large dinner, Rias had told him to go into the forest near the estate for his last lesson of the day. What more could they try to teach him? Hadn't he already been tortured enough? Apparently not. While walking through the dense foliage of trees, Issei failed to watch where he was stepping. Because of this, he didn't even realize he had stepped on something until a loud twang alerted him to that fact. Looking down, Issei could see something glinting in the moonlight. It looked like a steel wire? The wire snapped, and suddenly over a dozen kunai whizzed out from where they had been hidden deep within the foliage. Issei dodged the attack by belly flopping onto the ground. This proved to be a mistake as he suddenly felt several sharp, pointy somethings impaling his butt cheeks with incredible force. Jaya! Squealing like a little girl, Issei reached behind him and grabbed one of the sharp objects. A quick yank pulled it out. The pain made him wince, but he tried to ignore the sharp stinging in his ass and brought the object to his face. The object was a very thin, steel needle. Senbon. Used for acupuncture. What the hell? The crunch of booted feet alerted Issei to the presence of someone else coming towards him. He tried to stand up, but his butt was feeling strangely numb. In fact, he couldn't feel much at all around his hind area. Spiky blonde hair came into view, and a pair of amused blue eyes looked down at him. Good evening, Aerodebigame. You! Issei roared. He tried to stand again, but once more only succeeded in landing flat on his face. What the hell is going on, idiot blonde? I've decided to help you get stronger, Naruto said, smiling a very eerie smile that instantly put Issei on edge. For some reason, that smile was making the hairs on the back of his neck raise. What was this strange fear he was feeling? But you're a new devil like me, right? Issei asked, trying to get over the almost overwhelming sense of holy shit, I have to get the hell out of here, that seemed to have overcome him. How could you help me get stronger? You should be just as strong as I am. Wrong, unlike you, who grew up living a normal life with a normal family, I grew up being trained to fight since I was a child. I know combat, I know fighting, I know how to kick ass, take names and stick it to the man. And I am going to teach you what I know. Really? Whoa. Who knew that Naruto was actually some kind of child super solider? Maybe those rumors he had heard through the Kuo Academy grapevine about the spiky-headed blonde being a former assassin that used to be employed by an Italian mob boss had some truth to them. Despite himself, Issei actually began to feel a bit excited. Perhaps Naruto would be able to help him get stronger. At least he should be able to, if the blonde was as strong as he claimed. What are we going to do? Asked Issei, wincing a bit as he finally managed to stand up now that he had pulled all the senbon from his ass. Feeling was beginning to return, and he was starting to wish it hadn't. Sparring? Sword fighting? Magic battle? Exercise? I suppose you could say this is an exercise of a sort, Naruto answered vaguely. You see, I am going to try to kill you. All you have to do is not get killed. Cat CHRP. Early the next morning, Naruto took Kaneko out to the same forested clearing they had been sparring in the other day for some more training. It looked much different now than it had yesterday. The previous day it had simply been full of craters, upturned rocks, and large cracks. Now it was also littered with sharp, pointy objects and blood splatters on the ground and trees. What happened here? Asked Kaneko. I was training Issei. Since this was caused by Issei getting trained, Kaneko decided to ignore the blood and weapons. They were simply signs that Issei was still weak, which she already knew. I managed to get the weights for you. Kaneko looked at Naruto in surprise. Already? Yep, the blonde grinned as he handed her 2 pairs of bands, one pair that went on the wrists and another that went around the ankles. What are these? Sealed bands, Naruto answered. See those seals right there? He pointed out the strange kanji and symbols that went around the entirety of the bands. These seals add weight, though it would be more accurate to say they seal away the speed you can attack at. They will make it feel as if your arms and legs are wading through jelly and will force your muscles to work harder in order to compensate, thereby increasing the speed you can attack with. Just by keeping these on you can increase your speed nearly 2-fold in just under a week. Naruto had never told anyone this, but Jiraiya had used these seals when he had been refining the horrid mess the blonde Uzumaki called taijutsu. They had only used this type of training for 2 months. The human body was not made to withstand that kind of abuse, but 2 months had been enough to bring his taijutsu up to par with most chunin and jonin. The rest of his hand-to-hand talent had come from experience. Useful, Kaneko said as she slipped the bands on. I know, Naruto grinned. Anyway, I want you to wear these everywhere you go except when taking a bath. This way, you'll get stronger even when you're not training. At the end of the first 5 days, we'll take them off to see how far you've progressed and get you accustomed to your new speed, then put them back on the last 5 days. Sounds good. Okay then, hold out your hands. Kaneko did as told and watched as Naruto channeled chakra into the bands. At first Kaneko did not feel anything, but after several seconds her arms dropped to her side without warning. She tried to move them, but found that just making them move at all it was very difficult. It felt like they were stuck in a very thick, quick-drying cement. And then he did her legs. Just making them move after that became a task in and of itself. She could hardly even lift them. There, Naruto stood back up and clapped his hands together once. Once you're capable of moving around in those, we'll start sparring again. Okay, Naruto-senpai. Kaneko began to walk around, looking almost like a spaceman on the moon except without the near-zero gravity to make her float. Each movement she made was incredibly slow, as if someone were watching a movie at a mere 20th of its normal speed. Naruto thought it was one of the funniest things he had seen in a while. Not quite as funny as watching Issei flounder about while he threw kunai at the boy, but definitely up there. Cat CHRP? Rias sighed as she sat up in her bed, unable to sleep. Ever since coming to this place she had been feeling restless. Despite how upbeat and optimistic she had been acting for the past few days, the truth was she had been very worried. Even though they had 10 days to get ready, there was simply no way to know if that would be enough time to prepare her peerage to face off against Riser. She didn't even know if she would be ready to face Riser when the time came. Deciding that if she couldn't get to sleep, she would at least try and do something productive, Rias slipped out of bed and put a sheer nightgown over her naked form. Slipping on a pair of slippers and grabbing her glasses and a folder of documents that were sitting on her nightstand, she walked out of her room and made her way downstairs. She found a surprise waiting for her there. Naruto. Sitting on the couch with a calligraphy brush in one hand and several sheets of paper splayed out across the table was her most enigmatic servant. He had a serious expression on his face, not as grave as the one on the night she tried to make him take her virginity, but definitely stony enough that she could not help but think it didn't belong there. She couldn't tell what he was doing, but it looked like he was studying something. Naruto looked up, a grin crawling onto his face when he saw her. Good evening, Rias. Couldn't sleep? Unfortunately not. Rias shook her head as she finished walking down the stairs and moved over to the couch he was sitting on. I thought you were training Issei. I am, Naruto told her, making her blink. How could you be training Issei if you're here? And just where is Issei anyway? Naruto opened his mouth to answer. Oh God. Make it stop. Make the pain stop. Bwahahaha. Run you scurvy perv. Run. Bwahahaha. When a shrill yell of imaginable horror and pain made itself known along with what sounded like the insane laughter of the damned accompanying it. Issei is currently training with my clone, Naruto informed the red-haired beauty, who was looking around for the source of the scream in worry. It was so loud she couldn't tell where it had come from. Clone. She shook her head and stepped behind him to see what he was doing. It looked like he was writing something. Hundreds of strange squiggles lined the paper in conjunction with a very old dialect of kanji. The squiggles looked like they were forming some kind of pattern, a spiral perhaps? It's one of my abilities, he elaborated. Rias watched as he set the brush down and brought his hands into a seal that looked similar to a cross. He muttered a quick shadow clone jutsu and Rias watched on in surprise when a burst of smoke appeared to her left. When the cloud dissipated it was to reveal a perfect replica of the blonde sitting on the couch. The clone gave a cheeky grin, blew her a kiss, then dispelled. It's a chakra-based ability. Ninjutsu. What I do is split my chakra evenly. The half that was split is used to make a corporeal copy of myself. What an incredible ability. Rias could only marvel at how useful such a thing was, especially if he could make more than one. They're not very strong, Naruto added as an afterthought. One good hit will cause them to dispel, and right now I only have enough chakra to make 5, so I have to use it sparingly. They're mainly used for reconnaissance and stealth operations. Rias nodded as she listened to him, curious to learn more about his abilities. She had heard of chakra, of course, but generally it was a type of energy found in yokai, not humans. How Naruto could use chakra was beyond her. So what's this? Asked Rias, gesturing towards the strange symbols he had drawn. She had to admit, Naruto had great calligraphy. Each stroke of the brush appeared to be masterfully done, reminding her of some of the greatest calligraphists she had read about in her history class. I asked Akeno about what she knew of the Phoenix clan's power, he said. She told me how they're able to regenerate near instantly from even fatal wounds. This, he gestured, is my attempts at trying to create a seal that will take away that healing ability. Sealing can do that? Asked Rias, amazing. Sealing is nearly limitless in its application, Naruto told her, paraphrasing something Jiraiya once said to him many years ago. A true master of sealing can seal away anything. Items, power, elements, you name it. With seals, one could even seal away certain aspects of the world, like time for instance, or alter the very reality upon which the world was built. I never knew such a powerful technique existed, Rias whispered in awe. Can you do that? Seal away time? Ha 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 ha. No, Naruto shook his head as he laughed a bit. I'm just a novice in sealing. My godfather taught me what he could, but we had focused more on my fighting potential than seals. I see. Do you think you can do it, then? Seal away Riser's ability to regenerate? Maybe, Naruto bit his lip as he studied the sheets in front of him. It's hard to say. Sealing is all about finding the right combination of kanji and combining them with various symbols and lines of power in order to seal something away. In some ways, sealing is almost like its own language. For example, if I wanted to seal a specific item, the kanji would have to be something like, to seal a steel broadsword of 54 inches in length and weighing 5 kilograms or something like that. In order to seal Riser's ability to regenerate, I have to come up with the right combination of kanji and combine them with the correct symbols of power and various lines that will direct the flow of that power into the seal. It sounds pretty complicated, Rias said honestly as she slid next to him on the couch, placing her own documents on the table. It is, Naruto agreed, and unfortunately, the only thing I'm positive is correct about this seal are the symbols. He pointed to two very specific shapes that Rias would recognize anywhere, even if the kanji used was really old. Fire and wind? Yes. Because Riser is from the Phoenix clan, he specializes in fire and wind. They are his elements. Thus, if I want to seal his regeneration, I need to seal his elements. I'm sure you'll come up with something, Rias told him. He looked at her and she smiled. I have faith in you. Thank you, Naruto offered a smile of his own before gesturing towards the folder. So what's that? This is Riser's official rating game record, Rias said, putting her glasses on before opening the folder and grabbing the sheets inside. She turned to Naruto to show him the records, only to blink as she found him snickering at her. What? She frowned. What's so funny? An amused smile touched Naruto's lips. What's with the glasses? Rias blushed. I feel like wearing glasses helps me think better, okay, she mumbled. Naruto chuckled, causing her face to heat up. I'm not making fun of you or anything. I think it's cute. Her face heated up some more. You do? Oh yes, Naruto nodded sagely. You're very attractive in glasses. You give off that sexy librarian vibe I remember reading about in this book once. Ika librarian. A classic. Why he didn't get into his godfather's literature until later on in life Naruto would never know. And here I thought you weren't a pervert, Rias muttered slyly. I'm not. Then what you? A healthy and virile young male? Rias' lip quirked upwards. Isn't that the same thing? No, Naruto shook his head. A pervert is someone who shamelessly peeks on women, whether that's looking up their skirts on the train ride or peeking on them when they're changing in the girls' locker room. They have no respect for a woman's privacy in their quest to see a nice pair of tits. So, like Issei then? Yes, like Issei, Naruto nodded. I, on the other hand, would not peek on women while they're changing, bathing, or getting dressed. You stare at me when I'm getting dressed plenty, and you get dressed right in front of me, Naruto shot back. I would also like to add that you're the one who sneaks into my room at night and snuggles into my bed naked. Would you rather I not? I didn't say that. This light-hearted banter continued on for some time before Naruto decided to switch topics. So what are we looking at? Nothing good, Rias sighed, knowing exactly what he was talking about. Riser's been in 10 official games. Of those games he only has 2 losses to his 8 wins, and those losses were on purpose as favors towards certain clans for past services rendered. He's essentially won every single game he's played. Of course, the reason he won isn't due to the strength of his peerage, but rather his immortality. She narrowed her eyes. Really, that's what it comes down to. He uses his servants to gauge the strength of the people facing him, then once all his members are defeated, he uses his immortality granted to him as a phoenix to overwhelm them. I knew a guy kind of like that once, Naruto said thoughtfully. He didn't have any regenerative powers or anything, but he was immortal. Really? Oh yes, I remember how hard it was to beat him. You could chop his head off and he'd still come after you. Nothing we did seemed capable of bringing him down. So how did you beat him? Blow him up and bury his remains in a hole, Naruto said bluntly. Rias' sweat dropped. I was wondering, Rias. I know you don't like that Riser guy much. Honestly, I just met him and I can already tell he's a grade A douchebag in need of a good ass kicking. But your dislike of him seems so much more personal. Naruto looked at the girl who had given him a purpose again, his azure eyes meeting her bluish green. Is it because of the marriage contract? Rias sighed. Her lips turned down and her eyes seemed to dim in sorrow as she remembered why she hated Riser. It's because he only sees me as a gremmery. She brought her knees up to her chest and looked down at the table. No matter where I go, the gremmery name always seems to follow me. I get it, Naruto said in sudden realization. Even though you're proud to be the heir of the Gremmery clan, you feel like you're trapped by the clan name. Everywhere you go it's Gremmery this or Gremmery that or heir to the Gremmery household. Everyone only ever sees you as Rias Gremmery, not just Rias. When Riser looks at you, he only sees the Gremmery clan heiress. Naruto looked at Rias, grinning widely as she gave what she was sure was an expression of dumb amazement. Am I right? Yes. Rias breathed, shocked. How did you know? I knew someone like you once, Naruto smiled with a hint of nostalgia. He was a little boy by the name of Konohamaru. His grandfather had named him after the village we lived in, Konohagakure no Saito, the village hidden in the leaves? Rias raised an eyebrow. Your village sure makes up some unusual names. Oi, don't be dissing on my home village's name. Naruto scowled in mock anger, causing Rias to giggle. The blonde dropped his scowl and grinned before continuing. Anyway, where was I? Oh yes, Konohamaru. I bet you think it's an odd name, right? One that would be easily recognizable? Rias nodded. And it was, but no one ever remembered his name. Everyone always called him Honorable Grandson. This is because Konohamaru was the grandson of the third Hokage, one of our most celebrated village leaders, who ended up retaking the position after the fourth died. So in spite of his name being something that people should remember out of principle, it being such a weird name and all, no one even knew it. All they saw was the grandson of the honorable grandson of the third Hokage. So what happened to this boy? He wanted people to remember who he was, and decided the only way to do that was to step out from underneath his grandfather's shadow. He decided that he was going to become Hokage, and he worked tirelessly towards that goal. Day in and day out he trained for the sole purpose of becoming the village leader so people would stop looking at him as the honorable grandson and start seeing him as Konohamaru. Did he ever become Hokage? I don't know, Naruto shrugged helplessly. I left the village when he was just a brat. By now, he's probably only around 14 or so. Oh, Rias sighed. You seem disappointed with my story, Naruto observed. No, it was a good story. I was just hoping for something more. Like. Rias gave a wistful smile. Oh, you know, something like Konohamaru triumphing over all the odds by succeeding in becoming Hokage, or something to that effect. Her smile left and she sighed. I guess I was hoping to hear something that would let me know that what I want isn't hopeless. That maybe, just maybe, I can get people to see me for who I am and not what house I come from. In response to her words, Naruto reached out with a hand, and flicked her ear. Ouch! Rias rubbed her ear and cast him a mild glare. What was that for? For being stupid, Naruto told her. Rias gawked at him. I feel like you've forgotten all about me. Ha! It was not the most elegant statement she had ever made, but then, she was confused. Some slack must be given in this instance. Naruto rolled his eyes. I don't care if your last name is Gremmery. I wouldn't care if your last name is Phoenix either. To me, you've always been Rias, the girl who found me when I was just going through the motions and gave me a new purpose in life. He gave her a smile that reached his eyes. And let me tell you, that Rias is pretty damn awesome. It was probably one of the only times Rias had ever felt herself become this speechless before. For the longest time she had searched for someone who would see her as just Rias, not Rias Gremmery, or even Bucho, simply Rias, with no titles or last names attached. Even if it was just one person, she wanted to find someone who would see her for her. For who she was rather than what she was. She had almost given up hope. And here was a boy whom she had rescued from death, who told her that he saw her as Rias, that he saw her. That he didn't see the titles attached to her name, or the famous clan that came with being who she was. That he didn't care about what she was, but rather who she was. That he liked just Rias. Thinking on it, Naruto had always called her by her name. He never called her Bucho like the others, never called her by her last name. Because in his eyes, the only thing that mattered was Rias the person, not the clan heir or the club president. Rias felt her face warm up. A heat like never before spread across her cheeks. She was sure her face had reached a shade of red never before seen on her or any being, be they devil or otherwise. Her heart began beating faster. It felt like a war drum was pounding a frantic beat in her chest. Her breath hitched in her throat and her chest felt like it was about to burst. And as these things happened, Rias began to wonder. It had not even been a month since Naruto joined her peerage. He was still such a mystery, perhaps even more so than ever before with all the new discoveries she was making about him. It shouldn't have been possible to feel this way for someone she had just met, someone she had only known for a grand total of 3 weeks. Yet the feelings in her heart were undeniable. Rias was falling in love with Uzumaki Naruto. CHRP. The rest of the training period passed by in a blur. Naruto helped Kaneko by sparring with her once she had gotten used to the sealed weights. They had decided not to take them off even though her training had come to an end, and instead have him teach her how to deactivate the seals so she would be able to catch her opponent off guard. As a devil, Naruto figured she should be capable of withstanding the intense weight of the seals, and it worked out well since she was the only one aside from him who could use chakra. Issei's training was going as well as could be expected. He wasn't progressing by leaps and bounds, but that was okay. Everyone moved at their own pace. The important thing was that a late-night talk Naruto had with the boy after one particularly violent beating had inspired Issei to do better. Rias did not know what was said, but the results from it were more than obvious. Naruto had no clue how Asia's or Akeno's training went. He wasn't as good of friends with them as he was with Kaneko. Asia hung out with Issei most of the time and Akeno tended to do her own thing. Kiba did as well, but Naruto wasn't sure he needed any training. At least, not in his night abilities. The few spars they had together showed that the boy knew how to play to his strengths well. His late-night talks with Rias continued. After their first heart-to-heart, they had taken to meeting in the living room, just sharing stories about their childhood. Naruto told her about the pranks he had played and how he had always been getting into trouble at the academy. Rias had a good laugh at some of his stories and shared some of the things she had done when she was younger. Of course, Naruto did not neglect his own training either. He just trained farther away from the others. Much, much farther away. He didn't want anyone getting caught in one of his techniques. Naruto felt like he had just finished running 400 miles without stopping for food, water or rest. His body hurt in places he didn't even know could hurt. His legs felt like lead and his arms were probably broken in several places. Not to mention his knuckles looked like they had been shattered by that last punch he did. None of that mattered. Grinning as he ignored the pain caused by raising his arm to keep the sweat gathering on his brow from falling into his eyes, Naruto looked at the gigantic crater in the ground before him. A crater that was over 5 meters across. A crater that he had made with his own hands. It was strange. Despite the amount of effort he put into learning the secret to Tsunade's and Sakura's super strength, he had been unable to get it right. No matter how hard he worked, he just couldn't get the proper amount of chakra necessary to use the strength technique. He always ended up causing the tenketsu on his knuckles to burst in a most painful manner. However, Naruto had always been an unconventional fellow, and from his many failed attempts, he'd managed to create something just as good. Well, maybe not just as good, but pretty damn close. It would not be ready in time for the fight with Riser. Unfortunately, the technique was too unstable and did more damage to him than it was worth. That was okay though. He had other aces up his sleeves. One day he would master this new ability, and then he would use it to push his way onto the path of becoming the strongest devil in the world, no, the entire universe. Ha. I did it. I finally did it. Grinning, the young man with spiky blonde hair and sky blue eyes pointed a single finger up at the sky above. Just you guys wait. With this technique, I'll become the strongest devil ever. Databeo. I'm gonna. His eyelids started to droop, along with his shoulders. I'm gonna go to sleep now. Exactly 1 second later, Naruto fell backwards. He didn't even stir as his head smacked against hard, tightly packed dirt. Not even a groan. Uzumaki Naruto slept the day away in a large 5-meter crater. Rias would be very displeased when he showed up 10 hours later, looking like someone had buried him alive. CHRP. Deep within a castle located in hell, a meeting was being held between 2 individuals. These 2 people were beings of incredible power, ultimate-class devils who were considered the pinnacle of their kind. One stood in front of the other, who was seated on a large dais with a throne-like chair. Greyfia stood before her master and husband, her hands clasped in front of her as she gave her report on the events that had transpired between Rias and Riser. I see, Surzek smiled as he sat on his chair, his head resting on the butt of his hand. So it went down exactly as I thought it would. Yes. I expected nothing less from my little sister. It's just like Rias-tan to act like that. Surzek was silent for a moment. What do you think of her chances? I don't think she has any chance of beating Riser, Greyfia answered immediately. He has too much experience over her and his pieces are much more powerful. Only the Lightning Queen would be able to put up a true fight against Riser's peerage, But she's just one person. Do not be so sure that Rias will lose, Surzex told his wife, the smile on his face growing wider. My sister has one ace up her sleeve that could prove to be the deciding factor in this rating game. Greyfia frowned. You are referring to Uzumaki Naruto, yes? What's so special about him that you would think he might actually be the key factor to Rias' victory? If anything, I would have said the wielder of the Red Dragon Emperor Gauntlet would be the deciding factor, were the one wielding it not so weak. Naruto is a rather unusual case. His name does not appear in any records within our archives, nor does he appear in any records in the human world. He is not an angel or a fallen angel either. It's almost as if he just appeared out of thin air. I'm not sure I follow. He seemed to appear out of thin air because he did appear out of thin air. Surzex watched as realization began striking his wife's eyes. With a smile large enough to show teeth, the Lord Satan spoke again. To be more specific, he tore a hole straight through the gap between dimensions and appeared in hell almost 4 months ago to this day. So that's why you had me personally register him for school? Greyfia's eyes widened. Does that mean? Yes. Surzex just barely managed to withhold a laugh as he looked at his wife. He did, and anyone who can survive the dimensional gap with Great Red and come out intact is bound to hold a few surprises.